Got a skull for a salad bowl. Got a throne made of elbow bones. Big red gentleman in the war zone. Keeps giggling every time the heads roll. Flip that chain X like a spatula of doom. He's stirring up a riot in a brass plated room. Little cultist cooking in his apron of skin. So step right up, son, let the sacrifice begin. Hey! Blood for the base god. Thump, thump in your veins. Skulls in a stack like pocket change. Corn don't care about your pain. Blood for the base god. Stomp that ground in time. If it screams, if it bleeds, it's fine. Corn don't care why you die. He's the patron saint of punching of the unrefunded head. Puts a halo on a helmet when it's freshly full of lead. Got a river running rust red. Past a mountain made of teeth. Every ripple is a ride. Every bubble hides a grief. But the big red butcher just drums on his chair. Humming out a warning to the smell in the air. Oh yeah! Blood for the base god. Thump in your veins. Skulls in a stack like pocket change. Corn don't care about your pain. Blood for the base god. March that beat in line. If it howls, if it burns, it's fine. Corn don't care why you die. Crooked slide into Discord and guitar squill. He don't like thinking, he don't like plans. He just wants fingers falling off hands. He just wants banners dripping that red. He just wants echoes where you had a head. Whoa! Blood for the base god. Thump, thump in your veins. Skulls in a stack like pocket change. Corn don't care about your pain. Blood for the base god. Sing that war-torn rhyme. If it spills, if it splits, it's fine. Corn don't care why you die.
What is up, you guys? We're back. We're doing it. We're here. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to do a little bit of painting, and then a little bit later we'll get some dark tied in with the fellas. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope your week is going smoothly. We got our little mini guys to paint. Hopefully they'll look all right when we're done. Oh, you can't even see the blurry. It's all right. You'll see it on the other camera here in a second. Yeah. Hope everybody's doing it, chilling, relaxing. Jamie, what up? Francois, what up? Here we are. We're back at it. Grab your snacks and your drinks. I got a drink over here. Crack those drinks open. Cheers, you guys. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of painting. A couple hours. 2 to 3 hours of painting, and then we'll get on some dark tide. Cheers, you guys.
Whispers and silk, pretty poison on my tongue. Every pleasure that you crave, every fear you outrun. Saw halos made of razors, saw smiles made of knives. Trade a moment of surrender for 1,000 lives.
We'll do story time with Voldemort.
Calendars bleed, time stumbles drunk when the warlords feed. Books breathing, screams, pages unfold. Schemes in the margins.
Feel that music. We'll start up story time here. So this video right here is like the latest one from Voldemort. It's called 40K Lore: The Return of Yarick. So we'll see. I heard that it wasn't like that great, but I don't know it. So let's listen, I guess, right? All right, you guys. Yeah, thank you guys for being here, chilling.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon,
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields.
Damn, dude.
Some of you were brought
You're
from
just a couple
off-world,
points off, huh?
shipped
Nice,
here to
nice,
die.
nice.
I thank every one
Wraith
of you.
Knight on the way.
But look at what's become
Right, Jamie,
of
we're
our
doing
world.
it.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All in
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
they come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen.
Bro.
We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
Wow, already? Mother fuzzing Marshals already? Man, that was quick. Quick. Sorry, hopefully after this one it'll be a bit before the next one.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago. Flee, all of you.
flee. Make for the evacuation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life. There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon,
Make ready.
Bella Truth, here we are. We're back at it, back on the painting
Games Workshop, Warhammer 40,000,
with our face camera.
Armageddon, The Return of Yarick. Armageddon is a world accursed. Once the
much
planet
did you
burned
pay for
bright in the
those
firmament
brushes?
of the Imperium.
I didn't pay
Now
for them.
it
They
is
were a
buried
gift.
beneath the ash of eons.
They were a gift.
The Orc has savaged this world, maimed it, marked it as his own.
So, yeah,
Shaped
I don't
by
know.
the claw
I don't
of
know
the
how much they
Xenos
cost.
invader, choked and torn by the industry of war. It has become a monstrous.
You know, they're the
wounded beast
only
that
nicer
hungers
brushes
for
I've ever
one
used.
thing and one thing alone.
Before these brushes, I had like
Blood stains the jutting
99 cent
ribs of
store
the
brushes.
beast's emaciated corpse. Its roar of outrage strips the senses and
Brushes like
shivers the
these.
mind. Its omnipresent stench chokes and kills as surely as the mindless wrath of the orcs that infest
this was
it.
like a dollar.
Wounded and inflamed though the world may be, the pounding of its heart thuds and thunders as vital as ever.
And
It
then I had
beats
another
like a
box of
great
like
drum
99-cent
war
brushes
in the boom
that
of
look
artillery
like this.
and the rumble of armored columns. It shakes the ground
No
with
brand.
seismic
99 cent
fury,
store also.
shattering the dreams of the teeming
Yo,
hive
what's
upon
up,
its
bro?
back, summoning ever more warriors from the void. With enough blood and
Yeah,
sacrifice,
he's
the
talking
slaughter
crazy
ebbs,
over here.
the beast seemingly appeased. Those hollow-eyed citizens and soldiers caught in its teeth dare to hope,
Yeah, but
looking
yeah,
to
dude, these
the
are cool. These are
horizon
cool brushes.
for a sliver of light. But
They
their
have like a
hope
nice
is
grip.
false.
So they fit
Each
nicely in
reprieve
between
is
like
only
your
long
fingers.
enough for the most desperate of masters,
Oh.
and the cycle of butchery to begin anew. Each zephyr of clean air is a prelude to the furnace-hot carrion stench of the war beast's breath. For this beast's true master is the warlord Gazgul, and he knows well what carnage it can breed. From the monstrosity
I like
that is Armageddon,
Yo,
there
Zonix,
can
what's up, bro?
be no escape.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Fall of a legend. Amidst the death throes
Very
of a
reasonably
world,
priced.
the
Hell
old
yeah.
man met the beast of Armageddon in battle. The beast had raised a mountain of insane
Yeah, they're
machinery,
like
an apocalyptic
intro
engine,
brushes.
vomiting green lightnings
But they work
that
great.
split
I
the
don't need
heavens
like
of Icaria
expensive,
like the
nice
smile of
brushes
a
or
leering
anything.
God.
$20 a
Yet
brush
the engine ran
or anything.
amok.
These are
Warring
perfect.
armies scattered as the planet's crust was split, shattered by coruscating energy. The convulsions of the dying world left the beast stranded on a rocky mesa, the tatters of his own mighty horde about him. The old man looked upon his nemesis and struck. A mere handful of
Hell yeah.
battleships remained beneath his banner, each bearing veterans of long pursuit to one final assault. A single Fenrisian vessel prowled alongside them, sleek and cruel. Their course took them into the heart of an immense
I also got the
orc
Citadel
fleet.
brushes that come with
It
the
was a
box, but I've
composite
never
thing
used
of
them yet.
iron hatred and raw power, the power to burn worlds. Yet not one shipmaster
Give it a
hesitated,
shot.
nor did one soldier waver. Bound by the old man's unyielding will, they plunged like a spear down the monster's throat. Through writhing skies and arcs of green lightning plunged the craft of the old man's execution strike, down to the rocky island where the beast raged. How many brave soldiers martyred themselves to clear a path through the orcs charging to meet them? How many war engines were blasted apart to bring the old warrior and his chosen few close? With conjurations of stormfrost, they bound the beast. With flame, bolt, and beam, they scoured his hulking form. In that fated hour, ferocity enough to slay an army was unleashed upon the beast. Then, clearing smoke, and the roar of the wounded tyrant, Fenrisian ice cracked, gunshot loud. The beast of Armageddon charged. The old warrior's bale eye blazed. He moved swiftly, his stolen claw arm swinging with all the conviction that had driven him for so many years. He struck true, his talons lodged deep in the beast's chest. Then, inevitable as the death of Icarus itself, the beast's immense pincer viced about the old man with a crack of bone. The old foes locked eyes before the beast slammed his adamantine skull forward, a battering ram against a splintering door. The blow painted the orc's features crimson black. The beast hurled his nemesis into the dust with an ear-splitting roar. He raised an iron-shod foot, about to bring his weight crashing down on the old man, then stopped, laughing cruelly instead. The shadow of an orc gun vessel spread like a funeral shroud over the battlefield. Still bellowing in triumph, the beast departed.
Oh, nice.
The survivors of the
Yeah,
old
dude, it's
man's
pretty-
force
yeah.
fled in disarray.
They're great.
Amidst the mayhem,
definitely
they
enjoy
did
them.
not see the old warrior's ruined body borne away by a black-armored priest. Had they realized a spark of life still remained, the old man's followers might still have held out hope. But the roar of the brute still rang loud in their ears. They could only flee, broken as the body of their master, to spread word of his death.
The people could use.
Yarrick returns. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick stared out of Icetroll's viewport at the approaching orb of Armageddon. Its oceans were split by ochre continents blanketed with smoke and flame. Armageddon, Yarrick thought, gritting his teeth as fragmented memories of past conflicts flashed through his mind's eye. I shall never leave this place behind me. Yarrick could almost feel the heat searing his skin, hear the roaring of orcs and the screams of the dying. The void around Armageddon seethed with orc battleships. Their lumpen, ugly forms drifted over the planet's scorched continents like bloated flies sucking at a festering carcass. Hide-draped servitors clicked and whirred at their stations, cogitating firing solutions and shunting power to void shields at the barked command of the ship's Fenrisian captain. An Orc cruiser loomed ahead, seeking to block Ice Troll's route into low orbit. Flashes of light erupted from its flanks, barrages of cannon fire streaking past the Space Wolf's vessel. "Forward batteries engage at will. Let them feel the All-Father's wrath," rumbled a grizzled Space Wolf's bridge officer. Fighter craft danced beyond the armor-glass viewports, exchanging bursts of fire. Yarrick braced as the deck shook beneath him. Ice Troll rocked at the impact of Orc fire against its void shields. The sounds of battle triggered something within him, the pain of hurts mercifully half forgotten, the need for vengeance. Exoskeleton servo monitors hissed as he adjusted his balance. Aged joints and old wounds ached, gifts from more than a century of service. Nor had his mind escaped unscathed. There was much he could no longer recall, particularly of recent events. Since his confrontation with the beast of Armageddon, his reconstructed skull had ached as if it was aflame. For long months he had seen a stranger in his reflection. All was not right. His skin had taken on a waxy pallor that even age could not explain. The Fenrisian warriors he had fought beside had brought him back from the abyss. That much he knew. When asked why, the skull-helmed priest had told him he was more important to the fate of Armageddon than he realized.
That's alright, bro. As long as you're having a good
Yarrick
time.
knew the value of symbols
You can sleep
well,
when you're
and
dead.
had not pressed the matter. Yet they had hardly spoken to him since, as if they could sense the same dreadful wrongness he felt.
I'm dead now. I'm going to
I
bed.
almost died,
yeah.
so they tell me, at the hands of the beast. If they speak the truth, then perhaps it is the Emperor's will that I be denied such a mercy. How else but by his hand could it be that I am drawn to this forsaken place once more, to face Gazgul yet again? He let me live, just to fight me again. Ice Troll's forward lance batteries blazed. The armor-glass viewport darkened to shield the bridge crew from their violent fury. The blinding beams bored into the flank of the Orc vessel, gouging holes in its rusty metal hull. It listed towards the planet, caught in Armageddon's gravitational embrace as its engines flickered and died. Gun salvos followed, sealing the cruiser's fate. It broke apart, crumbling and expelling gases, detritus and orcoid crew into the freezing vacuum. Armageddon loomed closer. The bridge officer turned to regard Yarrick through
Hell yeah,
narrowed
dude.
eyes.
Get some Z's.
Entering low orbit.
And yeah, dude, we'll catch you
Space
for a little
Marine
dark tide a
snarled.
little bit later.
Get
if you're
your
around,
dropcraft,
and,
Commissar.
if not, we got Thursday.
Bjartar is waiting for you below.
But thanks for rolling
He
in
cannot
and
linger
hitting
here
those
for
thumbs
long.
ups. Appreciate
He
you.
smells the curse of
catch
Armageddon
you soon.
upon me, Yarrick thought grimly.
Cheers.
They know I cannot escape. Perhaps
We missed
they
you
are
on
right to be
Minecraft last
wary.
night, bro.
Perhaps I am
Alright,
an ill
we got
omen.
plenty of time.
Turning on his heel, the Commissar strode from the bridge and descended into the belly of the frigate, purging the troubling thoughts from his mind. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The fate of Armageddon was at stake. Now was the time for war. Armageddon mustered. Armageddon's skies hung heavy with thick clouds of smoke and pollutants. The last embers of a season of fire fluttered on searing winds as the pall of a season of shadow descended to smother them. Already the continents of war-scarred world echoed with battle. Humans and orcs stirring from their enforced hibernations to resume their bitter conflict. In the long months of the season of fire, Armageddon's defenders had been replenished by reinforcements from distant war zones. Clad in uniforms bearing the heraldry of a dozen different regimentos, these new arrivals were dispersed across the planet. Several Order of our Martyred Lady Preceptories, led by Canoness Preceptor Mercia, and the redoubtable throne-born Dogmata
You know, I
Superior
really didn't
in
like this
Transia Frey,
dark
landed
gunmetal.
at
I'm going to
High
use a lighter
Vulcanus'
gunmetal.
spaceport. They were joined by Inquisitor Inigo Croyle of the Ordo Xenos, whose peculiar and menacing Xenos steed drew many a wary stare. The recently appointed planetary governor, Agmund von Ruger convened the Council of Armageddon, with Croyle, Mercia, and Ogmata Superior at his side. Von Ruger declared that the time had come to begin a new offensive. Since the Season of Blood, the Khornate invasion of Armageddon, and a subsequent Season of Fire, the Orcs' coherence had eroded. Strike hard and decisively, and the Xenos' taint could finally be scoured from the hive world. Many members of the
that's
council,
gonna be on Thursday. Hell
particularly
yeah.
those with military experience,
Yeah, dude, no
unconvinced.
worries, bro.
They feared any offensive would be premature and that,
No
even
worries.
reinforced, Armageddon's armies might not guarantee victory. No voice of
We
dissent
might
was
just
louder than
recheck
that of
Thursday
General
altogether
Tybalt
in
Locke,
that case.
Supreme Commander of Armageddon's military forces. It was then that the doors of the council chamber swung open, and the stern figure of Commissar Graves entered, flanked by Officio Prefectus enforcers. Having arrived on Armageddon towards the end of the Season of Blood, Graves had established a fearsome reputation amongst Armageddon's senior officers. Some whispered that her bolt pistol had accounted for more of the world's military leaders than any heretic. Upon the Commissar's dramatic entry, all, even von Ruger, paused as she erupted into furious invective. Graves roared that the Xenos had been tolerated for too long. Talk of caution or compromise was akin to cowardice and would be treated as such. With these words, the discussion came to a swift and decisive end. Even General Locke knew the folly of standing firm against senior representatives of the Inquisition and the Officio Prefectus. A new offensive would have to be planned post-haste. Planning the offensive. Responsibility for the overarching strategy fell to General Locke. Locke, the most senior officer of the Steel Legion, had once served under General Nikita Kurov, a veteran of the Orc Wars. Thrust into overall command of the Astra Militarum forces on Armageddon, and with Graves' burning gaze upon him, Locke set about marshalling the resources at his command. Though the Orc numbers appeared to have been thinned in recent seasons, two particular strongholds remained. Hive Tempestora, ruled by war boss Agrok Glitztooth, and the expanses of the Equatorial Jungle, which concealed many Orc tribes. Of the two, the Equatorial Jungle presented a more promising target. Though it was a truly colossal region and doubtless heavily infested, the Orc tribes that dwelt in its depths were fractious and isolated. With adequate planning and resolve, they could be divided and purged piecemeal. The Purgation Corps. General Locke would divide his forces into army-sized elements known as Purgation Corps. These mechanized forces would contain light armor and transports capable of traversing the jungle and equipped for incendiary and chemical warfare. Rather than pursue the Orcs into the tangled forests, they would scour the jungle quadrant by quadrant, burning the foliage until all that remained was a blackened wasteland. Croyle opted to journey south and oversee the Purgation Corps campaign, relishing the opportunity to hunt alien prey. The offensive met with initial success. From the direction of Hive Infernus, Purgation Corps 10 and 11 cleared huge tracts of vegetation around the remnants of Cerberus base, enabling the fortifications to be shored up and reoccupied. In the wetlands of the Purungai Basin, Martian Taraxi and Archaeopter squadrons conducted phosphor bombardments from above, driving frenzied Orcs out of their lairs and into the mass fire of Krieg and Cadian infantry. Inquisitor Croyle, too, lent his talents to the war effort by eliminating Orc war leaders. Despite heavy losses amongst the Purgation Corps, the Orcs were slowly but surely pressed back. Armageddon's commanders allowed themselves to believe victory might be possible. The Horde returns. Armageddon's descent into planet-wide war came swiftly and without warning. Flashes of emerald light illuminated the storm-racked skies. Fingers of lightning glanced down to scorch the poisoned earth. Combatants Orc and Imperial stopped,
Which one's the silver one?
gazing up at the conflagration.
Lead Belcher.
The crews of
Lead Belcher
orbiting naval
looks
vessels
great.
and defense stations
Way better
yelled in
than
shock and
dark
terror
gunmetal.
as glowing rifts in reality opened around them, vomiting forth lumpen Orc vessels in their thousands. At the heart of the fleet was a monstrous ship, hull wreathed in crackling energies. The Orc fleet opened fire at point-blank range, tearing Imperial craft apart before their weapons could even be primed, and from yawning hangar bays spilt a fiery rain of dropships and fighter craft that plummeted towards Armageddon's surface. Caught utterly flat-footed by the onslaught, General Locke's forces were stretched thin across a dozen fronts. Now hordes of orcs were landing across the plains of Anthrand, raining down in their millions and cutting off the retreat route. Rallying what forces he could, the general dispatched them south of the Volcanus Mountains, hoping they might blunt the orc advance. Canoness Preceptor Mercia and Dogmata Superior Frey pledged a portion of their forces to the relief. The Adeptus Sororitas were accompanied to battle by a mass of militant pilgrims. Scratch militias and desperate penitents rallied to their cause. Meanwhile, amid the Orc fleet, the Space Wolf strike cruiser Aistral found itself the focus of ire. Empiric disturbances prevented the vessel's crew from hailing the Hive world until it was too late. Attempts by the strike force's rune priest to summon aid from the great companies had met only with frustration, his psychic sendings blunted by a wall of howling madness. With some difficulty, Commissar Yarrick convinced his Fenrisian guards of the need to reach Hive Volcanus. He bore a device that might, with the Emperor's blessing, prove capable of piercing the interference and drawing the attention of Imperial forces many light years distant. Grudgingly, the Space Wolves agreed to spare a transport to bear the Commissar towards his destination. They, however, would concentrate their efforts on the Deadlands, securing crucial supplies of water and promethium that would be required if the war efforts were to be maintained.
Well,
The Speed War. Falling from the bellies of lumpen orc vessels in their countless thousands, ramshackle dropships plummeted through Armageddon's atmosphere. The blazing fire trails of their atmospheric entry pierced the Hive world's soot-black clouds. Aboard one such craft, Wazdacker Gutsmech thumbed frustratedly at Big Reva's throttle. He couldn't let any other git reach Armageddon before him. His warbike's engine roared and rattled like a caged beast. He felt the dropship lurch again, decelerating as it approached solid ground. Wazdacker adjusted his goggles. Somewhere behind him, his grot oiler, Fix-It, stopped tinkering and reached for a handhold. The ramp began to lower, revealing the mountains of Armageddon, their jagged peaks rising like broken teeth from a sea of ash. Armageddon's searing air howled into the belly of the dropcraft, tearing at Wazdacker's clothes. He gazed down at the rising ground and threw the throttle forward. Big Reva lurched, scattering orcs and Gretchen aside, some unfortunates tumbling out of the opening, screaming as they were swept away by howling winds. Wazdacker felt himself being pressed back into the saddle by the sheer force of his acceleration. He thumbed a switch, heard the roar of afterburners, and felt the heat of flames at his back. Big Reva trailed tongues of flame in its wake as it shot out of the dropship like a bullet and burned a trail across Armageddon's skies. As the warbike's nose began to drop towards the ashen plains below, as the ground rushed up to meet him, Wazdacker gritted his teeth, raised a meaty fist, and slammed it down on a red button mounted on his handlebars. A flash of light erupted from Big Reva's shock booster. Wazdacker let out a gleeful bellow as flames burst from his warbike's exhaust, and forks of green-white lightning danced across its frame. Then he was gone, hurled through the warp towards the Hive world's surface, and the cloud of roaring engines, burning promethium and glorious high-speed violence that awaited. The Speed War descends. Caught utterly unprepared by the arrival of the Orc fleet, the defenders of Armageddon were given almost no time to respond. By the time orbital weapons and anti-air batteries flared to life, the first wave of invaders were already slamming down upon Armageddon Prime and Armageddon Secundus. The vanguard of the Orc assault consisted almost entirely of mechanized forces. Speed freaks mounted on bikes ramshackle wagons, and the slavering squigs of beast-snugger tribes. Desperate warbands of these orcs leapt upon isolated defenders and supply convoys, swiftly aggregating into larger cults of speed as the violence escalated. Interhive roadways became drag strips for whooping bands of orc invaders who thundered along them, engaging armored columns attempting to supply reinforcements or withdraw battered units. Wazdakka Gutsmech was amongst the first to touch down on Armageddon's rocky surface. He appeared in an explosion of green lightning on the plains of Anthrad. This expanse of open terrain divided the equatorial jungle from the Volcanus Mountains. Astride Big River, Wazdakka roared across ash wastes and alkali flats, drawing mobs of speed freaks from miles around. Columns of Astra Militarum soldiers retreating from the jungles were overrun, their transports and tanks obliterated in howling storms of Daka. Across Armageddon, the cohesion of Imperial armies began to collapse. Panic set in, and promising offensives became wholesale retreats. Wazdakka's assault. The Orc fleet had appeared in Armageddon's orbit without warning. Those strategos and commanders who retained a shred of wit in the following chaos surmised from eyewitness accounts that the Xenos had utilized some hitherto unseen form of teleportation technology.
That's 5
Before
points,
Armageddon's
that's a lot,
defenders
dude.
could raise the alarm, Orcs were streaming on
Well, either
to
a
the
fat
planet's
army of
surface.
little guys
From his
or
flagship, Killwrecker,
just a couple big
the
guys.
Grand Warlord directed the onslaught. Wazdakka's Speedwar would form the spearhead of his conquest. Only when the cauldron of violence reached boiling point would Ghazghkull decide to join the fight. Wazdakka's objective, impressed on him by Ghazghkull at the business end of Gork's Claw, was the encirclement of Hive Volcanus. To succeed at this goal and avoid stoking the Grand Warlord's ire, he would first need to break through the Volcanus Mountains. The Meridium and Orientum lines were the first fortifications in his path. They had been intended to prevent any advance across the plains of Anthrad from the direction of the equatorial jungle. Though the Krieg 547th Line Corps defended their positions with determination, the Orcs' breakneck advance ploughed through their minefields and gun positions with relentless savagery. Big River seemed to be everywhere at once, a red blur of violent fury. Leading by example, Wazdakka steered his warbike through the trenches and bunkers. He crushed some enemies with his grabber-dragger and reduced others to red mist with torrents of Daka. A trail of corpses was left in his wake, mangled by tire tracks. In only minutes, the Orcs had broken through the trench networks in a dozen places and pressed on. Wazdakka had no desire to get mired in a lengthy battle. He lived for speed as much as violence, and so the Speedwar ploughed on, burning a path towards Hive Volcanus.
Can I give the order? Go or don't go?
At Colorado Technical University, our degree program.
Oh, sorry.
Next in Wazdakka's path loomed the Liberation Line, constructed over the ruins of the South Primus Front, a far more formidable prospect than the Orientum and Meridium lines. This was the last set of static defensives shielding the crucial Mannheim Gap. Though its blockhouses and armored watchtowers were still only partially constructed, the Liberation Line was heavily garrisoned. As the defenders took their positions, ash plumes appeared on the horizon, heralding the coming of the Speedwar. Soldiers hustled to foxholes and trench lines protected by expanses of minefields, barbed wire, tank traps, and funneling approaches covered by batteries of heavy weapons. As the warbands that comprised the assault force thundered towards the fortifications, Wazdakka barked commands to his speed bosses. Some peeled away to strike at the flanks, while the bulk of the Orcs formed a gigantic wedge with Wazdakka at its tip. They sought to punch through the defences towards the Hive beyond. A withering storm of fire heralded the Orcs' charge. Orbiting cruisers unleashed bombardments that slammed down on the Liberation Line, any lack of accuracy more than compensated for by sheer volume. Roaring air armadas swept down to drop their payloads, and the massed guns of battle wagons added their destructive might to the barrage as they thundered towards the cowering enemy. Projectiles corkscrewed through the heavens, exploding mid-air or detonating amongst the defenders to fling bodies dozens of feet in the air. The orcs were likewise subjected to sustained and devastating artillery fire. Shells rained down amidst the truck convoys and biker mobs, storms of shrapnel shredding green flesh and igniting fuel tanks and ammo. Through the clouds of fire and smoke came Wazdakka Gutsmack, the grin of his soot-covered face widening as the storm intensified. Overhead, bright red bombers thundered low to scatter their payloads amid the Imperial defenders. Wazdakka led a swathe of ramshackle orc racers ahead of the orc thrust, driving into the heart of the Imperial line. A furious volume of incoming fire smashed down amongst the vehicles. Several were struck, the rest came on, straight towards the most formidable defences. Astra Militarum soldiers and weapon crews looked on in consternation at the suicidal spear thrust. Their confusion only increased when the oncoming vehicles crackled a dazzling emerald white and disappeared in a flash. Seconds later, the roar of engines erupted in the midst of the defenders. Wazdakka and his shock-jump vanguard, cast through the warp by madcap orc technology, were amongst them. Spiked wheels, axle saws, and metal plows scythed through ranks of soldiers. Big Reva's Psycho Gatler glowed hot as it spat hundreds of rounds into the screaming soldiery. As Wazdakka's assault drove home, beast snuggers of the Bloodscars tribe struck in the west, their ravenous squigs tearing chunks out of the enemy and reducing armoured vehicles to piles of twisted scrap. To the east, the mechanized infantry of the Red Hands brute forced its way through layered and fortified minefields, preventing officers from diverting troops to seal the breach torn by Wazdakka's assault. As their slower-moving allies engaged the enemy in close combat, Wazdakka's speed freaks had broken through the Liberation line in dozens of positions. Rattling Deathcopter squadrons, whooping warbike mobs, and armoured blitz brigades left the flaming ruins of Imperial fortifications behind and converged once more in Wazdakka's wake. With the Liberation line punctured, the path to High Volcanus lay open. Desperate stand. Imperial reinforcements were en route to the Liberation line from High Volcanus. They comprised several experienced Cadian, Krieg, and Savlar mechanized infantry regiments, an entire Armageddon armored division, and a mass of conscripted Hive militia supported by 2 preceptories of the Order of Our Martyred Lady. These troops had reached Volcanus Ridge when panicked news of Wazdakka's breakthrough reached them. General Locke cursed within his command vehicle as he considered his options. Retreat towards the Mannheim Gap, and he risked being overrun by the heavily mobile Orc forces. Continue towards the Liberation line, and his armies might be picked apart. In the end, the Orcs decided for him. Reconnaissance units reported pillars of ash visible to the south, heading straight for the Mannheim Gap. There would be no avoiding a fight. After conferring with Caranus Preceptor Mercia, Locke offered a heartfelt prayer to the God Emperor that he was making the right decision, and ordered his forces to block the Orcs' path. Battle of Volcanus Ridge.
Call her a fighter.
Speedwar had been bolstered by fresh waves of speed freaks landing from orbit. Beyond the broken Liberation line was Volcanus Ridge, an open expanse of heat-blasted desert dotted with rocks that jutted from the earth like jagged teeth. There was little cover to be had, and the ash clouds thrown up by General Locke's relief force were impossible to miss. Wazdakka turned Big Reva towards the incoming threat and accelerated hard, bellowing with glee as he pulled a flame-spewing wheelie that would make his gods proud. Trailing thick smoke and dust, the cacophonous tide of Orcs met Locke's relief force head-on. First into the fray, Wazdakka wove through enemy armor, scything down dismounting troops and launching his grabber-dragger to snatch unwary crew members. Wartrack formations and blitz brigades followed, exchanging fire with tank squadrons. Evil Sun's boys leapt from their racing transports onto the hulls of enemy vehicles to pry open hatches and toss bundles of stick bombs into the midst of helpless crews. The far faster Orc vehicles engulfed the surrounding General Locke's spearhead, forcing the formations to stop in their tracks. Tanks and armored vehicles closed ranks, forming a circular perimeter around disembarking infantry, guns blazing to keep the hurtling Orcs at bay. Wazdaka's Speedwar closed in, racing in a diminishing spiral, throwing up a tempest of ash and firing wildly as they came. Speeding warbikers plunged into the corral, their sheer blunt impact scattering soldiers. They hacked at their victims with rusty choppers. Tank busters engaged the Astra Militarum armor. Many were incinerated or blown into ragged showers of gore by battle cannon rounds, but enough reached their targets. Wazdaka's throttle rocket shocker propelled him into the midst of the foe and away again time after time. Each lightning strike left behind a trail of mutilated and tire-marked corpses. Emerging from his chimera, General Locke observed the unfolding chaos in horror. Any hope of relieving the liberation line had gone. Even managing to stage a fighting retreat to the Mannheim Gap would be nigh impossible. His forces were outmatched and barely holding their own. Only the Order of Our Martyred Lady was making any measure of progress, with Canoness Preceptor Mercia leaping into the fight alongside her elite Zephyrim, and in Transia Frey's penitents charging into the encroaching foe with reckless fury. Their efforts alone, he knew, would not turn the tide.
Cheers,
Already,
you guys.
his tanks had been almost eliminated, and the circling Orcs were pressing the survivors into an ever-reducing pocket. Locke needed a miracle. A hero returned. Through the smoke of the battlefield, the roar of thrusters sounded. Beleaguered soldiers braced themselves, expecting a hail of bullets and bombs. Closer came the thunder, and an ember of hope glowed through the gloom. An armored gunship, its blue-grey hull emblazoned with the canine sigil of the Space Wolves, swept low over the Orcs. Black Valkyrie transports followed, door gunners pouring fire into the aliens. Tempestus Scions leaped from within, and grav chutes flaring as the drop troops opened fire mid-air. The Space Wolves transport settled low over the surrounded guardsmen, its ramp opening. A trio of Space Marines emerged from within, howling battle cries as they poured bolter fire into the mass of Xenos. Yet it was the fourth figure to emerge that stunned the soldiery to silence. They witnessed a ghost. Most recognized Commissar at once. All of Armageddon's defenders knew tales of his deeds. They had learned of his duels with Ghazghul and his heroic defense of Hive Hades. But Yarrick was dead. The Bell of Lost Souls had told. Still, there was no mistaking him. The lines of long centuries of war creased his grizzled features, yet he radiated the same intensity he had when he first took up arms against the Orcs. His power cross snapped as he raised his storm bolter and turned his glowing bionic eye upon the Orcish hordes. His pallid, waxy visage twisted into a grimace. A shout went up. "The hero of Hades' Hive lives! Yarrick is returned!" A chorus of grunts and bellows passed among the Orc infantry. They too had noticed the Commissar. They knew old Baeli. He had slain Warboss Ugelhard in single combat, defied Ghazghul, and earned the Grand Warlord's respect. He was to them a figure of misfortune, a herald of death whose evil eye promised doom. Orc bosses bellowed and clouted, attempting to shake their underlings back into action as the Space Wars Thunderhawk engaged its thrusters and roared away, pursued by Xenos fighter craft. The Battle Sister seized the opportunity. Mortifiers, penitent engines, and Cestus Repentia carved a furrow through the Orcs. Yarrick bellowed rallying cries, urging Astra Militarum soldiers to redouble their efforts. The Tempestus Scions took up firing positions, blasting Orcs from saddles with their hotshot lasguns. Yarrick too waded into the fight, storm bolter roaring, and Baeli spitting las bolts. At the sight of his advance, confidence drained from the hordes. Pockets of warriors wavered and then fled. Yarek's orders boomed from his Voxcaster, cutting through the din of explosions and gunfire, signaling a withdrawal. Wazdaka fumed. Not only had the fight slowed down, but now a good portion of his lads were legging it. Their flight afforded the Imperial forces the chance to withdraw. Only the Battle Sisters remained, pressing their momentary advantage against the wavering Orc hordes. Pushing Big Reva to its limits, Wazdaka plunged deeper into the fight, smashing his way through the Battle Sisters, chasing down the fleeing Astra Militarum vehicles. He zoomed towards the column, trailed by a wedge of hollowing warbikers. The turret of a Chimera turned, tracking him as he burned by. Wazdaka stood hard on his rear brake and threw his weight to one side, wrenching Big Reva into a power slide and angling towards the Imperial vehicle. Laser blasts fizzed through the air and struck the warbike's chassis, eliciting a gout of fire and a cloud of smoke. Beneath him, Big Reva chugged and hacked. Wazdaka smashed his handlebars in frustration as he ground to a halt. Wazdaka glowered and growled. Old Baelai was back and, worse still, had gotten away. Wazdaka didn't relish informing Ghazghul of this development, particularly considering how dead Yarek was supposed to be. However, he had won a victory, of that much he was certain. The retreating Imperials had left more than 2/3 of their number strewn dead or wounded across Vulcanus Ridge. The rest wouldn't escape for long. Already, Fixit was buried in a bag of spanners and bolts. Soon, Wazdaka would be on the move again. The retreat to High Vulcanus.
Wanted a trip I'd never forget.
The Battle of Vulcanus Ridge had been a disaster. General Locke's hastily assembled task force had failed to reach the Liberation Line and relieve its beleaguered defenders, and had left more than half of its strength burning. The retreat towards High Vulcanus was undertaken in as orderly a manner as could be managed. Though Locke's forces had met with disaster at Vulcanus Ridge, the return of Commissar Yarek had proven much-needed motivation. Small formations of Astra Militarum and Adepta Sororitas detached from the retreating columns and dug in to slow the Orc pursuit. Cries celebrating Yarek's return echoed across Vox channels as soldiers fought and died to cover the retreat. At the Nasserine Flats, Colonel Curzon's 36th Krieg Infantry Regiment halted and turned their heavy weapons on the battle wagons of Dakafist's Steel Eds, reducing the Speed Boys' Blitz Brigade to scrap before being overcome. Palatine Vermeera, meanwhile, led a counter-thrust west, almost reaching Armageddon Prime's western coast before her martyrdom. Such sacrifices, coupled with the temporary rout of many Orcs, enabled Locke's retreating forces to get to the mouth of the Mannheim Gap ahead of the pursuing enemy. This narrow pass, bristling with defense fortifications, had been the focus of heavy fighting during previous conflicts. Though it remained a formidable defensive position, the Mannheim Gap was now more vulnerable than ever. With much of its standing garrison committed to battle elsewhere, and its complements of Titans and heavy armor depleted by decades of warfare. Leaving the bulk of their remaining forces, including Canoness Preceptor Mercia and her Zephyrim Elite, to defend the pass, Yarek and Locke made for the safety of High Vulcanus' curtain walls. Back in the saddle. With Fixit still completing hasty repairs, Wazdaka found himself lagging far behind his prey. He made as much haste for the Mannheim Gap as his battered steed would allow, trusting his Grot Oiler to restore Big Reva to full function. Eventually, as the mouth of the Mannheim Gap opened before him, a tap on the shoulder from Fixit signaled that everything was back in order. The lights on his instrument panel flashed wildly, and Big Reva's engine roared. As Wazdaka engaged full throttle, the Speedwar coalesced around him again, overtaking and destroying straggling elements of Locke's columns, before plunging into the mouth of the mountain pass. Here, the Orcs were met by Astra Militarum super-heavy armor and the guns of the Volcanus Mountain Space Defense Fortress. Wazdakar wove a path of destruction through ground-shattering barrages, guided his steel over jutting rocks, and boosted into the midst of dumbstruck enemies. He was in his element, lost in the thrill of high-octane destruction. Big Reva scattered ranked foes and shock-jumped amid storms of energy. The thick smog of fumes and rocket propellant settled low in the Mannheim Gap, shrouding all in noxious darkness. Mile by bloody mile, the Orcs drove on, surging over and through their overwhelmed defenders. All attempts to arrest the momentum of the speed war were met with frustration. On the outskirts of the Gap, bugles sounded, heralding a mass charge of Death Rider squadrons. The Death Corps cavalry met Wazdakar's warbikes head-on, with frag lances leveled, blasting dozens of Orcs from the saddle. In return, they were mowed down or dragged behind the steel tracks of gargantuan war engines. Canoness Mercia and her Zephyrim soared overhead, descending to skewer Orc riders and engage in aerial skirmishes with mobs of snarling Stormboys. In response, Wazdakar guided Big Reva along a spur of jutting rock and took flight. His Psycho Gatler spat a hail of bullets and grenades, sending the Zephyrim plummeting to the ground. His Grabber Dragger shot out to ensnare the Canoness, its jaws closing around her trailing leg and dragging her in Wazdakar's wake, smashing her flailing body into jagged rocks and against tank traps. With each impact, Ceramite shattered and fragile bones broke, until the Canoness ceased struggling. Wazdakar cast her corpse aside. The walls of High Volcanus loomed out of the darkness as the Orcs thundered towards the eastern mouth of the Mannheim Gap. It seemed that nothing could halt their relentless advance. Ignominious retreat. Reaching the gates of High Volcanus, ahead of Wazdakar's Orcs, Commissar Yarek, Dogmata Superior Frey, and General Locke bore grim tidings to the Council of Armageddon. Reports flooding in from the planet's other hives were equally dire. Hell's Reach, Acheron, Tartarus, all were besieged. Even mighty Hive Infernus was surrounded by Orcs. The continuing flow of water and promethium from the Deadlands suggested that the Space Marines had met with some success, although all attempts to raise them had been returned with silence. As Yarek addressed the council, former allies noted his elderly body, ravaged by time and war, was supported by an exoskeleton, and his skin bore a sickly sheen reminiscent of an embalmed corpse. However, he spoke with intensity and intelligence, warning that Armageddon could not stand alone against the Orc tides. Its armies had faced only the first waves of the Orc onslaught. Ghazghkull was coming. If Armageddon was to be saved, then a call for aid had to be sent off-world, one loud and urgent enough to cut through the psychic cacophony ringing out through the rest of the subsector. Unsealing an ancient portable reliquary, Yarek withdrew a gold-plated servo skull. This was, he explained, the Pharis Horrifica. The macabre device floated before the council, a mist of scented holy water rising from thuribles that dangled from its lower cables. Yarek claimed that it had been crafted from the cranium of a master astropath, engraven with the sigil of the Astra Telepathica. The Pharis Horrifica would act as both a focus and a beacon for the astropathic choir's ritual of sending, lacing their psychic messages with symbolistic significance, and ensuring that they would cut through any warp turbulence and the innumerable astropathic distress cores being emitted from the many worlds in this subsector. Yarek claimed that this would enable High Volcanus' astropathic choir to send a priority signal that would be certain to grasp the attention of sector commanders, Space Marine chapters, and myriad other Imperial forces. With the God Emperor's blessing, Armageddon may be saved. All Yarek required was an escort to the astropathic relay. With the council in agreement, Yarek departed. Governor von Ruger and a squad of Tempesta Science in tow for the astropathic relay. However, Even if the Commissar's words were to be believed and reinforcements were summoned, Armageddon Prime would still need to be stabilized. Graves, incandescent with rage at the abject failure of Armageddon's military leadership, pointed the finger of blame squarely at General Locke. His initial hesitation and inaction in the face of Xenos aggression had, she accused, cost them victory. Before the general could protest his innocence, Graves drew her pistol and shot Armageddon's most senior officer dead, much to the horror of many in the council chamber. Graves quelled their protestations with an icy glare. Now was no time for hesitation or mercy. Armageddon needed a ruthless leader, one who would accept death before defeat. Thus, as Locke's corpse was dragged from the chamber, Marshal Gorman of the Death Corps of Krieg was appointed in his stead. Gorman was a coldly calculating commander, whose pitiless mathematical methods of waging war appealed to her own callous sensibilities. He would provide the blunt and unimaginative defiant leadership High Volcanus required to hold the Orcs at bay. Dark Revelation. The whine of servo motors and the clang of booted feet on metal floors echoed through the empty corridors of High Volcanus' central spire. The nobility were conspicuous by their absence. In Armageddon's hour of need, no citizen had been spared the draft. Only the governor, his elite guard, and a skeleton crew of servitors remained within the palatial districts. Flanked on either side by grim-faced Militarum Tempestus soldiers, Commissar Yarrick followed the diminutive form of Governor Agmund von Ruger towards the reinforced blast doors of the highest astropathic sanctum. The Phallus Horrifica drifted ominously above his left shoulder. A pair of troopers and a major stood before the doors, las guns held across their chests, eyes
Thanks for
fixed
rolling
forward.
through, bro. Appreciate you.
They snapped to attention at the
Glad to
governor's
see you in the
approach.
world
The major
over in
offered a sharp
Minecraft,
salute,
man.
eyes darting nervously
Some good
towards
stuff.
the
I
Tempestus
can't wait to go see your project
Von
here
Ruger
one of these
dismissively
days
waved him
soon.
aside.
Whenever you're ready
Open
for
the doors,
reveal.
Major, he said. We have an urgent message for relay. The Major moved to the panel on the left side of the door. His gloved hand flashed across the controls. With the sounds of grinding mechanisms, the doors slowly slid open. Beyond, another long, dark corridor stretched away. Lumens blinked to life along its length. At the far end of the corridor stood another set of reinforced doors, inlaid with the iconography of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. The Steel Legion Major led them towards the blast doors, withdrawing an ornately decorated code cylinder from his breast pocket as he marched. Yarrick and von Ruger followed closely. The 5 Tempestus Scions trailed behind. Reaching the far end of the corridor, the Major approached the servitor wired into the stone and metal frame of the doorway. It twitched into wakefulness at his presence. Milky white eyes
Hell
opening
yeah,
to meet
dude.
the Major's gaze. Its
That's
vox
right.
unit emitted a wail of static. Major Gerard Vernon, clearance Scion Alpha, the Major said. Open communications with the Sanctum Guards. The servitor twitched again, its mechanisms humming as the Vox channel opened. There was no response. The Major's brow furrowed. He spoke again. Muller, Vren, do you copy? Open the door! Clearance Scion Alpha! Again, nothing but static. The Major turned to regard Yarrick and von Ruger, looking concerned. Strange. Perhaps a mechanical issue. I will have to raise Magos Hearn for an override, he said, reaching for his Vox bead. We have no time for that, Major. Step aside, von Ruger replied. The governor approached the panel. He withdrew a small cylinder from a fold of his gown and unsealed its cap, revealing a needle-like protrusion within. He pressed his palm against the spike. A rivulet of blood ran from his hand into the reservoir at the base of the device. Lifting a panel beneath the servitor's torso, he connected the cylinder to a socket within. Override. Agmund von Ruger, Volcanus Cryptus Vermilion. 953, he said loudly and clearly. The servitor's head bobbed again, letting out a binaric acknowledgement. Gears clicked and whirred. The gilded door slid open. As it did so, The Tempesta scions shifted, readying their weapons. Yarrick was the first to cross the threshold. His eye was immediately drawn to the shimmering pool at the heart of the circular chamber. It was illuminated by a pillar of light, filtered through a glaciac dome in the center of the vaulted ceiling. 2 corpses bobbed face down, their blood staining the blessed waters crimson. Alabaster sculptures ringed the pool, most of which had been shattered by gunfire and daubed with crude glyphs. Banks of techno-arcane machinery had been ripped and blasted open, sparking cables trailing from their innards. The acrid stench of burning electronics mixed with the coppery tang of spilt blood. Yarrick strode forward into the chamber, scanning the alcoves. The emaciated bodies of the choir's astropaths had been wrenched from their stations and hacked apart in a savage frenzy. Severed limbs and ragged, butchered flesh lay everywhere. Arterial sprays drenched the walls and floors with rivers of crimson that had now pooled on the flagstones. A crackling static energy hung in the air, the smell of burning ozone and sulfur betraying the collapse of the chamber's hexagrammatic wards. Yarrick knew immediately that the relay was beyond use. No message would leave Armageddon from here. Bonruga gasped as he entered behind Yarrick and gazed upon the slaughter. He raised a hand to his mouth, visibly fighting back the urge to vomit. "Emperor, protect us," he whispered. The Tempesta scions moved ahead of Yarrick, inspecting the remains of the astropathic choir, probing, prodding, and testing. "They have not been dead for long. A few hours at most," the sergeant said, gesturing to the torso of a butchered astropath. "How could this have happened?" said the major, his voice barely a whisper. "We received no warning of a breach. The blast door has been sealed since the last sending. There is no other access point." "Orc infiltrators," a second scion said. "Judging by these wounds." Yarrick moved deeper into the cavernous chamber. His eyes began to adjust to the darkness. Striding around the central pool, he moved to the far side of the sanctum. The skulls of long-dead astropaths coated the wall, interred here to watch over their living successors. Amid the wall of skulls, marble tableaux depicted scenes from Armageddon's past. Yet it was not the delicate carving that drew Yarrick's eye. A crude glyph had been drawn in blood. As far as Yarrick could tell, it depicted a bloody dagger. Above the sigil, daubed in feet-high letters, a taunting phrase had been scrawled across the pale stonework, one that spoke the malicious cunning of the Orc invaders. "No escape."
See that?
Gambit. The sabotage of High Volcanus' astropathic relay and the slaughter of its choir forced a reappraisal of the Imperial War effort. Volcanus, Yarrick estimated, could hold out for weeks, perhaps even months, but not indefinitely. Armageddon's other highs were likely suffering just as severely. Priority message still needed to be sent, one that could only be transmitted with the aid of the Farus Horrifica. Armageddon was somewhat unusual amongst Imperial worlds. In no fewer than 4 of its hives contained astropathic relays. However, due to ever-increasing Orc air superiority, those at Hive Infernus and Hive Hellsreach were well beyond Yarrick's range. Any attempt to journey there by land would require crossing the smouldering equatorial jungle. Realistically, only the relay station at Hive Death Mire was within Yarrick's reach. The high-priority distress signal could still be dispatched if the Farus Horrifica could be transported there and handed over to the choir.
Damn.
However, given the sheer volume of orcs pressing towards High Volcanus and swarming across the plains of Anthrond, simply breaking through the gathering encirclement would be difficult enough, let alone evading them for more than 1,000 miles. Aided by Greys, Marshal Gorman and dozens of High Volcanus' most experienced strategos, Yarrick set about plotting a method of reaching the distant hive. The swiftest route to Deathmire would be to drive east, crossing the Volcanus Bridge before swinging south along the Volcanus Highway. However, this plan presented several problems. With the orcs beginning to filter through the Mannheim Gap and scramble over the Volcanus Mountains, the hive was already largely surrounded. To punch through the burgeoning siege, Yarrick and his allies would have to commit a force of considerable size and strength. An armoured convoy of the sort required could not filter out of the gates unnoticed, and even if it did, could scarcely hope to overrun Wazdakka's highly mobile warbands. In addition, the Orc encirclement would be but the first of several obstacles to overcome. The Volcanus Hiveway would take the relief convoy past Hive Tempestora, the domain of the capricious Bad Moon's war boss, Agrok Glitztooth. It was likely that he, too, would pose a threat. Thus, Yarrick's armoured fist would need prodigious firepower in addition to speed. Having conducted a thorough evaluation and brutal reconstruction of High Volcanus' military leadership, Graves recommended the boldest, most aggressive and most loyal of tank commanders to lead the breakout force. Buying time. What was required for the plan to succeed, Dogmata Superior Frey pointed out, was a distraction. And so, as Commissar Yarrick set about requisitioning the vehicles and troops required, she, Graves and Gorman began mustering a second force. It needed none of the speed and mobility of Yarrick's armoured spearhead. It instead required firepower and resilience. It would be a blunt anvil upon which the orcs would hurl themselves until they, or it, shattered. Led forth from the city walls by Graves, this blocking force would engage the gathering orcs directly. It would attack on a narrow front, smashing into Wazdakka's encroaching speed war and distracting it long enough for Yarrick's armor to exit the Sated Gate and punch through whatever resistance remained in his sector. From there, Yarrick would cross the Volcanus Bridge and be well on his way to Hive Fleet Deathmire before the sidetracked orcs could organize a coordinated pursuit. By the time Graves, Gorman and Frey had begun mustering the soldiers and materiel required, news of Canis Preceptor Mercia's demise had filtered back to High Volcanus. Her death had seen the partial collapse of the Mannheim Gap's fortifications, sending waves of desperate, battle-worn troops flooding back to the relative safety of Volcanus' gates. If these exhausted soldiers had hoped for a reprieve from combat, they would be bitterly disappointed. Shattered formations of Cadians, Kriegsmen, Semtexians and Mordians were reformed into understrength battalions, some composed entirely of the walking wounded. These troops were absorbed into Graves's rapidly swelling strike force. The swiftest, most reliable and hardest hitting of High Volcanus' armoured vehicles had been placed under Yarrick's command. For the diversionary assault, Marshal Gorman and his logisticians assembled several companies from those that could be spared from Yarrick's entourage. These were comprised almost entirely of Leman Russ battle tanks, crewed by grizzled veterans with experience fighting orcs. 2 lancers from House Terran would join them, as well as a patchwork of lightly armoured transport vehicles, repurposed artillery tractors and industrial vehicles that could be laden with Hive militia and untested regiments of freshly equipped conscripts. The guns of the Krieg 551st Siege Regiment, positioned atop the Hive southern walls, would supplement the heavy cannons built into the outer shell, providing additional artillery firepower. Order of our Martyred Lady were now under the direct command of their Dogmata Superior. Perceiving the retreat from the plains of Anthrand as an unforgivable failure, Frey now demanded that her sisters atone for the calamity. The zealous warriors, eager for redemption, would add additional punch to Graves' forces. Even so, they would be significantly outnumbered by their enemies. The largest concentration of orcs had begun to mass beyond the Hive's southern gate, and still they poured out of the Mannheim Gap in their teeming hordes. It was there that Wazdaka had been most recently spotted, weaving through the perimeter defenses like a dynamo of destruction and leading constant probing assaults against outlying fortifications. It was in this direction that Graves would throw her feint. By striking near the Mannheim Gap, the diversionary assault would, it was hoped, appear to the enemy as a legitimate attempt to relieve besieged allies and recapture the pass. This would force the orcs to give battle, or risk their valuable route of reinforcement and resupply being closed upon them. With the strategy decided, Graves and Gorman turned to rallying their battle-fatigued soldiers. Though her evaluation and pruning of Hive Volcanus' command structure had been thorough, Graves feared that defeatism and cowardice were endemic among some of her units, and so determined that she and her officio prefectus retinue, her so-called right hand, would need to be at the front line to maintain order. She would oversee the fighting from the pulpit of her armoured and heavily modified Centaur RSV Vigilance. Thus, as Commissar Yarek's armoured column assembled within Hive Volcanus' walls, Commissar Graves, Marshal Gorman, and Dogmata Superior Frey formed at their units inside the Hive's eastern curtain wall and awaited the signal to strike. Sallying forth. With a thunderous groan of ancient machinery, Hive Volcanus' reinforced gates swung open, and from the innards of that great hive surged forth an avalanche of steel. At the forefront rode Commissar Graves aboard Vigilance, with a power gauntlet Manus Mortis raised high, and the gilded prow of her custom Centaur RSV forming the point of an armoured wedge. She plunged into Wazdaka's massed orcs like the tip of a sharpened bayonet. Preceded by a barrage of heavy artillery fire, the first wave of the diversionary assault pummeled its way through hastily constructed orc siege works outside Hive Volcanus. Many of these positions had only recently been vacated by Imperial defenders, and were yet to be fully garrisoned by the aliens. Rogaldorn tanks, still bearing myriad scars from past conflicts, ground over trench lines, Sponson flamers immolating orcs as they scrambled to bring crude weapons to bear. Vigilance smashed into a group of buggies, Chiron Gatling cannon blazing, Graves' squad, her right hand, firing stubber bursts. The vehicle's prow threw the smaller enemy vehicles aside. Some burst into flames, crews and passengers scrambling desperately to free themselves from the burning wreckage. Centaur RSVs moved forward to support the assault, pintle gunners covering debussing soldiers. Graves drew her power saber and held it aloft, her vox-amplified war cries thundering over the cacophonous din of armoured warfare, encouraging her infantry forward. Marshal Gorman's Death Riders continued the assault, their augmented steeds scrambling over razor wire and partially collapsed structures. The riders plunged through channels in the Imperial armour formations, with frag lances lowered. They slammed into clustered orc mobs in storms of shrapnel, riding roughshod over their foes. Fallen orcs were trampled to a bloody pulp. Teams of heavy weapons rushed into liberated positions, hauling corpses aside and swiftly setting up mortars and other large guns with which to support the advance. Krieg infantry ran forwards with bayonets fixed, reoccupying trenches and pouring lethal volleys of lasgun fire and flamer bursts into retreating mobs. From the south and north, pillars of ash rose, and the growl of orc engines grew louder as speed mobs converged on this latest source of entertainment. The Death Corps soldiers who had led the assault fought with the self-sacrificial fury for which they were renowned, needing little encouragement from their commanders. With pinpoint firepower and desperate bayonet charges, they cut a red swathe through a sea of green, dragging less experienced and motivated warriors forward in their wake. Amid swirling ash and biting dust, the surprised orcs attempted to mount a counterattack. War bikes careened forward as looted tanks rumbled behind. A smoke-belching truck thundered towards Vigilance, forcing Commissar Graves' driver into a sharp turn. There was a squeal of steel on steel as the two vehicles collided, hulls scraping together. A trio of orc boarders leapt onto Vigilance's armoured pulpit. Graves' power fist Manus Mortis found the door of one, shattering bones, splintering tusks, and knocking the orc overboard to be crushed beneath rolling tracks. The second cut down Graves' Voxman before her power sword took out its throat. The third clambered onto the cabin, chopper raised to strike, only to be riddled with holes by the pintle gunner. Then the truck peeled away, disappearing into an obscuring curtain of poisonous dust. The fighting was brutal. Vehicles, both Orc and Imperial, crashed and burned, sending up thick columns of smoke visible from miles away. Eventually, the might of Graves' armoured spearhead told, and the remaining Orcs broke, changing course and heading towards the Mannheim Gap. Vibrant signal rockets arced overhead, their explosions and trailing clouds of smoke adding colour to blackened skies as the speed mobs retreated over the horizon. Graves observed the flares with a satisfied nod. The Orcs would be back. Her plan counted upon it. Marshal Gorman's infantry were busy mopping up the last pockets of Orc resistance left behind by the retreating speed freaks. With the feint thrown, the next stage of Graves' plan moved into action. Sisters Hospitaller and Astra Militara Medicae made their way through hastily dug trenches and foxholes, tending to the wounded, offering ministrations to the doomed, and handing out combat stims. Death Corps combat engineers and penal troops laboured to shore up trench lines and dig firing pits for armoured vehicles. Corpses, scrap metal, and the wrecks of war machines were piled in front of tanks to obscure their silhouettes, and arranged to form barricades behind which field artillery could be concealed. The tanks and retributor squads of the Order of Our Martyred Lady took up firing positions, and Augmata Superior Frey glowered at the toiling troops from atop her ambulatory pulpit of judgment, the throne of blame. She bellowed the tenets of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, leaving her battle sisters in no doubt as to the sacrifice demanded of them. Mortifiers and Repentia chained to her throne served as a reminder of the fate awaiting anyone who failed to live up to her exacting standards. Reconnaissance platoons fanned out ahead of the defensive positions. Sentinels stalked forward, auspicators scanning for signs of Orc movement. It would not be long before the first reports of incoming aliens hissed across Vox channels, and gunfire rang out once more.
You ever hear a city?
A desperate feint. At the eastern mouth of the Mannheim Gap, pockets of Imperial resistance remained as islands in the endless stream of Orc speedsters. Dozens of broad channels had been blasted through the layered minefields, trench networks, and bunker clusters that defended this crucial pass. Speeding along these newly hewn race tracks, Wazdacker was in his element. He powered through the melee, pulling wheelies and unleashing wild fusillades from his Psycho Gatler. Behind him, Fixit busied himself patching Big Reva's chassis, clinging on while welding loose scrap over bullet holes. Wazdacker turned his gaze west. A trio of crimson flares lit the sky, and his shouting box began to growl with reports of a counterattack. He smiled. Just as the fun seemed set to end, Gork and Mork had sent him fresh entertainment. Barking at Fixit to top up his squig oil, he hollered commands and accelerated towards the new scrap. He ran into retreating Orcs first, shaking his grabber-dragger furiously. A good portion was swept up in his wake, turning to follow as he plunged towards the oncoming Imperials. From the south, over the Volcanus Mountains, the exhaust plumes of squadrons of Deathcopters darkened the skies. As the Orcs thundered through the foothills and Badlands towards Volcanus, small Astra Militarum reconnaissance units engaged them from the flanks. Sentinels and Hippogriff AFVs used any cover they could while picking off targets, while elite Cadian recon squads and Steel Legion veterans sought to draw the advancing Orcs into ambushes. Yet these efforts were little more than irritants to the speed freaks. They barely stopped to engage the foe. Great battle fortresses turned their prodigious munitions on the Imperials, Orc gunners whooping as their deafening barrages showered the soldiers with lethal shrapnel, while Deathcopters obliterated light armor. Wazdaka's counterattack. Descending onto the flatter ground at High Volcanus' southern fringe, the Orcs stormed headlong into Marshal Gorman's prepared positions. From their concealed vantage points and hull-down positions, Leman Russ tanks and field artillery pieces opened fire. Battle cannon shells smashed into the lead wave of Orcs, throwing up ash clouds and pillars of flame. Scrap metal and wreckage soared into the air and bounced haphazardly through the Orc advance, throwing bikers aside and pitching them under the wheels of larger vehicles. Death Corps and Atalan cavalry units charged in from the flanks, meeting Squighog boys and war bikers in headlong charges that pitched riders from both sides from their saddles. Still, the artillery continued to fire. The Malleus rockets screamed down to smash into the Orc advance. Through the conflagration came Wazdaka Gutsmech, a blur of crimson, lurid green lightning and curtains of flame. The roar of Big Reva's engine drowned out the carnage, primal snarl reverberating through the bones of all who heard it. Then he was among the defenders, warbikers in tow. Small arms fire cracked and pinged from Big Reva's steel hide. Scores of Orc vehicles were torn asunder by their opening barrages, pinwheeling away, ammunition cooking off in crackling detonations. The remainder ploughed on. Battle wagons swung wrecking balls as they passed, staving in sponson turrets and decapitating tank commanders as they sought to return fire with pintle weapons. Wazdaka plunged into the heart of the enemy like a hypersonic missile. Loud crashes, explosions, and pain screams followed his path of destruction. As the wave of Orcs washed over them, the remainder of Graves' armored assets, arranged in concentric lines with overlapping fields of fire, opened up. Death Corps and Steel Legion infantry dug in around the remaining strongpoints, swiveled weapon emplacements, and blasted away at oncoming Orc vehicles. Damaged trucks and battle wagons slewed to a halt, causing pile-ups. Under heavy fire, Orc infantry scrambled from broken transports and sprinted towards the enemy. Many were cut down, felled by the precision bolt gun fire of battle sisters, or maimed by mortar rounds. Commissar Graves observed the conflict with grim satisfaction.
I just spilled the
By now,
oil.
Yarek's convoy would have left High Volcanus' walls. Her primary objective had already been achieved.
It's alright. That happens,
All
right?
that remained was to
This is
tie
how we
the
learn,
Orcs
right?
down for as long as possible. She climbed from Vigilance's
This is how
bullet-scarred
we
pulpit
learn, right?
and leapt into a trench filled with filth-encrusted soldiers,
here, check it out.
all prepared to meet the inevitable Xenos assault.
Good thing I
Graves
have my little
doubted
towel
that
right
many
here,
of them
right?
would live the day, but by the Emperor, they would do their duty.
Damn.
There's another.
No way.
Discover another Hendrix.
Everybody's got to do it at least once, right?
Nintendo Switch 2 has exclusive games.
Fail.
Of the Imperial positions, punching through several lines of concealed armor and overrunning forward artillery batteries. Now they found their path blocked by obstinate infantry. Worse, though Wazdaka and his lead units had smashed the center of the Imperial line, they had neglected to clear the flanks. More concealed armor opened up, pouring withering fire into the jumbled convoy of Orc speedsters. Roaring in
Damn, that
frustration, Wazdaka barked gruff commands to those speed bosses close enough to hear, ordering them to silence these threats. Mobs peeled away from under heavy fire, weaving through smoldering wreckage. In the center, where the battle was most intense, Graves found herself embroiled in bitter close-quarters combat. Masses of Orcs, their vehicles unable to maneuver, had disembarked and were now swarming on foot towards the trenches and half-ruined bunkers, clambering over the corpses of
Knocked
their
it over with
allies.
my
Belling
brush.
encouragement to surrounding
Quick
troops, Graves and her right hand joined in repelling the Orcs with bolt, pistol, and saber.
Alright.
the east, Dogmata Superior Frey and her battle sisters continued to repel wave after wave of orc attackers. Singing wrathful prayers, the Order of our martyred lady warriors fought relentlessly. Ornate exorcist artillery tanks fired arcing barrages of missiles that rained the God Emperor's judgment upon the aliens. Each time the orcs surged forward, ranks of battle sisters rose from cover to fell the enemy with hails of bolt gun fire. Those few to Xenos close upon them felt the wrath of flamers, flesh melted away by streams of liquid fire. Intransia Frey was always amid the carnage, the throne of blame striding into the bloody melee, heavy bolters and flamers annihilating entire mobs. Her bellicose denunciation sealed the fate of many a hulking knob and rampaging speed boss. Frenzied mortifiers and sisters Repentia fell upon those she marked for death, hacking down their enemies in a zealous rage, seeking redemption in the slaughter.
Damn, bro.
The penitents carved gore-flecked channels into the alien ranks before they fell beneath the hordes and were slain in their turn. The orcs pressed forward, burner boys clambering from the backs of trucks, howling gleeful battle cries and shouldering one another aside in their desire to set everything around them alight. Soldiers stumbled from their foxholes or scrambled from bunkers to escape the inferno, only to be hacked to pieces by rampaging mobs of boys or trampled beneath the clawed feet of Squig cavalry. Less than a mile away, commandos emerged unseen from the foothills of the Volcanus Mountains, outflanking the Imperial defenses, infiltrating rearward positions and putting enemy officers to the sword. Marshal Gorman barely avoided such a fate, escaping his command bunker only thanks to the heroic self-sacrifice of his Grenadier Guard. Meanwhile, Wazdacker and his speed mobs continued penetrating static defense lines, their lighter, faster vehicles evading fire from dug-in armor, tossing stick bombs and firing point-blank rocket barrages to clear the wings. Slowly but surely, Graves and Frey found their surviving forces pressed into an ever-reducing pocket, at imminent threat of being surrounded. Tactical withdrawal. Smashing a hulking knob aside, Commissar Graves snatched a moment to check her wrist chrono. The orcs had been frustrated longer than she had anticipated, but with a glance around her, she saw the overstretched Imperial forces could not hold the line much longer. Withdrawing from the fight, she led her bodyguard back aboard Vigilance. As the armored vehicle's prow-mounted Gatling cannon spun to life, its salvos keeping encroaching orcs at bay, she sent a series of abrupt vox messages to her allies. Those capable of doing so were to retreat.
What sucks is, like,
Volcanus
I still needed to
suffer
do another coat of
losses
brown
would
over
only impede the
underneath
defense
this
of the
gnome
high
oil,
city.
so I'm kind of putting on the gnome
Those
oil for
unable
nothing.
to retreat were to fight
I was just trying to
the
fix
last
a little
soldier,
piece of the...
taking solace in
the-
their lives being spent doing
I wasn't
their
done with all the
duty.
brown before I started putting the first
Dogmata
little bit of
Superior
gnome oil,
Frey
but yeah.
acknowledged the message curtly.
Make
Her
sure I do it
sisters
all
would
next
stage a
time
fighting
before I do
withdrawal.
gnome oil.
Marshal Gorman's reply was equally abrupt. He would make his last stand alongside his soldiers. For the Death Corps, there would be no retreat. Graves' second order, issued as Vigilance's engines roared back to life, was to the artillery batteries positioned atop the Hive's outermost curtain walls. They were to begin a saturation bombardment of the front lines immediately. Vigilance plowed through masses of encroaching orcs and drove towards High Volcanus. As the walls loomed before her, Graves glanced towards the abandoned positions. Muzzle flashes, pinprick lasgun beams, and gouts of flame illuminated the battlefield as the first artillery shells landed. Debris soared high into the air, thunderous creeping barrages deafening soldiers miles distant from their impact. Behind the curtain of death, the shattered remnants of Graves' armored formation limped to the temporary safety of High Volcanus. As the skies darkened with the volume of shells, and explosions rippled through their ranks, soldiers scrambled desperately onto the hulls of retreating tanks. Many more piled into the few remaining armored transports. Those forced to flee on foot trailed desperately behind in winding columns that lengthened as the wounded and spent fell behind. Most would never reach the walls of Volcanus. They collapsed with wounds or simple exhaustion, to be buried beneath drifting dunes of acid ash, were crushed by the tracks of Dogmata Superior Frey's withdrawing transports, or were cut down by pursuing orcs. Less than an eighth of those who had left High Volcanus mere hours earlier.
Bro, I wasn't even going to look down. I heard something fall, and I was just going to ignore it.
Path. Even as
and like I
Gorman
thought,
and
wait,
Graves' diversionary battle raged.
what
Yarrick's
fell?
remaining
Like, you know how like
column
something
thundered from
registers
Saint's
after
Gate
the
in
fact,
High
and you're just
Volcanus'
like,
southern flank.
wait, hold on, that doesn't make
prodigious armored
sense. There's
formation
nothing
moving
should have
at
fallen
speed
right
under
now, and then you
heavy
look
escort.
over, you're like,
Every
no.
soldier within it knew their
Yeah, dude.
mission was nothing less than the salvation of Armageddon. It was a truth that filled their hearts with fear and determination. Under the iconic leadership of Yarrick, they would prevail or die trying. When the Sainted Gate swung wide, it surprised the scattered bands of speed freaks racing around outside. They were mobs of chancers and cunning gits who figured that, with both the humans and Wazdaka causing such a ruckus to the north, they would be able to get some sneaky looting and racing done. Their leader was the Deathskull speed boss, Grizzsnag. From his battle wagon, he had directed his warbikers and truck-riding looters to overrun the battered fortifications that guarded this sector of High Volcanus' exterior. The depleted Kriegsmen handling these defenses had sold their lives dearly to repel the avaricious orcs. However, the resistance had been winnowed to a few pockets of survivors, or surrounded by whooping, racing aliens. Many Deathskull mobs had already abandoned the
We're
fight
just gonna have to
in
repaint
favor
this
of
guy
picking
just 'cause
over
already
corpses
kinda-
and hooking vehicle wrecks
It's
to
still a
chain
little
hauls.
bit under him.
Artillery fire still fell amongst them from Volcanus' batteries, but to Grizzsnag, that just lent the whole business a welcome frisson of excitement. The bronze carvings of Imperial heroes and martyrs that decorated the gate's outer face parted to reveal real flesh and blood warriors of the Emperor, riding aboard heavily armored vehicles. Their vanguard comprised
I shouldn't
convoys
known
of
their
Hippogriff
skin. Should I
Air
have known their
Fleet,
skin?
Centaur RSVs,
I don't need to
packed
give their
with
skin,
Cadian
right?
shock troops, and every Hellhound and Banewolf that hadn't been sent away with the ill-fated Purgation Corps. Behind these came scores of heavier vehicles. There was squadron upon squadron of Leman Russ battle tanks, and companies of mechanized infantry aboard chimeras and tauroxes. Formations of heavier Rogol Dawns, Wyverns, and tight clades of Adeptus Mechanicus fuel and ammunition carriers added to the convoy. Knights of House Terran and Hawkshroud loped alongside the armored column. Valkyries and vultures of the Navis Imperialis roared overhead. Meanwhile, at the heart of the formation rumbled an ornate black-armored Baneblade, upon whose hull was blazoned the name Fortress of Arrogance. Flanking this war engine like faithful sentinels came a pair of Legio Metallica Warhound Titans, Lupex Destructor and Hound of Hades. Warboss Grizzsnag started bellowing orders for his mobs to form up and get ready to meet the charge head-on. He was still yelling into his shouting tubes when Hound of Hades seared the warboss, his battle wagon, and everything within 50 yards of it into glowing ash. The tanks of Yarrick's column drove through the scattered and leaderless orcs like a power glaive through scrap iron. Hippogriffs raced in, bullets and explosive projectiles spanging from their hulls as their turret guns spat fire. Hellhounds sent jets of blazing promethium in long arcs to scour mobs of looters from trenches the orcs themselves had stormed minutes before. Some vehicles detonated as rockets punched through their armored hulls. Others slewed off course as stick bombs shredded their tracks. Yet the orcs might as well have tried to halt an avalanche. With the inspiring words of Yarrick ringing through their vox speakers and headsets, the crews mowed down the orcs that barred their way and powered on through the outer defense works. Surviving Kriegsmen offered grim salutes before beginning the work of heaping bodies to plug gaps. They were still toiling when, long minutes later, the column's tail left the Sainted Gate. Gradually, the dust storm raised by the Imperial war engines began to settle. Yet, from the ramparts of High Volcanus, vigilant eyes saw other dust plumes moving on the horizon, converging to intercept Yarrick's column. The race to Hive Deathmire had begun.
You came looking for a light beam.
The burning highway. Yarek's armored columns stormed across the Vulcanus Bridge without slowing. The structure was cyclopean, wide enough to accommodate a score of traffic lanes side by side. A handful of warbiker mobs had claimed the bridge and were racing each other up and down its length. They hauled their motorized steeds around with whoops of glee and raced to meet the Astra Militarum vanguard. But the fight was brief and one-sided. Imperial tanks ground the wrecks beneath their treads and shouldered aside the scrap barricades across the bridge's far end. Moments later, Commissar Yarek's force was speeding towards Deathmire. The highway the Imperial force now followed would lead them straight to Deathmire. Yarek's column would be exposed, ever more so where the highway curved away from the looming mass of the Vulcanus Mountains and out into the wastes. Even in times of comparative peace, this desolate region was always dangerous. Storms of choking ash and corrosive pollutant smog were a constant hazard. They could engulf a stretch of highway in minutes, reducing visibility to mere feet and unprotected bodies to bubbling flesh. Water and fuel were nowhere to be had, except at a handful of way stations along the highway that Strategos assumed were now under Orc control. The column's air cover, in particular, would be forced to break off repeatedly during the journey and boost up to the stratosphere to perform risky rendezvous with marauders modified for refueling. Meanwhile, there was nothing to be done about the colossal tail of dust the Imperial convoy raised as it sped across the wastes. In places, the highway was barely less layered with ash than the landscape through which it travelled. Thus, as they raced south towards Deathmire, the Imperial vehicles raised a banner of debris and smoke that could be seen for miles. Speeding interceptors. It did not take long for Orcs to appear. As the highway sloped down from a raised embankment, a cult of speed swung in from the west to keep pace with Yarek's column. Bellowing oaths through their voxmitters, the nobles of House Terran bore down on the Orcoid vehicles. One, a knight paladin named Bane of Heresy, plunged a foot into a deep well of sinking ash and crashed down to be left in the column's wake. The other knight smashed into the midst of the cult of speed and scattered its vehicles in all directions. Yet, even as the knights broke up one enemy formation, another convoy of speeders arced in from the east, intersecting violently with the Imperial vehicles. Sponsons chattered as war bikes wove between the tanks, riders clamping tank-buster bombs to armored hulls before speeding clear of the blasts. A swarm of deathcopters thumped low to loose bombs and rockets. Chimeras and Centaur RSVs swerved off the highway, belching flames from ruptured crew compartments. A Leman Russ Punisher was flipped into the air by a hit to its fuel tanks. The stricken vehicle crashed atop a pair of Toraxes before all three vanished in a ball of fire. With the lighter vehicles in amongst them and heavier gun wagons levelling harassing fire from the plains, the Imperial tank crews were in trouble. Worse, the speed mobs to the west had reformed around the Knight's charge, some coming about to tie up the furious nobles, while the rest strafed the convoy. Yarek ordered all heavy firepower directed outward to deal with the enemies to their flanks. Meanwhile, he commanded the Hippogriffs to drop back from the vanguard and weave through the Imperial formations, using their maneuverability and firepower to pick off bikers. Their efforts were supported by hails of fire from the hull-mounted lasguns of the Chimeras and pintle-mounted weapons as tank crew members risked the toxic atmosphere to emerge from their cupolas and fire. Many suffered for their bravery. One by one, however, the bikes and lighter buggies detonated. Some tumbled to a flaming halt and were left behind in the dust. Others swerved and were crushed under steel treads. Meanwhile, battle cannon shells and plasma burst lashed at the cult of speed to either side of the highway. Lightly armored Orc vehicles detonated, rolling and cartwheeling as luckless crews and shredded metal spun away. Others plunged into craters blasted before them and came to a sudden, crunching stop. Evening drew in, and the fight was swinging in the Imperium's favor when the droning mass of Orc fighters and bombers swept in from the east. Arrayed in the clan colors of the Goths and Bad Moons, many bore the glyphs of warlord Glitztooth on their fuselages. The Flyboy Menace. Yarek's escort of Valkyries and Vultures swooped away to intercept the swarming Orc planes, their thrusters coughing in the ash-choked air. The polluted skies rippled with explosions as the two forces met, Hydra flak tanks adding fire from below as their autocannon turrets swiveled. Orc planes were blown apart. Some spiraled down, trailing flames and smoke to smash into the highway. Others engaged the Imperial gunships in brutal dogfights, while many more performed near-suicidal evasive maneuvers before diving steeply to execute blistering attack runs. Much reduced, the Navis Imperialis escort wings doubled back. Their las blasts and rockets, combined with the storm of flak rising from the wounded Imperial convoy, were enough to drive off or destroy the last of the Orc planes. At the same time, the pounding of the big guns sent the speed freaks racing into the wastes to hunt for easier prey. Yarek's column had endured the first true running battle of their mission. As their strung-out formation sought to reform its ranks, they left dozens of burning wrecks and crippled vehicles in their wake. The wrecks were swiftly swallowed by the gloom of night. There was no time to stop and recover survivors or salvage fuel and ammunition. Yarek was painfully aware that every minute wasted risked utter failure. Soulsick and feeling more than ever that Armageddon was some titanic beast forever hungry for the bones of good men and women, he accepted the scores of Imperial lives left to flicker out amidst the wreckage. The mission had to remain the priority.
Cheap flights, insane hotel, Skyscanner.
Into the storm. The Imperial convoy was over halfway to High Deathmire, rolling on through the immense and lonely darkness before dawn, when Yarek's denuded air support reported a severe obstruction ahead. The column had suffered hit-and-run harassment from speed freaks for hours now. They had punched through hastily erected roadblocks and had come under repeated attack by Orc aircraft. However, what lay ahead was a threat of a different magnitude. According to Imperial cartographers, the long-abandoned fortifications of the Helicosa Line crossed the highway 10 miles ahead. Layers of ash had largely buried the ancient defensive structures and the sprawling tank graveyard that stretched around their feet. The Orcs had descended on these sedimentary layers of rusting metal, rapidly excavating them and transforming the resultant loot into ramshackle fortifications. Yarek's spotters reported the scrap fort was still under construction. However, enough had been built to bar the road as it passed into a shallow cutting between shoulders of rock and half-excavated millennia-old structures. Tall scrap iron gates straddled the highway, flanked by floodlights and watchtowers bristling with Orc artillery. More structures proliferated below, cluttering a stretch of highway before another set of gates marked the fortress's southern entrance. Further towers and bunkers dotted the ridgeline, interspersed with stretches of wall for several miles to the east and west. The spotters reported a major warband massed within the fortress's walls. Thermo-augury suggested dozens of tanks, walkers, and lighter vehicles present. Hordes of Orcoid infantry infested the structures, and 3 super-heavy war effigies, known by the Orcs as Stompers, squatted like colossal idols at the fort's heart. It was a formidable enough force to stall the Imperial advance entirely. Even worse news came in the form of a priority meteorological report. A ferocious storm of corrosive, irradiated ash was thundering from the south. Already, the remaining Navis Imperialis crews were requesting permission to climb steeply in an effort to avoid its fury. With his column bearing down on the Orc fortifications and the weather closing in, Yarek held a rapid-fire Vox conference with his senior commanders. Should they attempt to flank west at speed, circumnavigating both the Orcs and the worst of the storm? Should they halt and shelter from the storm as best they could, perhaps circling their heavier vehicles to shield the more vulnerable troop transports and supply tenders? Yarek vetoed both suggestions. Time could not be wasted attempting to maneuver such a large convoy for miles in the dark across the hazardous terrain of the deep wastes, all while under attack. Instead, with the distance to the fort swiftly decreasing and the colossal storm front on the horizon, Yarrick and his officers agreed upon a risky strategy. The column was ordered to reform on the move, placing its heaviest elements to the fore, readying for a battering charge. They would fight through the fortifications, relying on the storm to disorient the enemy and provide cover for the Imperial convoy once it tore its way free and raced south towards Deathmire. Yarrick also hoped it might create a roadblock against Wazdakka's pursuit if they could leave suitable devastation behind them. Even as ordered flashed through the column and the Valkyries and Vultures veered off with a scream of turbines, Yarrick wondered why the bike boss had not already caught them up. He dared not hope Wazdakka had let his column escape. Where, then, was he? Yarrick was disquieted at not knowing the whereabouts of so dangerous a foe. Yet there was no more time to worry. Even as the Vox network popped and screeched with rising interference from the storm, the order to charge went out. The Orcs had seen them coming. The ash storm was almost upon them, bathed in the crimson lumen glow within his command vehicle. Commissar Yarrick prayed to the God Emperor and gritted his teeth. Mayhem. Power plants roared as the Imperial tanks accelerated into a full charge. Though external vid feeds flushed green by Necto filters, their crews could see Orc and Gretchen dashing to wall guns. Already, the wind was screaming over the structures, causing crude banners to snap wildly and corrugated metal sheets to groan against their rivets. The storm loomed like a tidal wave. The ash was disturbingly lambent, visible to the naked eye even in the night's darkness. Poisoned light glowed in its depths between sudden flashes of light. With the warhounds pounding at the fore, the Imperial host charged into the storm and opened fire. Explosive rounds lashed the Orcs' walls and gates. Muzzle flare lit the night. Watchtowers burst like metal seed pods. The gate swung outward, flung open from within. Mobs of infantry, speeding bikers, and gunned-up buggies spilt through the gap. Behind them came heavier battle wagons. Shouting prayers and oaths, the Imperial crews surged to meet the foe. Titans, knights, and tanks laid down a storm of fire. The Imperial infantry, for their part, remained with their armoured transports. The Centaur RSVs had closed all firing hatches and secured flak weave coverings over their troop bays, doing what they could to ward off the storm's fury. Those Chimeras and Tauroxes with advanced enough systems had pressurized their hulls against external contaminants. As the two forces slammed together in the shadow of the fortress walls, these proved wise precautions. The ash storm hit like a pyroclastic blast wave. Imperial crews saw Orc infantry plucked up by the storm winds and whirled away or flinched down to muscle and bone. The largest stumbled on, skin trailing from them in bloody streamers until they collapsed. Warbikes, buggies, and even the lighter Imperial tanks were hoisted and then dropped by the vicious winds. Many erupted in brief fireballs. Here and there flaming shapes span groundward. The lightning-blasted wrecks of Valkyries that hadn't climbed fast enough, smashing down amongst their comrades, turbines choked with ash. Visibility dropped even further as dense waves of toxic ash whirled over the battlefield. The Imperial Vox network and Auspicator readouts broke into screaming static, while rad counters emitted insectile chirrs and hull integrity klaxons wailed. Dust devils taller than warlord titans tore through the storm, lightning leaping within them as they snatched up vehicles and tore apart buildings. Vid lenses cracked, leaving tank crews completely blind. Sparks erupted in the murk as speeding vehicles grazed one another, while others collided, belching more dirty fireballs into the uncaring maw of the storm. Imperial and Orc tank crews were forced to wait until they had their enemies at point-blank range before firing. They walked a tightrope between firing too soon and having their volleys blunted by the storm, or waiting too long and being annihilated before they could fight back. Formations lost cohesion. Each vehicle was forced to fight on alone as best it could, More than one Imperial tank slammed headlong into the ash-shrouded fortress walls, or else its crew became disoriented and set off the wrong way along the wall line, doomed to be buried in toxic ash or hunted down by orcs. The skilled nobles of House Hawkshroud and Terrin angled the flickering half-domes of their ion shields to catch the worst of the storm and calibrated their gyroscopic compensators so their steeds leant into the wind. One fell as green energy snaked from a half-screen watchtower to punch through its carapace. Another was smashed out of the advancing battle line as a 30-foot-long girder impaled it like a hurled javelin. The Warhound Titans fared better, their weight and powerful servo motors helping them resist the storm. The Orcs' lumbering war effigies coped best, for their low centers of gravity and tremendous weight made them hard for the wind to shift. However, even their massive super-heavy war engines suffered. The storm abraded exposed cables and wires while lightning crawled across their hulls. Void shields squealed beneath the barrage, and orcoid power fields wobbled like bubbles about to burst. Through the gates. The Warhound Titans and Baneblade led the push through the gates and into the fort beyond. They met a wave of walkers, blasting the smaller war engines apart while rockets and energy beams battered their defenses. Then came the Stompers, lumbering from the green-tinged gloom with all guns blazing. A trio of their enormous def cannon shells struck Lupex Destructor in quick succession. The Warhound's void shields collapsed, and high explosive armor penetration shells plowed into its head before detonating. Princeps Ikodo and his Moderati were killed instantly. Engineer Lex Gamma 06 lived a second longer, before the firestorm billowing from the Warhound's bridge cooked her alive. Trailing smoke and flame, the decapitated Titan fell with the death knell bloom. Horns howling, Hound of Hades returned fire. The Baneblade added its fury to the fusillade, as did every other Leman Russ and Rogel Dawn in range. The belly plating of the lead Stompers gave way, allowing plasma fire to flood in. The war effigy reeled, shaking with internal explosions before detonating. Blazing from feet to armored head, one of its fellows waded into the Knights of House Terrin and swung its titanic mega-chopper. The blow soared clean through the torso of a Knight Paladin before lodging deep in the body of the Knight Preceptor next to it. Burning, the Stomper rammed hard into a third Knight before crashing down on it. Though mournfully static, the surviving Terran nobles heard the last despairing scream of their cousin cut off with horrible finality. Amid the mayhem, Commissar Yarrick kept up a stream of orders and inspirational rhetoric. He never knew how much his subordinates could hear, so he urged everyone to keep fighting and moving, and not let themselves get bogged down. Firing wildly, hulls bubbling and scored by glowing ash, tanks and transports wove between flaming wrecks and crashed through shanty structures. Centaurs rolled on with flak screens tattered, the luckless Cadians within their troop bays trying desperately to lie flat as they sought to avoid the worst of the storm's mass. Finally reaching the southern gates, a squadron of Cadian demolishers blew them from their hinges. The Baneblade rolled over the wreckage, a disordered mass of tanks and transports close behind. The surviving knights and the scorched enormity of Hound of Hades followed. The Warhound Titan backed through the gates, void shields shuddering under weight of orc fire, plasma blast gun flaring, and Vulcan megabolter screaming death. Ignoring the storm's fury, the last nobles turned their steeds about and joined the Titan. Stepping steadily backwards, firing furiously, they picked off tanks and buggies that burst through the veil of wind-blown ash. A handful more Imperial vehicles limped between the feet of the Knights and Titan to escape southwards. Then came the looming form of the last Stomper, Morkanauts and Gorkanauts crowding around it. Knowing the numerous threats the column might yet face, Princeps Lengstrom and the last of the nobles pivoted swiftly and fled rather than stand and fight. They shrugged off a last hail of orc fire as they outdistanced their pursuers. The Imperial column had broken through the Orc fortress, making all speed south again. Yet It was only when the storm finally passed over them, some 20 minutes later, and the last handful of gunships swept back in to provide paltry air cover, that the sheer cost of that effort became apparent. Less than half the original force remained. Not a vehicle amongst them was undamaged, and casualties amongst the infantry were severe. Worse, orc attacks, coupled with the ferocity of the storm, had destroyed almost all the Adeptus Mechanicus support vehicles. There would inevitably be more tanks abandoned in their wake yet. Too damaged or low on fuel to continue, crews condemned to a slow and horrible death. Yet on the southern horizon, dark shadows could finally be seen against the pale light of dawn. The mass of the Hecate Mountains and, west of them, an appalling shroud of smoke rising from the firestorms consuming the equatorial jungle. Hive Deathmire lay ahead, but would it be standing when Yarrick reached it? Desperation. The closer Yarrick's column drew to Hive Deathmire, the more signs of desperate conflict confronted them. Vox channels swirled with panicked cries for help and static chopped orders from within the hive. Vehicle wrecks burned by the roadside, blackened corpses from both sides scattered around them. The highway passed clusters of buildings, hydro pump stations and garrison blockhouses. Most were burned out, or the scenes of battle between Astra Militarum soldiery and hordes of speed freaks. At Yarrick's order, the ravaged convoy barreled onwards, ignoring the calls for help that chased them down the highway. Ahead loomed the embattled hive, which had grown in the convoy's sights over the day from a blurred smudge on the horizon to a ravaged mountain of iron and stone as it drew nearer. Hive Deathmire was shrouded in filthy smoke and haloed by the leaping firelight of the conflagration to the south. Cinders danced between its spires. The contrails of warring aircraft cross-hatched the skies above. Even from a distance of many miles, it was evident that Deathmire was desperately beleaguered. The hive's armored outer skin was blasted open in hundreds of places, or torn away and missing for thousands of yards at a time. The skeletal frames of ruined habstacks and industrial spires jutted up from within like mournful scarecrows. As Yarrick's column approached, it became possible to see scaffolding and gantries encasing many buildings like surgical exoskeletons, suggesting ongoing repairs being attempted even as the hive defenders fought to prevent it from falling. The flicker of muzzle flare and the tiny sparks of explosions were visible from the lowest foothills of its higher spires, yet titanic Aquila banners still fluttered from many of Deathmire's towers. The hive had not yet fallen. There was hope. Shedding vehicles whose fuel had run dry and others too damaged to keep rolling, Yarrick's convoy sped across the Phlegethon Bridge. They ploughed through a brawl between rampaging Goth beast-snoggers and a bloodied regiment of Deathmire's conscripts. At Commissar Yarrick's command, every Voxhaler in his force began broadcasting a loot message. He had returned. He lived. Just as the foe could not kill him, they would not defeat Armageddon. The God Emperor was with every last Imperial defender. They just had to keep fighting. It was hard to say what effect Yarrick's address had on the overrun conscripts or any of the half-dozen other battles the convoy passed. They could not stop long enough to involve themselves. Instead, they stormed on, Fortress of Arrogance rolling in the vanguard along with the last surviving hippogriffs, hellhounds, and armored personnel carriers. Hound of Hades remained close to the night-black Baneblade, while the convoy's surviving battle tanks and knights brought up the rear. The river Phlegethon was well behind them now. The grossly polluted Insane River lay ahead, and, directly beyond it, the armoured skirts of Hive Deathmire itself. Commissar Yarrick allowed himself a flicker of genuine hope, which fanned to a flame when a priority Voxhail was patched through to him. Inquisitor Inigo Croyle, who had reached Hive Deathmire some days ago with the survivors of a Purgation Corps, had been appraised of Yarrick's mission. He waited at the far end of Tunnel Nullus Secunda with a force of requisitioned soldiery to help Yarrick reach his destination.
When I decided to finish
Wazdaka's race. Wazdaka leads his Speedwar in the loop east to overtake the Imperial convoy. He cuts across the waste, intended to join the Tempestora highway, then follow it to the feet of the Hecate Mountains. Tearing across the open waste is perilous. Many speed freaks crash or fall behind. Wazdaka doesn't care. He will win his race, and if his lads can't keep up, they don't.
It was
make
my
the cut.
Agrax Earthshade that I
Gutsmec
spilled.
receives sporadic
The
reports
good
from
thing
his
is I have a
signal
whole
flyboys.
brand new one right here that's
These
not
allow
opened
him
yet.
to keep track of Yarek's column. As the Speedwar
So,
crosses the
that's-
waste,
That's
more hurtling
good, but
warlines
like,
flock to
damn,
Wazdaka's
dude, the
banner.
whole thing,
Some
bro.
he keeps with him. Others are sent
The
west
sucker
to
was
harass the
full.
Imperial convoy. After all, Gutsmec sees nothing wrong
Damn
with
pots.
stacking the odds in his favor.
That's right. It's my first pot
Wazdaka's
spill.
tires hit the Tempestora highway just as dawn is breaking on Armageddon. He howls in triumph, knowing in his bones that he is winning his race. Thousands of speed freaks form a ragged caravan of destruction behind him. Wazdaka and his horde thunder down the Tempestora highways as the contrails of invasion craft burn
I
through
still
the
got a little
skies
bit.
overhead.
That'll last me a
Doom
few
is coming
months.
to hive Deathmire on blazing wheels. Reaching the rocky
Yeah, I got a whole
foothills
nother
of
one,
the Hecate
thankfully.
Mountains, Wazdaka assaults the Rivet Head Barbican, one of the
Kinda settled at
largest
the bottom
curtain
now.
walls protecting Hive Deathmire's northern approaches. Garrisoned Imperial troops are dismayed when Gutsmec and his shock jump dragsters vanish
There
into
it goes.
green light, only to burst back into reality atop the 300-foot wide rampart that runs along the wall top. As Wazdaka rampages through horrified Imperial gun crews, wagons roll into place on the craggy bluffs at the wall's eastern end and raise hydraulic ramps. Then, boosters blazing, swarms of warbikers and buggies attempt to leap from the ramps to the wall top. Those that survive join Wazdaka's speed mob, which fights its way west, using the wall top like an elevated highway. More orcs race along the foot of the wall, or soar ahead in deathcopters and Docker jets. The Speedwar bears down upon Nalos Secunda Tunnel, the route the Imperial convoy will surely have to take to pass under the insane river to reach Deathmire safely. By the time the Humies reach their destination, Wazdaka will already be waiting on the finish line to greet them with all guns blazing. The final lunge. It was then that warnings raced through the convoy's command channels. Massive ash plumes had been sighted to the east, closing fast. An enormous force of speed freaks was racing to cut Yarek's column off before it reached the river tunnel. Worse, one of the spotter Valkyries had confirmed that Wazdaka Gutsmec led the horde. The cold fire that seemed now to be always within Yarek's heart spread through him until it pricked his fingers and toes. He would not be stopped now, no matter the cost. Filled with a mingled sense of exhaustion and determination, Yarek issued his orders. His vanguard accelerated, piling on speed as they shot towards the cavernous maw of the tunnel. The rest of Yarek's force peeled off to intercept the speed freaks, visible as a chaotic mass tearing along the foot of the wall. Grossly outnumbered, battle-damaged and low on fuel and ammunition, there was no hope of Imperial victory. Yet, if the tank crews and nobles could sell themselves dearly enough, they might hold back Wazdaka's hordes long enough for Yarek to make it through the tunnel. With artillery shells and rockets raining around them, Yarek's vanguard made their final dash. They were less than a mile away when the cry went up. Wazdaka wasn't out on the plains leading the main horde. Instead, he was roaring down the steeply sloped outer face of the Barbican wall with a crazed mass of speed freaks on his tail. Green energies flared. Wazdaka and many of the speedsters with him blinked into being on the highway ahead of Yarek's convoy. More speed freaks rained down behind, some tumbling and smashing as they lost control, others whooping with exhilaration as they rode out the wild descent and skidded onto the roadway. The speed freaks raced out from the tunnel mouth, guns thundering. Wazdaka Gutsmec led them with a howl of triumph, for he had won his race against the Gits who had tried to sneak past him. Even better, most of them were now burning in the wrecks of their puny Huey tanks. A good fight at the race's end was a delightful bonus. The Imperial force, for their part, didn't slow. Guns spitting the last dwindling dregs of their ammunition, they charged headlong at the orcs. The two met with a dreadful rending of metal, screeching of tires, and the dull thuds of bodies striking hard objects at extreme speed. War bikes flipped into the air or vanished beneath wheels and tracks. Armored cars and flame tanks exploded, rolling to a halt in the mouth of the tunnel they had fought so hard to reach. Fortress of Arrogance took multiple hits across its massive glacis plate before the towering form of Hound of Hades strode in to soak up the orc's fire. Even Wazdaka hadn't reckoned with an Imperial Titan. However, now he was confronted by it. He knew he had to bring it down. Everything else vanished from him. Void shields long collapsed, armor chewed and battered by what looked like days of hard fighting. The machine was surely ripe to fall. The Warhound's megabolter span up with a world-ending scream. Wazdaka wove through the streams of explosive bolts that tore up the highway and pulverized the warbikers trying to follow him. Moving like a green and red thunderbolt, he streaked past the Titan's right foot with his grabber-dragger outstretched. The impact of his massive claw with the mechanism of the Titan's ankle almost tore Wazdaka from his saddle. Big Rever fishtailed wildly before he could get the enormous warbike back under control. Hitting the brakes and dropping a foot, the bike boss slewed around, gunned his engines, and came back for another pass. The Titan lifted its leg to take another step, but to Wazdaka's satisfaction, the hydraulics and servo motors in its ankle spewed sparks and lubricant where his talons had torn through them. The foot half rose off the ground, hanging awkwardly. The war machine swayed, and then tried to slam its foot back down. As it did, Wazdaka poured fire into the damaged joint, Big Rever's psycho gattlers striking more sparks and causing something to detonate within the joint's workings. He saw the swayed Titan try to turn and bring its murderous guns to bear upon him, but Wazdaka was too fast. A second time, he thundered past his prey. A second time, his grabber-dragger connected with its ankle, and once more, the impact was enough to send Wazdaka skidding out of control. Big Rever somehow stayed up, slamming sideways into an ash drift beside the road and throwing up a dense cloud. As the haze cleared, Wazdaka staggered to his feet, hauling Fix-It out of the drift by one scrawny leg. The biker boss had eyes only for the Titan. Ankle destroyed, foot all but severed, it listed past its center of balance. Its last vengeful salvos sawed the air well above Wazdaka's head as the machine toppled backwards with a howl of overstretched metal and smashed down hard enough to shake the ground. Dust and filth billowed skywards, armor buckled under the impact. Internal systems exploded. Shrapnel filled the air as detonations racked the downed Warhound. Wazdaka grinned as scorched metal ranged down around him. Sure, it was smaller than the monster he had felled on Skalax 6, but that was 2 Shimi Titans he destroyed now. Show him the speed boss who would equal that feat. Belatedly, Wazdaka looked around to see a few of the tanks that made it past him vanish into the tunnel. He considered giving chase, then shrugged. What did he care about a handful of half-dead Humies who had already lost the race? Their city was overrun. Skullcrumper's lads would see to those last survivors soon enough. No, thought Wazdaka, clambering aboard Big Rever and kicking its engines back to life. Give him the open plains. There were plenty more races to be won and Humies to be clobbered, starting with the last handful of those who had stayed outside to slow his speed while down. Ash fountained as Wazdaka revved his speed bike and sped east to join the fight against the last of Yarrick's rearguard, howling speed freaks roaring in his wake. The Last Gambit. Killwrecker hung over Armageddon. Aboard, Ghazghkull Thraka stomped across its cavernous command bridge. His passage caused trophy racks to rattle, and the naval armsmen impaled in them groaned with wet raspy breaths. Around him, mech boys labored at repairs or worked Killwrecker's weapons. Goth bosses bellowed at Blood Axe Finker boys, who strove to keep track of the action planetside. It was a command and control network that, though it frequently devolved into physical violence, was visionary by Orc standards. Ghazghkull was well aware that without his presence, it would collapse. That was why he had to stay in orbit, at least a little longer, even though he longed to join the fighting. Instead, he listened to shouted orders and reports ringing through the command bridge. He bellowed and bludgeoned whenever he knew the personal touch was needed. Then he heard something that snagged his attention in a death grip. "Say that again," he growled, looming over a pair of blood axes squabbling over a shouting tube. "A Humy convoy broke out of Hive Volcanus, boss. Wazdaker's gone after 'em. They had a big black super wagon leading 'em, and the lads reckon there was some Humy big shot on board." A frisson of something more than instinct tingled through Ghazghkull's immense frame. It couldn't be, could it? Had the gods really been so generous? "Some git! Get me a looking scope on that convoy!" he rumbled. Soon, Ghazghkull was squinting at a grady image beamed from the surface. Sure enough, there it was, roaring along amid a battered mass of Humy wagons, black as a Goth's best shoulder pads, and with all manner of glitz and flash bolted onto it. "So, old Baelai made it back," he said. "Me best enemy, back for more. But what are yous up to, ya cunning git?" Ghazghkull pondered the atrocity he'd had Snickrot perpetrate against Hive Volcanus' astropaths. "That it, ya sneak? Biggest boss goes to what? Get a message out from Deathmire? You sending for the Marine gits?" Ghazghkull was conflicted. Would the fight on Armageddon be more fun with Space Marines? Absolutely. But the last time they showed up, they ruined things. He considered dropping down there and crumping the old git all over again. Maybe it would stick this time, though Ghazghkull rather hoped not. Besides, he knew he couldn't. Not yet. That if Yarrick could come back from Ghazghkull stomping him flat, then in theory he could come back from anything. And meanwhile, he couldn't be allowed to call for help yet. "Give me fire control of that custom super blaster," he grunted. "Soon as the git's fancy wagon comes out the other end of that tunnel, I'll frag it myself." Inquisitor Croyle had amassed a force of 2,000 Hive militia and some 50 Tempestus Scions of the 18th Scion Jackals. These he had led to a down Hive refinery complex bordering the southern exit of Tunnel Nullus Secunda. A horde of Goths and beast-snaggers had given chase. Now Croyle had his army dig into the refinery complex and hammered fire into the onrushing Xenos. Croyle tracked a beast boss as it pounded closer between rusted pipes and machine shrines. He settled his Jindarii Toxcycler's sights on the monster and squeezed his trigger. "Ha! Another bullseye!" he barked. The enormous orc collapsed, fresh bubbling, bloody froth spilling from its mouth and eyes. Croyle was picking another target when a Scion Jackal appeared beside his six-limbed Garrulesque steed. "Movement in the tunnel, Inquisitor," said the Scion. "Convoy 30 seconds out." Croyle turned his Garrulesque. Behind him was a ferrocrete barrier where the tunnel entrance yawned like a cave. The roar of engines reached him first. Then came limping Imperial vehicles led by the black bulk of the Baneblade. Then the clouds above lit green. The Inquisitor had time to look up in horror before a spear of iridescent fire reached down and struck the Baneblade. The shock wave knocked some of Croyle's soldiers from their feet. The green fire died. The Baneblade pierced through, burned. Croyle felt despair. Yarrick, slain. Worse, the precious burden he bore was surely annihilated. Yet maybe the Farus Horrifica could be salvaged? Croyle's Garrulesque had only taken a few paces when a handful of chimeras emerged from the tunnel, flanked by a pair of Hippogriff AFVs. The transports halted in the cover of the overhanging refinery structures. Only then did the top hatch of the nearest Chimera swing open, and an unmistakable figure rose from within. This time the cries from the militia were of wonder and joy. "Well met, Inquisitor," said Commissar Yarrick. Croyle heard the soul-deep weariness in every syllable. Yet there was a glimmer of triumph there too. The ghost of a smile haunted Yarrick's lips. "A decoy?" said Croyle, impressed. "One that has worked for now," replied the Commissar. "I have reached Deathmire, though hundreds have died to see me this far. With your aid, their sacrifice will not be in vain." The last gasp. Distance from Command Spire, 4.4 miles. Commissar Yarrick and Inquisitor Croyle lead their scratch force in a determined counterattack against the Goth Orcs, seeking to overrun their position. The presence of the iconic hero of Hades' Hive goads the Deathmire militia companies to fanatical efforts while simultaneously filling their enemies with superstitious dread. Despite heavy casualties, the Imperial forces put their enemies to flight. Distance from Command Spire, 3.7 miles. Driving along as direct a route as possible, Yarrick and Croyle lead their soldiers through the Forge Heart district toward the Hive's central spires. However, they face a dense and many-leveled hivescape that is badly damaged and filled with ferocious conflict. The Orcs of War Skullcrumper have overrun the Smelters and Haulers districts on the Hive's southern side, and the Peakside Sprawl on its eastern edge. Now they are pushing through the Petitioners' wards to the west and the Armourers' district to the east, flowing around the bulwark of Hiveheart and the central spires, and threatening to encircle them wholesale. Yarrick's precious message must make it through before that happens. Distance from Command Spire, 3.9 miles. Seeking to climb the Lamplighter's Stair in Forge Heart's district, Yarrick's force risks being embroiled in a ferocious ongoing battle around the Stairhead Block Fortress. Retreating rather than being destroyed, they follow Transitway Delta 11 west into the fringe of the cloisters. They hit another dead end several miles along this route, where Cadian platoons are dug in and resisting a tide of orcs pouring from the nearby refabrication stacks. Diverting again, Yarrick and Croyle lead their fatigued force through the Hab Shanties that clot the border between Forgeheart and the cloisters, hoping to slip unnoticed between warring armies and keep moving inwards. Distance from Command Spire, 2.7 miles. Running into a scattered band of Death Skulls, Yarrick's force attempts to fight across the industrial canyon of Smog Gorge. Upon discovering its third and fifth bridges have been destroyed, they are temporarily trapped. It costs Yarrick's protectors dearly to break out of the tightening noose as more orcs are drawn to the sounds of fighting. With the militia ranks devastated, a meager trio of armored vehicles remaining from Yarrick's armored column, and 2 squads of Scions surviving, the force can finally escape across the 8th bridge and into the fringes of a sprawling shrine plex. Distance from Command Spire, 1.3 miles. Commissar Yarrick dares to hope. The Calgar Tower rising on the far side of the Shrineplex should provide a direct route up to the central spires from below. Yet, as his force picks a route between the battle-damaged shrines, they are set upon by mobs of Red Skull commandos. The fight is desperate, and both Yarrick and Inquisitor Croyle are injured. Worse, they are forced to sacrifice the last of their Tempesta Scions and armored vehicles, fighting a doomed rearguard action to hold the commandos at bay. Leading a mere 70 exhausted but determined militia soldiers, Yarrick and Croyle begin to climb the helical ramp that winds up Calgar Tower to the spires above.
Can I give the order?
Distance from Command Spire, 0.4 miles. The ragged remains of Yarrick's force are only 2 levels below their destination when a burning orc lander plunges between the high scaffold-encrusted towers and slams into the way platform above. Bellowing Goth orcs spill from the burning wreck and pour down the ramp to attack. With tailored rounds from his Tox Cycler, Inquisitor Croyle puts down first the Warband's monstrous Weird Boy and then, with a neat shot through his vision slit, the sore-fisted Death Dread that lumbers in the orcs' midst. Yarek's clipped orders see the militia form firing lines and mow down dozens of charging orcs. Still, it becomes clear the Xenos charge is going to crash home. Distance from Command Spire, 0.4 miles. Filled with cold fury at all the lives the orcs have cost, determined not to let the foe stop him so close to his destination, Commissar Yarrick utters a furious war cry and leads his soldiers in a counter-charge that takes the orcs by surprise. In the crunching melee that follows, orcs and humans alike are hacked apart or sent tumbling off the ramp's sheer sides to plummet screaming into the depths below. Yarrick uses his power claw to tear the head from the brutish Goth war boss leading the horde. Croyle picks off one big boss and knob after another. Finally, shocked at the zeal of the militia and with their leaders all slain, the last Goths are driven back to the burning wreck of their lander and butchered. Distance from Command Spire, 0.0 miles. Commissar Yarrick limps into Hive Deathmire's core command spire, escorted by a single squad of 15 surviving militia soldiers and the pale but determined Croyle. Every one of their names will be recorded in the annals of Armageddon's many heroes, but there is no time for such ceremony now. The High Central Strategium is a scene of barely controlled panic, where crimson glyphs flash on hollow cartographs and choral warnings boom from loud hailers. With infinite weariness, Commissar Yarrick sees that his work is far from done. He will need to be both the indomitable leader and feared commissar for those panicked strategos and officers if order is to be restored. But before all that, he has a mission to complete. The commissar goes alone to the astropathic sanctum atop the command spire. There he delivers the Farus Horrifica to the astropathic choir, who receive their burden with somber acceptance. Aware of the price they will pay, they nonetheless do their duty. The overwhelming power and psychic weight of the sending immolates each screaming astropath in turn, before booming out into the warp like the shattering peal of some cyclopean bell. Every astropath and weird boy in the Armageddon system cries out in shock. Many weep tears of blood and ghostly flame. A world's distress call thunders into the void. Commissar Yarrick's mission might be over, but the war for Armageddon is not. However, if matters do not change, it will be soon, for the world's situation has never been more dire. Orkoid landing craft rain down across Armageddon in uncountable numbers. High Volcana stands besieged, with more orcs pouring through the Mannheim Gap and across the plains of Anthrand by the hour to batter at its walls. Hive Deathmire holds, but barely. Only 4 of its 9 primary districts remain, for now, in Imperial hands. The equatorial jungle burns in 100 places, as the ragged remains of the Purgation Corps fight for their lives. As to Armageddon Secundus's hives, the Imperial facilities in the Deadlands and the Fire Wastes, what broken Vox missiles make it through the filth-choked atmosphere send ominous and desperate. Gazgul stands poised to make planetfall in person. More orcs arrive in the Armageddon system by the hour, and still more teleport into being throughout the neighboring systems. World after world screams out for salvation. It is perhaps no surprise when Subsector Command, desperately seeking to cogitate a response to such sudden and overwhelming violence, is forced to issue the strategic proclamation they hoped never to send. Armageddon has fallen. Present day. Armageddon has fallen. In the command strategem of Hive Deathmire, the savior of Armageddon turned the words over in his mind until they became a mental drumbeat. They were underscored by the thumping reverberation of distant explosions, the buzz and squawk of cogitator engines and Vox relays, the monotonous burr of servitor annunciations, and the shouts of command from dozens of officers. Commissar Yarek's face remained a grim mask of calm, despite the horrors unfolding around him. Deathmire's fate had surely been sealed, with alien hordes closing in and its southernmost districts overrun. Hive Infernus was now completely besieged. Hades and Thoradis were long destroyed. Tempestoria lay in the clutches of the enemy. Hell's Reach seawall had been breached, the toxic floodwaters pouring in to drown the lower city. Acheron and Vulcanus held firm, but even the most optimistic strategos projected they would fall within weeks. How many days of slaughter had passed since Yarek had given the Pharos Horrifica to Deathmire's astropaths? Dozens, perhaps scores. Let the message have escaped, God Emperor. Please let them answer. Yarek believed he had concealed his despair well. Even within his sanctum, he allowed his doubts to flare only in the privacy of his skull. At such times, the grisly business required by his new life-sustaining regimen was agonizing, and he did not fully understand what was being done to him. However, the pain and ignorance served to sharpen his will. He emerged from these ministrations with vigor and strength to embolden those around him, to inspire last stands to take command decisions, enough fire to power the furnace of his soul until his next treatment. A brigadier approached, gripping a data slate. Yarek saw the officer's hands tremble as they held it out. With a glance, Yarek consumed its contents. Acheron had fallen. A massive asteroid had plunged towards the Hive in a seeming repeat of the murder of Hades so long ago. Acheron's defenders had unleashed everything they had, confident in shattering the oncoming mass, but it had been a ruse. The asteroid had fractured under fire, disgorging separate rocks and invasion landers laden with orcs. Worse came. Teleportation flares had been detected in the upper reaches of the Hive's command spire. A final panicked communique had identified the perpetrator, Ghazghul himself. The beast had learned and had honed his strategy, just as Yarek had warned. Yarek dismissed the brigadier, suddenly uncertain of his self-control. He had hoped his presence at Hive Deathmire would tempt the Grand Warlord to attack him in person. He had even sent out Vox message taunts to Ghazghul to goad the beast into a reckless response. But Ghazghul had not taken the bait. Not this time. The need to slump in defeat was almost overwhelming. Yarek turned, and light swam in his vision. Fear gripped him that the ailment afflicting him would suddenly become acute. But the blazing lights were not in his mind. They sparked into life on every hololith. Yarek recognized the signature contrails of orbital landers, the scar-like traceries of drop pod descents. Have they come? Is it them? A sense of awed wonder flooded Yarek. He stamped it down, fearful his heart would break if what emerged from the landers was not the planet's redemption, but its death knell. Officers' shouts caught in their throats. A buzz of feedback scratched over the Vox network. A static lace voice emerged from a Vox emitter, its timbre possessing the distinctive power and authority of one of the Emperor's angels. Amid the sound, a single word was heard. Imperator.
Is that what they say when they destroy the planet?
Every meal with
Like
Hidden
Glass
Valley
Planet?
Ranch. Or a
Is it over? Was that it? Damn. Yeah, they probably glassed the planet. Ah.
Of the Reign of Iron expansion. This entry contains all the build-up and action surrounding the Cadian Gate and the machinations of the Lord of Iron, Perturabo himself. So, let us be about it. Agrippina, orb of a million scars. For untold centuries, the foundries, forges, and manufactorums of Agrippina strove to supply Cadia and its defenders with the arms and armor required to hold the line against the ever-encroaching forces of chaos. Agrippina's importance to the Segmentum Obscurus was not measured in production and distribution alone. Countless times have the covetous agents of the Dark Gods hurled themselves against the Forge World's defenses, seeking to plunder its technological marvels. In relentless and attritional wars, Agrippina's tech priests have perfected masterful strategies of defense. Instilled within their cohorts are protocols of dogged resilience, and fostered within the augmented minds of their Scutarii soldiers lingers a cold and unanswering hatred for the followers of chaos. Agrippina's importance to the surrounding subsectors has only increased in the wake of Cadia's fall. Without its supplies of munitions and material, the faltering defense of the collapsing Cadian Gate would have long since come to a bloody end. Agrippinian fleets of macroclades have departed for dozens of neighboring systems, responding to requests for aid, seeking to recover territories lost to opportunistic invaders, or charged with erecting and garrisoning fresh fortifications in order to slow the traitors' advance. Agrippina's military strength is stretched as never before. Yet, its priesthood remains as resolute as ever, determined to defend their Forge World from the encroaching foe, or die in the attempt. Agrippina System. Among the besieged worlds of the former Cadian Gate, few are considered as crucial to the Imperium as Agrippina. No other of the region's worlds matches Agrippina's output in weapons and materiel, nor equals its military strength. For countless centuries, Agrippina was one of the primary suppliers of weapons, alongside its fellow Forge world, Cantrael, and other fortified planets in the vicinity of the Eye of Terror. Agrippina's production lines churned out a wide range of military equipment, from high-caliber autoguns to heavy battle tanks, such as the Leman Russ Eradicator. Agrippina's scale of production is so large that its refineries require a daunting amount of raw materials. To keep furnaces and forges burning, the worlds and moons of the Agrippina system and dozens of distant worlds claimed by its priesthood have been cannibalized in the name of industry, and their natural resources reprocessed to better serve the Forge World's war efforts. Ravaged worlds. The Agrippina system's innermost worlds include Barant, a gaseous planet whose decaying orbit draws it ever closer to the system's star. The burning atmosphere of Barant is trawled constantly by heat-resistant extractor vessels that siphon plasma vapor from the searing skies and haul it back for use in Agrippina's manufactorums. The barren planet Oryx, meanwhile, has been mined down to its very core. In the system's prime habitable zone orbit Agrippina itself,
back to normal.
The formidable navy strongholds and fortified dockyards of Morton's Key and Orent, and the hive world Narsine. The majority of Narsine's citizens have been drafted to toil amongst the labor clades that staff Agrippina's forges, or selected for impressment into Agrippina's Scutarii legions, leaving the once teeming hive world's population critically low. At the outer edge of the system are Kairos, an irradiated landscape scarred by centuries of weapons testing, and Urath, a death world and waste planet coated with the poisonous detritus of industry and warfare. As the millennia have passed, the ever-escalating hunger of Agrippina's manufactorums has stripped its system's planets, and those of its neighbor star systems, of almost all their salvageable raw materials. This has required the Forge World to stake further claims on resource-rich worlds throughout the neighboring subsectors. This rapacious hunger for raw resources has been further exacerbated by the fall of Cadia, collapse of the Cadian Gate, and the manifestation of the Great Rift. Long renowned and respected for the size, strength, and indomitable resilience of its Skitarii forces, the Forge World's once mighty armies have been stretched impossibly thin by the influx of Chaos forces. Some have been deployed to recover technological relics from the path of heretic invasion fleets. Others have been tasked with defending distant mining worlds, promethium extraction facilities, and myriad other components of the world's extensive supply chain crucial to keeping its furnaces firing. Still more cohorts have been dispatched to fight alongside the various Indomitus Crusade fleets, or pledged to assist in the fortification of designated barrier systems in the vain hope of preventing, or at least slowing, further Chaos incursions into the Imperium Sanctus. Traitor tides. The Agrippina Systems worlds have not been spared from the fighting. Simultaneous to Abaddon's assault on Cadia came a concerted attack upon the Cadian Gate's primary systems. Agrippina was assailed by a sizable Chaos force composed of elements of several traitor legions and their accompanying fleets, as well as an invasion force of the Forge World's most bitter enemies, the Dark Magi of Temporia. The Dark Mechanicum heretics of that cursed Hellforge have on several occasions brought war to Agrippina's surface. Their corrupted demon engines
thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys.
Lasting scars upon the planet's crust. So too have Agrippina's tech priests vented their
Here we
rage
are. We're
upon
doing it every
Temporia,
Tuesday. We paint.
even going so far
We play a
as to
little
send an invasion
Darktide,
fleet
40k
into the Eye of
Darktide.
Terror,
Wednesdays,
in an ill-fated
Fridays,
attempt to
Mondays,
destroy
we do
their
watch
sworn
parties.
enemies once and for all.
Monday cartoons, Wednesday
The return
Stargate,
of the
Friday
Temporian
movie
forces
on
and their
Amazon
demon
Prime or
engines
Netflix.
saw bitter and attritional
And we play some
fighting
games here and there.
encompass all of the system's inhabited worlds, decimating the labor clades and fighting forces yet further. The situation was stabilized in part due to the arrival of battered Cadian military units, who aided Agrippina in scouring the majority of the heretic invaders from Kairos, putting down cult uprisings in the hives of Narcine, and forcing the Temporians to withdraw from Agrippina's surface. In addition to providing timely aid, the Cadians brought with them desperate refugees in search of sanctuary. All have been offered protection by the Agrippinan priesthood, though these promises of food, shelter, and purpose are contingent upon their contribution to the Forge World's war effort. Many have gratefully sworn themselves to the machine cult, entering service amongst Agrippina's labor clades, or being inducted into the ranks of the Forge World's depleted Skitarii. Those who refuse to embrace such a fate have been left to see to their own survival, or, more commonly and horrifically, have been forcibly servitorized and inducted into the Forge World's battle clades. The frequent onslaughts of heretic forces and the running battles throughout the Agrippina system have proven especially costly in terms of servitor units, as has the need to operate forge complexes and production lines at unsafe levels for months on end. It is grim yet unsurprising, then, that the tech priests of Agrippina feel not only empowered, but even divinely ordained to repurpose what they see as obsolete organic units with no purposeful future into cyborgized tools fit to defend the Omnissiah's realm or operate his divine machineries. Many amongst the Agrippinan priesthood even believe this is a magnanimous deed that bestows the blessings of the machine god upon even the most unworthy dregs of humanity. Though this pool of new recruits has somewhat replenished the martial strength available to the Forge World's tech priests, it has been far from enough to restore the Skitarii legions to their former might. With heretic raiding fleets spilling from the Eye of Terror in increasing numbers, there remain barely enough forces to defend Agrippina itself, let alone the neighboring systems that rely upon Adeptus Mechanicus protection. It is surely only a matter of time before an ambitious warlord turns their covetous gaze upon the increasingly vulnerable Forge World. Airborne clades. It has been long centuries since any Titan legion called Agrippina home, if indeed any did, records being sparse and contradictory in Millennium 41. Equally, the Forge World's Ordinatus engines have gradually dwindled in number over the long years of war against the traitor hordes. Lacking super-heavy assets, the Magi Dominus and Skitarii Marshals of Agrippina have been forced to adapt their strategies to provide an answer to enemy titans, Chaos Knights, and super-heavy demon engines, In part, this response has come in the form of Agrippina's aerial forces, collectively known as the Airborne Clades, whose numbers have been expanded and their tactics optimized to deal with such threats. Squads of Archaeopter Fusiliers and Stratoraptors specialize in high-risk bombing runs against those targets to knock down void shields and eliminate point defense weapons. They are followed by Archaeopter Transvectors, packed with Sicarian assault specialists who cut their way inside their super-heavy prey and butcher the crew or banish animating demons from within. Thulia Gould, Archmagos Terminus, the Fire of Mars. Mars is the home world of the cult Mechanicus, its most venerable seat of power, and the greatest temple of the Omnissiah in the galaxy. Those tech priests who rise to the station of Archmagos on the Red Planet are accordingly mighty and learned individuals, and their mastery of their chosen disciplines is second to none. In the case of Thulia Gould, that discipline is war. Archmagos Terminus Thulia Gould began her illustrious career within the Ordo Reductor. A highly specialized subcult, these tech priests worship the Omnissiah as an avatar of destruction. They focus all their considerable knowledge and zeal into guiding maniples of cybernetic constructs, war engines, and heavily armored servitors to rain devastation upon their foes. This was a creed that Gould excelled in, finding spiritual fulfillment and grim delight in both the annihilation of the Omnissiah's enemies and the thorough optimization of the destructive capabilities available to her. She rose swiftly through the ranks, studying the holy technologies of destruction and their application upon a grand strategic scale with ever more obsessive focus. As is the way with most tech priests, Gould underwent drastic cybernetic augmentation, seeking to replace inferior flesh with the purity of sacred steel and sanctified cogitators. In her case, each augmentation was aimed at optimizing her capacity for strategic analysis and martial destruction, as well as the additional armor, redundant synth organs, and fiber cable musculature bionics required by a tech priest enhancing themselves for war. By the time she reached the lofty rank of Archmagos Terminus, Gould was unrecognizable. In place of that frail flesh and blood being stalked, a towering avatar of the Omnissiah's martial might, to whom everything, be it war, diplomacy, research, intellectual discourse, even existence itself, was a battle to be ruthlessly won. Icon of war, Archmagos Gould is trapped in an endless compulsive loop of strategic cogitation, analysis, and optimization on an enormous scale. Her detractors, most vocal amongst them the infamous Archmagos Belisarius Call, accuse her of seeing no value to any knowledge, religion, or technology unless it can be harnessed for war. Gould does not dispute these assertions, nor does she see an issue with her monomania, viewing it instead as a purity of enlightenment granted to her by the Omnissiah. To Thulia Gould, the machine god is a deity of destruction, whose approach to the galaxy she is merely emulating. She believes that he has optimized her for war, just as she endlessly hones her own weapons and tools, the strategies and the macroclades she commands to ensure their readiness and lethality. Archmagos Terminus scorns Call and others like him for what she views as their prolificacy. The galaxy is full of enemies, any of whom would gladly see the temples of the Omnissiah cast down and his faithful purged from the stars. Thus has Gould made the pursuit and elimination of these myriad foes her overriding priority. Until such threats are eliminated, Gould sees neither time nor excuse for any studies beyond the martial. If her belligerence and intractability have earned Thulia Gould some critics both amongst the Martian priesthood and some wider imperial institutions, they have won her far more supporters. The Skitarii venerate her as the Vox Dei, the living emitter of the Omnissiah's holy word, and have dubbed her the Fire of Mars. They adore her for a tireless and relentless march towards victory in every theater of existence, and see in her singular devotion to the machine god a distillation of their own service. In her presence, and within the data radius of her thrumming rod of the Warforge, Skitarii gripped with a focused fervor that transcends even the binaric bliss that flows down their data tethers from on high. Tactical and strategic omnidirectives race through their minds faster than the speed of conscious cogitation, optimizing their positioning and sweeping them up in grand maneuvers that see the foe outflanked, picked apart, and overwhelmed. Some among the Martian hierarchy have observed with no small disquiet that the Skitarii appear fanatically loyal to the Archmagos Terminus. Indeed, the cybernetic soldiery are so quick to flock to her banner that it has disrupted the ancient hierarchical protocols that have defined Mars's martial structure since time immemorial.
Wyman gives me the best shine and the best reflection.
Arsenal of the Archmagos. Over the centuries, Gould has accrued a personal trove of cataclysmically powerful weapons, several of them classified as exterminatus-grade implements of annihilation. Some she appropriated from those she deemed ill-equipped to use them correctly. Others she has reclaimed on archaeotechnological digs in hostile territory, or, feeling justified in straining the commandments forbidding experimentation due to the holy nature of her mission, developed from partial STC templates. These weapons of apocalyptic destruction have grown in number as the decades have passed, and now almost completely fill the capacious vaults below Gould's Forge Temple and Hadriacus Mons. Some of these devices are no larger than a thimble, while others are titanic weapons of unique design or exotic patterns of Ordinatus engines. Only Archmagos Gould and a handful of tech priests high in her favor have access to this cache of nightmarish weapons, and they are deployed only sparingly in situations where their use is cogitated to be optimal. One such weapon never leaves Gould's side, however, for she favors it so greatly that she has grafted it onto her physical form. This is the Jericho-class Conversion Resonator. A unique relic of Dark Age technology, the Conversion Resonator converts solid matter into a thunderous shockwave of sonic energy that blasts out in all directions from the initial target site. The sound of the weapon's discharge is like a titanic thunderclap, and many Skitarii believe it to be the war shout of the Omnissiah echoing from the heavens. Anything and anyone caught in the initial blast is annihilated, leaving gaping rents in fortress walls or the armor of enemy war engines, or entire squads of soldiery simply vanished in a heartbeat. Those hit by the shockwave are either pulverized or else battered with such overwhelming sonic input that nervous systems are burned out and instrumentation scrambled. Wielding this terrifying firearm and her axe-bladed Rod of the Warforge, Archmagos Terminus Gould leads the armies of Mars to one crushing victory after another. Secutor of Olympus. The Fabricator General of Mars has, on numerous occasions, charged Archmagos Gould to lead vast Martian armies out into the galaxy on explorator crusades. The reason for this are twofold. The first, and most obvious, is that Gould is an exceptionally effective military commander who has proven herself time and again capable of reducing the mightiest of foes to glowing atoms. The second, less publicized reason is that the Fabricator General prefers to keep the Archmagos Terminus at arm's reach. Time spent on Mars allows Gould to consolidate yet more power and influence amongst the Red Planet's military. An ongoing process some fear is the prelude to her attempting to claim the mantle of Fabricator General for herself, and doubtless redirecting yet more Martian resources to her endless wars. In addition, she has an unfortunate habit of other Techmagos' domains while conducting weapons tests, and then flatly refusing to apologize or make reparations while citing the holy nature of her works. This has done little to win Gould many friends amongst her fellow Martian luminaries. When leading armies into the wider galaxy on behalf of Mars, Gould often takes upon herself the title Secutor of Olympus. She views every battle fought and every victory won as another blow struck in the ongoing fight to eliminate the enemies of the Omnissiah from the galaxy and, in so doing, to protect the domains and servants of the Machine God. It is appropriate, then, that Gould's latest assignment is to march in the defense of Agrippina. With their maniples bolstering the surviving enclaves of the Acadian Gate, Agrippina's fabricator general has left their own system thinly defended, unconsciously so, in Archimagos Gould's assessment. It is her intention to defend Agrippina's industrial might, its holy forges and precious technologies, by whatever means necessary. If, in doing so, she acquires some of the Forge World's more ancient and destructive weapons for her own private arsenal, then that, of course, will be down to the will of the Omnissiah, rather than any intent of hers. Hestarii. Skitarii Heavy Infantry. Optimized for fire support, Hestarii form a crucial component of the Legiones Skitarii, their massed fire lending invaluable destructive power to their allies that can turn the tide of battle. The Hestarii are heavily armored Skitarii warriors whose cyborg forms have been adapted in order to bear reinforced armor and large destructive range weapons. In place of their right arms, the Hestarii are fitted with gyroscopically stabilized gun mounts that are wired directly into their cortical circuits and augury subsystems. This direct connection enables Hestarii cyborgs to fire more accurately than rank-and-file Skitarii. Powering these advanced systems and potent weapons requires large and complex back-mounted reactors and makes the creation of new Hestarii a costly prospect. Thus, they are rarely expended in battle with casual indifference. Millennia of adaptation and experimentation have resulted in the development of distinct forms of Hestarii. Hestarii exterminators are deployed with eradication casters, weapons that project expanded cones of atomizing energy that can completely eradicate even power-armored targets at close quarters and remain capable of causing lethal molecular disruption out to the limit of their range. They are supplemented by shoulder-mounted arc blasters, electrical weapons that provide a moderate amount of anti-armor firepower. Hestarii exterminators utilize this formidable array of firepower to gouge holes in enemy formations and to blunt offensives with sweeping fire. To aid them in these tasks, their helmets possess wide-vision slits fitted with broad-spectrum targeting augers that allow them to precisely calculate the expansion of their weapon beams, ensuring that the maximum number of foes are atomized. Hestarii Fusiliers. Hestarii Fusiliers, meanwhile, are equipped with neutron fusils. These heavy laser weapons are powered by neutronic coil arc reactors that combine densely collimated beams of focused light with electromagnetic energy. This fusion of technology ensures that a shot from a neutron fusel can not only pierce heavy armor, but also scramble power circuits or burn out organic synapses. The shoulder mounts of Hestarii Fusiliers are fitted with phosphor blasters that spit searing balls of blinding white fire, driving back any enemy infantry who stray too close. In contrast to exterminators, the helmets of Fusiliers are fitted with monocular targeting devices designed to aid precision fire. These systems enable them to swiftly bracket, precisely track, and accurately strike armored vehicles and other heavy assets. Hestarii Alphas. Exterminators and Fusiliers are led by Hestarii Alphas. These warriors benefit from more extensive and advanced metamorphosis than the troops under their command. Their superior cognitive and martial capabilities enable them to coordinate the rest of the squad's fire with superlative precision. Whilst Hestarii are ordinarily ordered to avoid close quarters fighting, Alphas are equipped with power swords enabling them to engage foes in melee combat if necessary. The Infinite Citadel. The time has come. We have borne insults and suffered fools for long enough. I have laid my plans for the Infinite Citadel.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys.
Drawn out the schema. Nothing
We're getting
now
our paint
can
on.
stop its raising.
Painting every Tuesday.
Let them all see what we are
Watch
capable
parties
of,
Mondays,
Warsmith.
Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Let them all realize
And we
far
pepper
too
some games
late
in there every now
how
and again.
lamentably they have underestimated us. It has already begun. Pastor and Kyrie lead the advance towards the Loyalist Risible Sanctus Wall. Crosswar commands the push to Chinkare. Jankal, the Sentinel Worlds, and Gravox will lead the siege of Bellis Corona. Your task is the greatest of all. To you falls the conquest of Agrippina. We need its forges, its weapons, and its secrets. Secrets the loyalist drudges of that world do not even comprehend. You, Warsmith Morn, will punish them for their ignorance. You will claim these prizes from me and slaughter all who stand in your way. You will be the iron within and the iron without, the unyielding gauntlet closing around the throats of our foes, the hammer blow that stays in their gates and brings down their tallest towers. You will do this because it is what you were made for. You will do it because no other could. Most of all, you will do this because I command it. Go now, and return to me only in victory. Perturabo Strategic Seance with Warsmith Kravik Morn before the advance on Agrippina. Warsmith Morn's host. Order of battle. Agrippina Invasion Fleet. An almighty assemblage of ironclad might took ship from the void spars of Mendrigard to bring Perturabo's wrath to bear against Agrippina. Having commanded Kravik Morn to advance upon and conquer the Agrippina system and its forge world, Perturabo furnished his favoured warsmith with a colossal host to help him achieve the task. Born through warp space and void alike by a significant war fleet, Morn's forces included not only several subservient warsmiths and their own grand companies, but also sizable strengths from the Dark Mechanicum, Chaos Knights, and even traitor Titan legions. Most insidious of all, the Lord of Iron had struck a bargain with Vashtor the Archiphane, the demonic master of the Forge of Souls. Though Vashtor had sworn himself to an alliance with Abaddon the Despoiler, and would not break the terms of his contract with the War Master, he was not averse to providing supernatural aid to Morn's forces as they pressed their advantage, in exchange for a pledge to reconsecrate the forges of Agrippina to the Archiphane's worship. Precisely what form Vashtor's aid would take remained a secret known only to Perturabo and Morn, but there could be no doubting that it would prove as potent as it was infernal. Estimar Assessmento Traitoris, Order of Battle. Warsmith Morn, 17th Grand Company. 102 warbands of infantry, armor, and super heavy support assets. Warsmith Grice, 16th Grand Company. 60 warbands of infantry and armor. Warsmith Bakur, 8th Grand Company. 26 warbands, primarily armored and artillery. Siege Train, 8 siege covens, sorcerers and acolytes. Temporia Dark Mechanicum Infernal Artillery, number unconfirmed. Temporia Dark Mechanicum Demonic Siege Engines, number unconfirmed. Temporia Dark Mechanicum Omni Auxilia, 15 Macroclades. Chaos Knights, House Nor, Duke Malefice, 22 Lances and support Idolaters. House Commentes, Lady Olverix, 9 Lances, supporting Idolaters and Militia. House Chimere, Sceptred Prince Nishor, 4 lances supporting idolaters and air assets. Traitor Titans. Legio Furians. Princeps Omnia, comprises 4 engines and supporting infantry. Legio Mortis. Skullmaster Euron Gaul, comprises 9 engines and mixed support assets. Legio Volturum. Princeps Crow, comprises 7 engines. Traitor Guard. 89th Styx Hatemongers. Approximate strength 43,000 infantry and light artillery support. First Liberator Saints. Approximate strength 20,000 infantry, 9,000 armored units, and an indeterminate number of zealot camp followers. 9th Neverguard. Approximate strength 5,000 armored units, 26 super heavy assets. Cult elements. Numbers of cult and mutant elements impossible to calculate due to sheer scale and dispersal, should be considered functionally inexhaustible at this time. Void ships. Advisory. Crimson-class threat elements confirmed. Silence of Death. Firefall. Admiral Bleak. Reaper's Disdain. Possible confirmation. Ark of Omen. Netherworld Blade. Possible demonic threat. Full list of confirmed traitor fleet elements appended. Death is a doorway to damnation. The Purge of Cadia. Warsmith Morn's advance towards Agrippina was to be aggressive, but also thorough and methodical. Warp currents could have borne much of his fleet straight to the Agrippina system, with only a moderate degree of scattering and loss, but it would have left enemies unfought and opportunities missed to his rear. He could not lay the first foundations of the Infinite Citadel in such a fashion. Besides, he had a key target to claim before he could proceed, at Perturabo's express command. The first step on the road to Agrippina was to be the Cadian system. Though it had been reduced to a partly shattered demon world by Abaddon's victory, Cadia still occupied a prominent position upon the fringe of the Eye of Terror. The Black Legion had forces active within its system, and several of the less ravaged worlds still hosted fortified Imperial holdouts. Either faction could, in theory, disrupt the Iron Warriors' ongoing operations if left alive. More valuable than mere martial conquest was Cadia's ritual potential. It had been saturated with 10,000 years of powerful emotion, sorrow, determination, fury, and despair, culminating in final tragic defeat. These spiritual energies now clung to its corrupt husk like a tattered shroud, billowing in the currents of the warp. Then there was the world's value as a symbol. Abaddon's blow may have broken the corpus of Cadia, but it seemed only to have stoked the spirit of the Cadian regiments who still fought in defense of the wider Imperium. Perturabo was determined to crush that fighting spirit and silence forever the battle cry of "Cadia stands." Even the world's ghost would kneel in subjugation before the Iron Warriors. Perturabo wished to incorporate Cadia and the warp-maddened planetary system within which it still lingered into his infinite citadel, and remake the former fortress world in Mendringard's image. First, though, it would have to be bound in fetters of unyielding iron. Grave robbers. Abaddon's defeat of Cadia's Imperial defenders was thousands of years in the making. For all the blood and misery spent upon it, however, this world's overthrow was ultimately the unpicking of but a single thread amidst a far greater unmaking of the galactic tapestry. Once it was achieved, the despoiler wasted no time on the former fortress world, for he had greater objectives to achieve. He was not blind to the potential value of the newly transformed demon world, however. Abaddon left a trusted underling, Iordax Quan, to oversee the final pillaging of Cadia's corpse. The task was a relatively thankless one, and Lord Quan was left with a small force of Black Legionaries who took the name Grave Robbers for themselves as a grim jest. yet Quan was a true believer in the righteousness of the Long War and a fervent devotee of Abaddon. Augmenting his ranks with renegades, cultists, and traitor guard, Quan set about his work with the same determination as he had been charged to fight at Abaddon's side in the very shadow of the Imperial Palace. The demon world of Cadia was to be quarried for Noctilith, which was hauled to ritual sites raised by Lord Quan's sorcerers and employed in fashioning warp-infused warriors and potent weaponry. These assets would strengthen the Grave Robbers in the short term, while, eventually, they were destined to join Abaddon's forces contesting Vigilus and the Nachmund Gauntlet. Meanwhile, Quan's small fleet patrolled the wider Cadia system, navigating fluctuating warp flares and immaterium turbulence as they hunted down several Imperial enclaves. The Cadia system existed now in a liminal zone, where the corrosive energies of the warp swelled and receded like overlapping oceanic tides. Its star and most of its worlds had been wholly corrupted by empiric taint, and would be unrecognizable to the countless Imperial stalwarts who had defended them over the millennia. All were carried helplessly by their trajectories into, and then again out, of the roiling warp currents, immersed over and over in unholy energies before emerging ever more horribly altered. Local space was distorted and unpredictable, deviled by supernatural phenomena, ghostly echoes of Vox broadcasts and astropathy that rolled out of the past and future, spectral returns of impossible Auspex signals, bizarre spikes of exotic supernatural energies. It was thanks to this interference that Lord Quan's auger stations did not detect Morn's massive war fleet surging in system until the Iron Warrior's lead vessels were on approach to Cadia itself. Quan's stronghold, known as the Oubliette, was a heavily fortified castle encrusted with distorted gargoyles and massive weapons
place where they put you to forget about you.
One of the shattered and ejected sections of Cadia's original tectonic plates. This island of tortured stone was one of a number of such edifices that hung above the demon world, trapped in its unnatural aegis by invisible currents of warp energy. Meanwhile, down on the planet's tormented surface, Quan's Black Legionaries had established fortified outposts, ritual sites, and Noctilith quarries. From his command sanctum, Lord Quan hailed the Iron Warriors. He first queried the purpose of their presence. When the scout ships answered his challenge with extreme-range torpedo bombardment, Quan furiously demanded the Iron Warriors halt their attack in the War Master's name. This was answered only by Kravik Morn's cold laughter. After that, any efforts at communication or negotiation ended. The purge of Cadia had begun. Gauntlet of Iron. As brutal as Kravik Morn was, he understood well the value of intelligence. His sorceress had scryed the demon world of Cadia, and gauged the strength and defenses of its Black Legion occupiers. Coupled with the whispers of Weirgin seeded into the foe's databanks by the Archiphane, these divinations gave Morn an idea of where and how to strike. The skies of Cadia burned with contrails as the first Iron Warrior invasion craft descended. These were macrolanders packed with fanatical cultists, mutants, and some of Morn's expendable traitor guard. They thundered through the atmosphere in tight formations. Their designated landing zones were Noctilith quarries and fortifications dotted around the equator and northern hemisphere. Their purpose: keep Lord Quan's defenders busy. The macrolanders were met with searing beams of anti-orbital lasfire spat from enormous weapon silos built into and around the Black Legion surface structures. These shots punctured the underbellies of vessels still glowing hot from atmospheric entry. Dark Mechanicum gun crews in service to Lord Quan tracked their targets, chattering to one another in corrupted lingua technis as they unleashed the fury of their guns. Iron Warriors' landing craft spiraled downwards, trailing fire and tiny tumbling bodies, or detonated in mid-air blasts.
Service Titan is the only...
A broken world. The warp had not been kind to Cadia. The former fortress world had been swallowed and vomited forth by the Immaterium countless times. nor as though the warp were venting brute frustration upon the fragments of reality that held it at bay for so long. That it was now a demon world was beyond question. Its landscapes nightmarish and sanity blasting, its atmosphere an unnatural manifestation, breathable, yet with the ominous sense it might evaporate in a moment to leave mortals to a horrible death. Yet unlike most demon worlds, it was seemingly not the personal domain of any singular ruling entity. Rather, Cadia had become a masterless and broken place. It resembled a carcass left to rot by supernatural scavengers. Thousands of mortal soldiers died as flocks of Black Legion Helldrakes and gunships joined the attack on the landing craft. Meanwhile, on the surface, squads of Black Legionaries took up defensive positions around their facilities, barking Vox-amplified commands to the mortal chaff who bolstered their garrison forces. The Black Legion were sorely outnumbered by their descending foes, but they had the advantage of prepared defenses and an extensive and hard-earned grasp of the local terrain. Yet they were also bolstered by the sure knowledge that, as the War Master's own legion, they were inherently superior to the invaders. They had no intention of surrendering, or of abandoning Cadia to the Iron Warriors, and would not be easily defeated. A little over 2/3 of the Iron Warriors' macroclades survived the run to Cadia's surface. These craft put down at a half-dozen sites. Not only the quarries at Screaming Gorge, the Rise, the Carrion Fields and the Shatter Pit, but also the Black Legion fortresses atop Mount Pyre and amidst the living swamp. Point defense weapons blazed all across ships' hulls. Black Legion guns and demon engines raked them with return fire. Hydraulics whined, the huge ramps of the landing craft crashed down to disgorge tides of baying heretics, wreathed in billowing clouds of crimson mist laced with combat stims. The Iron Warriors' expendable servants stormed forth with eyes bulging and foam lathering their jaws. Hundreds were mowed down by Black Legion fire, yet minute by minute they pushed ever closer to their enemy's defenses. Countermeasures. Lord Quan had watched the Iron Warriors' landings from the Oubliette Strategium with a mix of anger and contempt. These assaults, he knew, were mere distractions. He was insulted that the foe might think him fool enough to believe otherwise. Yet Quan was in a difficult position. Of course, he had laid contingency plans against hostile forces menacing his operation on Cadia. Still, the size and suddenness of the threat had left him scrambling to muster a response to the Iron Warriors' onslaught. His handful of void ships had scattered rather than face certain annihilation, trying to contest orbital dominance with the Iron Warriors' fleet. This, of course, left Cadia's skies, and to some degree the Oubliette, open to attack. The enemy warships were even now maneuvering into position, doubtless preparing to launch strike missions against his surface facilities and his personal stronghold alike. Quan knew immediately that his forces were greatly outnumbered and severely outgunned. If the strategic picture were unaltered, his own fleet and garrison would be defeated in mere hours. Unwilling to explain such a catastrophe to the despoiler, if he survived long enough to do so, Lord Quan issued a series of decisive commands. First, his coven of possessed astropaths screamed out the message Quan had hoped never to have to send. Writhing within their binding circle, the tortured hybrids vomited a psychic distress call into the warp. Cadia under attack by a superior enemy force. Lasting defense impossible. Employing countermeasures and delaying tactics. Send aid. Next, Black Legion sorcerers within the witching tower of the Oubliette began a ritual of their own. It was a desperate working that consumed hundreds of sacrificial victims and many of the painstakingly amassed Noctilith deposits from the Black Legion quarries. Yet it was better to unleash that carefully gathered power, Quan reasoned, than simply to lose this one-sided fight and surrender all their hard-won stockpiles to the foe. Better a bolt shell expended in defiance than captured and turned upon his brothers. Thus, as the first true attack wave of the Iron Warriors streaked down upon Cadia, aboard Dreadclaw pods and Thunderhawk gunships, the Black Legion sorcerers completed their ritual. Conjured forth at their bidding, a furious localized warp storm roared into being around Cadia. Long-laid plans. Unnatural aurorae crackled around Cadia's skies. Clouds the color of blood, pus and plasma fire raced across heavens already curdled by the unholy outpourings of the Immaterium. Distorted demonic visages the size of continents shimmered into being, then tattered away again. Iron Warrior's attack craft were struck by warp lightning and transmogrified into detonations of fire and bubbling flesh. On the surface, the bloodied mortals of Morn's first attack waves cowered as mutagenic storms descended upon them. The doses of Frenzon and Slaught coursing through their bloodstreams, no match for the horror to which they were now subjected. Several Iron Warriors' warships, wallowing in low orbit as they prepared to rain shells and invasion craft onto Cadia, were assailed by spectral tendrils squirming from the storm. They fired maneuvering thrusters as they sought to escape. One, Ogre's Shadow, vanished entirely as 100-mile-long ectoplasmic tendrils coiled about it, and it was sucked unshielded into the warp. As the invaders reeled, so Quan's forces on Cadia's surface launched ferocious counter-assaults. Great numbers of possessed stormed from their Black Legion positions and charged the Iron Warriors' mortal thralls. Black Legion bikers and rhinos raced alongside them, while their surviving Helldrakes dove from the howling skies to join the attack. Hundreds of cultist and mortal warriors broke and fled, or else died where they stood, gunned down or torn to shreds by their attackers. Their already faltering formation shattered, allowing the Black Legion forces to smash through their lines. While mortal soldiery loyal to Abaddon followed up and engaged the broken remnants of the Iron Warriors' landing parties, the Black Legion warbands sped onwards towards the ever-shifting madness of the Cadian wilds. If they could vanish into those chimerical landscapes, Lord Quan's warriors were ready to wage a guerrilla war against the Iron Warriors. With the favor of the Dark Gods, the survivors hoped to hold out against and frustrate the invaders long enough for word of Perturabo's treachery to reach Abaddon the Despoiler, and for reinforcements to arrive from off-world. If not, then at least they would die fighting, and make Perturabo's sons pay for their perfidy. Even as his ground forces launched their breakout assaults, Quan prepared to lead his most elite warriors down to Cadia's surface by sorcerous means. When first given charge of Cadia by Abaddon, he had overseen the raising of lithic circles, one at the heart of the desolate Elysian crater, the other aboard the Oubliette. Entangled by tremendously powerful magics and captive demons, the two circles of rune-covered menhirs allowed instant transition to or from the planet's surface for those who offered the correct sacrifices or barter safe passage. This method of travel would bypass even the short-lived warp storms above Cadia. Ritual daggers already wet with blood, Quan's sorcerers were now only minutes from opening the way to Cadia's surface. Once down there, Lord Quan and his elites could add their strength to the guerrilla war. In so doing, they would spite the Iron Warriors who had turned upon the War Master. Iron Warriors' grand cruisers were already closing with the Oubliette, their dark forms visible on the Oubliette's long-range auspicator displays, illuminated by flashes of empiric lightning as they navigated the raging tumult and traded fire with the fortress's gun crews. Quan was confident that, by the time his enemies breached his orbital fastness, he and his warriors would be long gone. It was as the Black Legion elites gathered, girded for war and ready to enter the maelstrom of shadows within the lithic circle, that teleport flares erupted around them. The weakness. It was Perturabo's way to run simulations of every potential scenario before launching his attacks, a habit Kravik Morn emulated. Armed with his sorcerously gathered intelligence, he had rehearsed the many ways in which Cadia's Black Legion defenders might react to his clearly superior force. He expected bold dynamism and determination from his foes. Moreover, after a few dozen simulated assaults, Morn became sure they would scatter into the Cadian wilds rather than stand and fight. In most simulations, the Black Legion forces responded too quickly to be entrapped by the lumbering pace of true besiegement. Meanwhile, factoring in Cadia's warp saturation and the liminarity of its system, Morn had to assume conventional assets such as orbital bombardment might be undermined by some manner of supernatural phenomena. Even he had not expected the sheer audacity of Lord Quan's plan. but he had anticipated enough of its broad strokes to have put countermeasures of his own in place. Weeks after the arrival of Morn's fleet, several Iron Warrior cruisers had translated into the fringes of the Cadian system. Between the vastness of the roiling void and their own techno-sorcerous concealments, the ships had remained hidden from the Black Legion eyes as they crept in-system. At a pre-cogitated optimal distance from Cadia, the cruisers had halted and launched formations of landing craft. The astrogational cogitations required could not have been computed by mortal minds, but with the aid of demonic difference engines, Morn's best warpsmiths had worked out the precise trajectories to carry the invasion craft into Cadia's gravitational well using nothing but inertia. Powered down, passengers locked into impact couches and placed into suspended animation, the invasion craft had shot silently towards Cadia, minute specks against the immense darkness of space. Some had not survived. Those that did had plunged into the planet's atmosphere on carefully cogitated entry paths, concealed behind techno-sorcerer shrouds to resemble falling space debris and nothing more. Only now, as the Black Legion warbands sought to make good their breakouts, did Kravik Morn's secret advance guard make themselves known. Squads of Havocs who had spent days working their way into position amidst Cadia's hellish landscapes rose and opened fire on unsuspecting targets. Engines roaring, Iron Warrior bikes shot from fang-studded caves and flesh-walled gulches to intercept the Black Legionaries, accompanied by squads of Warp Talons and Raptors. Not every ambush was successful. North of the Shatter Pit, unpredictable tectonic activity convulsed the battlefield, even as the Iron Warriors sought to close their noose. Amidst geysers of molten rock and raw sorcery, many Black Legionaries fought their way free and vanished into the wilds. Meanwhile, the grasping fingers, slobbering maws, and revolting fluid fleshscapes of the living swamp proved too grotesque a distraction even for Perturabo's Gene Sons. Grimly dismayed, the Iron Warriors mistimed their ambush and were swept aside by their Black Legion targets.
Dark and grim.
However, in a series of traps and vicious firestorms, most of Lord Quan's breakout forces were penned in and annihilated. As for Quan himself, Kravik Morn moved to deal with him in person. The Iron Warriors had been shocked by the suddenly manifesting warp storms over Cadia, but not so much that Morn's bridge crew had missed the rapidly climbing spikes of empiric energy from the oubliette. Suspecting further trickery and realizing he could employ the very energy signature of Quan's ritual as a guidance beacon, Morn led his adamant Eternals in an immediate teleportation assault. It was a direct, even reckless move. Not all of Morn's Terminator armored elite survived the brief journey through the warp to land their killing blow. Some appeared hideously deformed and screaming through their last bubbling breaths. Others simply vanished, swallowed by the abyss of the raging immaterium. Yet enough teleported successfully, Morn included, that Lord Quan stood little chance of holding them off. Dozens of Terminators blasted into being around the few squads of Chosen who attended the Black Legion warlord. Many of Quan's warriors died in the first seconds of the fight, scythed down in a hurricane of bolt shells and blazing promethium. Some did survive the initial surprise attack, Quan amongst them, and they made the Iron Warriors pay for their audacity. Bolt rounds and plasma blast roared out to punch through eye lenses or blast through minute weaknesses in the attacker's Terminator plate. Runic demon blades spun and leapt in the hands of skilled Black Legion champions. No few adamant Eternals met their end in those minutes of ferocious fighting around and through the lithic circle at the heart of the oubliette. However, when Kravik Morn's hammer, last argument, smashed Quan's head from his shoulders, the fight went out of the last few Black Legion elites. Even then, none surrendered, instead hurling themselves into their foes with last bellowed oaths to the War Master, rather than face capture and interrogation, or worse. In the hours that followed, as the warp storm began to blow itself out, Warsmith Morn oversaw an operation to land further forces on Cadia and lay siege to the Black Legion strongholds still dotting the surface. He also dispatched squadrons of cruisers throughout the Cadian system. The fighting on and around Cadia was not done. Some of Lord Quan's warriors still haunted the warp-cursed wilds, while the Imperial enclaves on the system's outer worlds and the scattered Black Legion warships prowling the void would take time to eliminate. Regardless, Cadia belonged to the Iron Warriors, detaching sufficient forces to pacify and patrol the system, and to begin the massive program of fortification and construction called for by Perturabo's plans. Morn now turned his attention towards his next waypoint on the road to Agrippina. "There will be an accounting for this insult, Mendringard vermin! The War Master will!" Last words of Lord Iodax Quan of the Black Legion, bellowed through a broken vox grill before his decapitation by Kravik Morn. The greatest war cannot hold back hatred. The Siege of Taurus Tertium. While the legions of Chaos fought over the carcass of Cadia, elsewhere throughout the former Cadian Gate, Imperial forces fought to hold back the tides of corruption and heresy. Worlds long ago designated fallback positions, should Cadia fall, had since become vital strongholds, their governors obeying Vermilion-level secret plans unsealed upon learning of the fortress world's fall. The Tauros system was one such holdfast. Cadia fell with such sudden brutality and amid such widespread empiric anarchy that countless opportunities were lost to the shattered Imperial defenders of the Segmentum Obscurus. Entire systems fell to the traitor legions, which ought to have been able to hold out for long years. Yet not all of Cadian High Command's contingency plans failed. On fortress worlds such as Magnifour, Durst Reach, and Dudran, ancient scroll cases were cracked open, and the orders within them followed despite onrushing catastrophe. Inquisitors belonging to various ordos, and even Arbites judges, read into the Segmentum Obscurus contingency plan long ago, and did all they could to expedite the Cadian plan and put to the sword any who, either with malicious intent or by dereliction of duty, threatened it. Even as foes swirled around every battlefield, intensive recruitment and training programs began, their purpose to transform raw conscripts into soldiers worthy of being called Neo-Cadians. Resources were funneled into rapid, wide-scale fortification intended to augment the existing defenses of the holdfasts, until they could be considered at least worthy imitations of Cadia's former might. Navis Imperialis assets were diverted from doomed holding actions or evacuation efforts to instead provide orbital defense for the newly designated fortresses of the Cadian Gate. Amidst the madness and horror following the emergence of the Great Rift, such struggles were largely doomed. Yet here and there, through bloody-minded human endeavor and blessed good fortune, successes were achieved. Gradually, wearied from months of bitter fighting, bloodied trickles of Cadia's original defenders found their way aboard refugee ships to several of the assigned holdfast worlds. Later, in the aftermath of the Noctis Eterna, further Imperial forces also braved the warp to reinforce them from other corners of the reeling Imperium Sanctus. These holdfast worlds, and others like them, became the last bastions of the shattered Cadian Gate. They were rocky redoubts in a raging torrent of madness, their defenders and rulers doing what they could to hold back an endless tide of invaders and maintain an imperial presence within the Segmentum Obscurus. The ruined Cadian Gate could never be rebuilt, of course, but while even one loyal imperial defender still drew breath, the Segmentum Obscurus would not be surrendered to chaos. Taurus Terentium. One of the most firmly established Neo-Cadian strongholds was the world of Taurus Terentium. The Taurus system had once sat within the mouth of the stable real space corridor maintained by the pylons of the Cadian Gate, rather like an island in a wide estuary. With the gate's collapse, Taurus now perched precariously upon the very fringe of the new Eye of Terror. in a region where fragmentary warp storms raged into being, then dissipated just as quickly. Fortunately for the beleaguered populations of Tauros's few settled worlds, the capital planet of Taurus Terrentium was a formidable fortress world that had long hosted a massive garrison of Cadians, Mordians, and other renowned Imperial Guard regiments. The system also hosted a deep void staging post for the warships of Battlefleet Obscurus. Taurus Terrentium's governor militant, Margravale Ostwin, had followed her emergency orders to the letter and been fortunate to receive a substantial influx of battered defenders fleeing the collapse of the Cadian Gate. So reinforced, and with the clear protocols from Vermilion-level emergency diktats to follow, Taurus Terrentium had weathered the first predations of traitor warbands following Abaddon's victory. Uprisings of mutants and possessed witches from within the planet's population were likewise exterminated with shocking brutality to ensure Taurus Terrentium's sanctity. Overlooked by the Black Legion as Abaddon turned his attention towards the Nachmund Gauntlet, the rulers of the Taurus system had time to build their world's defenses and to do all they could to muster fresh armies. By the time serious invasions of the system were attempted, first a wild rush by the World Eaters of Lord Uthgor Skull-Eater, then with more subtlety by the Alpha Legionaries of Harrow Master Shrive, the might of Taurus Terrentium was sufficient to withstand their aggression. Indeed, it was that strength which eventually drew no less than a Cadian war hero than Ursula Creed herself, who led a contingent of the Cadian 8th to the Taurus system as part of her ongoing operations in the Cadian Gate. Her timing was to prove fateful, for it was mere weeks local time after Creed's arrival that word reached Taurus Terrentium of a massive Iron Warriors fleet approaching fast. Ursula Creed wasted no time in rallying the system's defenders and, with Governor Militant Ostwin's approval, sending out astropathic calls for aid. Here, perhaps, was a chance to pay back some fragment of the honor debt the Cadians felt they owed the wider Imperium. This Chaos host would be halted in its tracks, and then flung back into the Eye of Terror in bloody defeat. The Cadian 8th. Vaunted as the Lord Castellan's own, the soldiers of the Cadian 8th Heavy Infantry held a totemic reputation amongst their kinfolk. Yet behind closed doors, the 8th themselves were a troubled regiment. Almost all of their original personnel had fallen defending the final retreat from Cadia as the planet died. Those few survivors, evacuees who had been too wounded to fight in that final battle, believed themselves to have failed their world and their Castellan. It was a belief that spread to the vast Neo-Cadian intake recruited to restore the 8th to its former strength, and one that forged a new culture amongst the ranks. Assigned now to fight for the daughter of the storied war hero they believed they had failed, the Neo-Cadian 8th were fanatical in their dedication. They would allow neither weakness nor hesitation to lead them again into disgrace, and so they fought for Ursula Creed with a dedication that was almost alarming. The Long Siege. War Master Morn had no intention of being bested by the vengeful Cadians and their allies. He cared nothing for their oaths or the reason they fought. To him, the Taurus system was simply the next objective mandated by Perturabo's exhaustive invasion plans. The iconic fortress of Taurus Terrentium, the Gauntlet, Greyfathom, and, mightiest of all, the Tower of Detestation were his targets. Break those redoubts, and not only would Taurus Terrentium fall, but also the rest of the system would collapse. This was not even a fight Morn cared enough about to see it through to its conclusion. Perturabo's timetable was characteristically unforgiving. Kravik Morn would command in this theatre just long enough to see Taurus Terrentium properly invested, and then he would press on towards Agrippina, leaving sufficient forces to continue the siege. The Taurus system would be broken slowly, likely after reinforcement by follow-up waves of Iron Warriors advancing as part of the next stage in Perturabo's plans. For now, Morn's task was merely to contain the massed Imperial forces garrisoning its worlds and ensure they were too busy trying to survive to even think about threatening his planned encirclement of the Agrippina system. Onslaught. The Iron Warriors hit the Taurus system like a battering ram. Morn's warships swept aside the vastly outnumbered Battlefleet Obscura squadrons that attempted interdiction. Elements of Warsmith Grace's 16th Grand Company split off temporarily from the main advance and, supported by regiments of Styx Hatemongers and several engines of the Legio Mortis, deployed onto Taurus Quartum and Taurus Septarius to tie down and then crush Imperial resistance on those planets. Meanwhile, the main Iron Warriors fleet bore down on Taurus Terrentium. There was little of the cunning in evidence that Morn had shown when dealing with the Black Legion at Cadia. This was entirely intentional. Those had been respected foes, warriors of the War Master against whom conventional siege tactics would have proven both costly and likely ineffective. Here, by contrast, Morn faced mere unaugmented humans. His contempt for them was clear in the bluntness of his strategy. There was no denying Taurus Terrentium was immensely well defended. However, it was a fortress, plain and simple. Kravik Morn knew how to break open a fortress. The battle in orbit was bloody but short-lived. Taurus Terrentium's orbital defense platforms were numerous and well-armed, crewed by hard-bitten veterans of the Navis Imperialis. They lasted almost 6 hours local standard time before, one after another, the garrison forces were butchered and the defense platforms captured by Iron Warriors boarding parties. The platforms had been constructed so that, in the event of capture, their formidable arrays of heavy guns could not be turned against the planet's surface. However, by taking the battle stations intact, Morn not only gained access to their stores of ammunition, food and fuel, but also captured a ready-made outer contravallation for his planetary siege works, one that his fleet set about putting to use with immediate effect. Iron Warriors' grand cruisers now settled over Taurus Terrentium to unleash withering bombardments and waves of landing craft. The firestorm that rose to meet them was prodigious. The fortress world boasted scores of anti-orbital silos across its surface, alongside air bases able to launch swarms of void-capable interceptor craft. Dogfights roiled through the skies from pole to pole. Pillars of lasfire stabbed up and down through the atmosphere, some splashing against void shields, others blasting open Imperial fortifications or reducing Iron Warriors' warships to short-lived supernovae. Wreckage rained down through the planet's atmosphere, entire sections of shattered starfort and Chaos warship glowing red and trailing fire as they plummeted. Despite the defenders' efforts, the Iron Warriors swiftly gouged initial beachheads, first on the Aquiline Plains south of Greyfathom, then in the Styrian Heights and in the suburbs of Bellicosta Habsprawl. Warriors of the 17th Grand Company dug in and prepared to meet the inevitable response. It was during these critical hours that Kravik Morn was forced to admit his first grudging respect for Lord Castellan Ursula Creed, whose coordinated response to the Iron Warriors' landing was swift and effective. A counterattack by Cadian armor and mechanized infantry saw Iron Warriors on the Aquilan Plains encircled and overrun, shortly before those in the Bellicosta suburbs were pounded to ruin by massed artillery. It was all those Iron Warriors at the Ostirian Heights could do to hold on to their own positions, much less aid their allies. Yet the pressure from orbit was relentless. 4 more Iron Warriors landing sites were established, then another 6. Though several were purged by swift combined arms offensives, those that endured were fortified by warpsmiths and dedicated demon engines, even as fighting raged around them. At these sites, the Iron Warriors landed fresh waves of gunships laden with additional infantry and supporting heavy armor. Meanwhile, cultists and dark mechanicum servitors labored to fortify their master's gains. Hour by hour, fortifications spread outward from the Iron Warriors' beachheads until, in places, they linked up. Again and again, the Imperial forces counterattacked, attempting to stall the spread of the siege works and drive back the invaders. Yet as hours turned to days, then weeks, the Iron Warriors' grip on Taurus Terrentium tightened. By the time Titan landers of the Legio Mortis and Furians rumbled down through the atmosphere, the Gauntlet, Grey Fathom, and the Tower of Detestation were all besieged. Stronghold. The Tower of Detestation was the mightiest fortress on Taurus Terrentium and housed both the seat of the Governor Militant and also Creed's command sanctum. Looming as large as some hives, the fortress was surrounded by hundreds of miles of trenchworks, outer bastions, and martyr lines. At its heart rose the core bastion, a mountain of imperial architecture bristling with battlements, weapons, turrets, and barracks. The fortress's eastern slopes were given over to the gun emplacements of the Dominus batteries, whilst its northern fastness boasted its secondary command keep, and its southern fastness possessed concentric rings of staggered fortifications to shield the astropathic sanctum at its heart. Millions of Imperial soldiers and hundreds of thousands of war engines defended the Tower of Detestation. Overlapping void shields protected it from orbital bombardment. It was as redoubtable a fortress as Imperial minds could conceive. It was also the ideal target for the Iron Warriors' style of warfare. The attack began with bombardment. Monstrous biochemical field guns, tended by Dark Mechanicum adepts from Temporia, thundered all around the Tower of Detestation. Megatons of explosive and blast after searing blast of ectoplasm vomited from the weapon's drooling maws, flared against shields. Missiles screamed from atop the broad shoulders of traitor Titans, their detonations rippling dark across the fortress's resilient hide. Traitor Guard artillery pounded the Imperial outworks. Trenches filled with fire reduced infantry to ashes. Battle tanks were lifted into the air by ferocious explosions and crashed down on the luckless souls sheltering beneath. Soldiers went mad from the terror and sensory overload as the Iron Warrior salvos pulverized minefields, severed razor wire, and gouged navigable routes towards the fortress's walls. The Imperial defenders launched localized counterattacks and sabotage raids to spike traitor guns or call in airstrikes by Navis Imperialis bombers. Lancers of House Hawkshroud sallied out 3 times, led by Knights Dysteria and Valiant, to rebuff the Iron Warriors' attacks. 10 days after the bombardment commenced, the first true onslaught began. From the east came Traitor Guard tanks and super-heavy war engines of the 9th Never Guard and 1st Liberated Saints. Warsmith Bakker's 8th Grand Company launched a 2-pronged attack from the south, his forces led by packs of Defilers and Forge Fiends, and flanked by another push led by the Legio Furians. Warsmith Morn attacked from the north, his Land Raider Harpaxus leading an enormous armoured spearhead over the ruined trenchworks towards the outer walls of the western fastness. Hours of fighting followed. Squadrons of Iron Warriors tanks and demon engines blasted the fortress from close range. Many were themselves blown apart by the defenders, even as they sought to widen cracks caused by the initial bombardment. Siege towers ground forward on spiked and armoured tracks, powered by roaring soul forges and packed with augmetic mutants and their Iron Warriors masters. Some were riddled with fire or toppled in flames. Others reached the ramparts of the northern fastness and, joining their efforts to Morns, their occupants reached its outermost levels. To the south, House Hawkshroud led another countercharge alongside speeding battle tanks, slaying the Banelord Titan Repugnant Vermis before its Balestar reactor overloaded, obliterating everything in a quarter-mile radius. The encirclement. As he battered a path forward, Morn kept half an eye on the wider situation. His was the most successful assault and the only one to breach the Tower of Detestation, although his forces had ground down defences on every front. To the east, the Traitor Guard had been halted by a counterattack led by elements of the Cadian 8th. To the south, Warsmith Bakur had broken the fortress's outer trench lines but lost momentum beneath the walls. Morn himself had forced a considerable breach and had plentiful forces available to press for the secondary command keep. Yet sudden panicked voices over the Vox network gave him pause. Morn's scowl deepened as he caught fractured reports of strike cruisers in the liveries of the Black Templars and Imperial Fists running the orbital blockade to deploy gunships and landers into the atmosphere. Moments later came word of the first Space Marine landings to the southeast and northwest. Heavy gunships deploying impulsors, repulsors, and gladiators by the squadron, backed up by hulking dreadnoughts and terminators. Worst of all, they were led by a formidable Imperial Fist captain who the Iron Warriors had long learned to hate. Darnath Lysander had come to Taurus Terrentium, and his wrath was thunderous. In a moment, the battle changed. Grav repulsor battle tanks in vibrant yellow dueled with outflanked traitor predators and vindicators, hammering volleys through the tank's side and rear armor and causing them to detonate in fireballs. Captain Lysander and his elite met a demonic siege tower head-on, fighting their way aboard the titanic construct and slaughtering its passengers before toppling it with explosive charges. Elsewhere, Castellan Zweeland led the Black Templars into an unprepared horde of siege troops. The resultant slaughter was nothing short of butchery. Buoyed by the Space Marines and the impassioned words of Ursula Creed booming from every loud hailer, the defenders pushed back. Instinct urged Morn to drive his assault on or vent his fury at the hated Sons of Dawn. Yet he was a better commander than that. A glance at updated Auspex maps showed a real danger that spearheads of Black Templars and Imperial Fists could sever Morn's line of advance and trap his warriors within the western fastness, there to be surrounded and overrun. Elsewhere, Warsmith Bakir's forces were floundering as they sought to fight off the newly arrived Space Marines and deal with the guns of the eastern fastness at the same time. The Loyalist orbital drop had turned this battle against the Iron Warriors, and if Morn did not order the retreat, they would maul his forces. However, the Warsmith knew with cold certainty that the foe could not expect further reinforcement. Whatever desperate tactics Lysander had employed to break through the Iron Warriors' orbital blockade could not succeed twice. The Sons of Dawn had reached the Tower of Detestation and reinforced it, but in doing so, they had trapped themselves within Morn's ironclad encirclement. This siege would not end quickly, but he was certain it could only end one way, with the fortress in ruins and its defenders' corpses heaped on pyres. With this thought, Warsmith Morn ordered the retreat. Over the next hour, the Iron Warriors pulled back, cutting their way free of the fortress's outer defenses, while barrages covered their retreat. For their part, Lysander's Imperial Fists and their Black Templar allies harried the traitors before pulling back to bolster the defenses of the Tower of Detestation. Warsmith Morn did not lead another offensive against the battered fortress. With the arrival of the Space Marines, dreams of swift victory had evaporated, and Morn had duties elsewhere. Passing command to Warsmith Bakir, while biting down on his visceral need to humble Lysander and his Imperial Fists, Morn marshaled his Grand Company and many of their support elements, then pressed on towards Agrippina. He left behind a planet besieged and a nightmarish meat-grinder war whose merciless cogs were only just beginning to churn. Taurus Terrentium would be a place of blood, skulls, and misery before the Iron Warriors were done. Lysander's Road. Captain Lysander had been racing to the aid of Bellis Corona when the distress call from Taurus Terrentium was detected by his ship's astropaths. It left the Imperial Fist torn between duties. For the naval base at Bellis Corona was a vital Imperial installation, yet so too was the fortified Taurus system. In the end, it was his ally, Castellan Zweeland of the Black Templar,
I'm muted? I didn't say anything. Oh, the story's muted.
Lazily,
Damn,
even after they
rewind
have
it a little
bounced
bit.
to a stop, charged with latent psychic animus. Eldred Ulthren opens his eyes and releases a breath.
We'll go back 3 minutes.
His exhalation is the orbital blockade could not succeed twice. The Sons of Dawn had reached the Tower of Detestation and reinforced it.
More?
But in doing so, they had trapped themselves within Morn's ironclad encirclement. This siege would not end quickly, but he was certain it could only end one way, with the fortress in ruins and its defenders' corpses heaped on pyres. With this thought, Warsmith Morn ordered the retreat. Over the next hour, the Iron Warriors pulled back, cutting their way free of the fortress's outer defenses, while barrages covered their retreat. For their part, Lysander's Imperial Fists and their Black Templar allies harried the traitors before pulling back to bolster the defenses of the Tower of Detestation. Warsmith Morn did not lead another offensive against the battered fortress. With the arrival of the Space Marines, dreams of swift victory had evaporated, and Morn had duties elsewhere. Passing command to Warsmith Bakur, while biting down on his visceral need to humble Lysander and his Imperial Fists, Morn marshaled his Grand Company and many of their support elements, then pressed on towards Agrippina. He left behind a planet besieged and a nightmarish meat-grinder war whose merciless cogs were only just beginning to churn. Taurus Terrentium would be a place of blood, skulls, and misery before the Iron Warriors were done.
Hell yeah.
Lysander's Road. Captain Lysander had been racing to the aid of Bellis Corona when the distress call from Taurus Terrentium was detected by his ship's astropaths. It left the Imperial Fist torn between duties. For the naval base at Bellis Corona was a vital Imperial installation, yet so too was the fortified Taurus system. In the end, it was his ally, Castellan Zweland of the Black Templars, who decided the matter. Zweland's crusading oaths included a vehement vow to pursue and destroy the Sons of Perturabo wherever they may be found. And so he determined to change course and strike for Taurus Terrentium without delay. Believing that many other forces were racing to the aid of Bellis Corona, and unwilling to leave his oath-sworn brother to fight alone, Lysander joined his might to that of Zweland. Let the hated Iron Warriors bear the brunt of his fury at being forced to choose between which Imperial strongholds he would defend, and which lives he would try to save. The chamber's silence is broken by a brittle clatter, as though someone had overturned a game board and scattered its pieces. The sound is made by exquisite rune stones falling from where they hung suspended in midair to strike the wraithbone floor. Several glow like ingots spilled from a furnace. 2 have shattered. Their shards revolve lazily even after they have bounced to a stop, charged with latent psychic animus. Eldred Ulthren opens his eyes and releases a breath. His exhalation is soft but freighted with dismay. Carefully he rises to his feet and studies the arrangement in which his runestones have landed. He dare not disturb them until he has committed all to memory. The slightest detail could offer vital nuance, yet the stillness of his physical self contrasts with the hurricane raging through Ulthren's mind. His Farseeing replays itself with inescapable clarity. That which a Master of Mindregard has set in motion cannot be permitted. The consequences will be cataclysmic. The weight on Ulthren's shoulders redoubles at the thought that his beloved craftworld must bleed again to combat yet another existential threat. Yet, if he is right, then the hosts of Ulthwé may be the only ones who can stop it in time. On dozens of worlds and space stations across the Imperium Sanctus, a rallying cry rings out. It echoes through Vox networks and reverberates from loudhailers. It is barked by scarred officers at war-grimed soldiery. It is repeated like prayer by the rank and file. It takes hold of hearts and minds. It is simple, stirring, and it offers a chance, if not for redemption, then at least to fight shoulder to shoulder with its bitter and bloodied cousin. The Lord Castellan calls for aid. She has raised the banner of the Eighth upon Taros Torrentium, and has commanded those who name themselves Cadian to march at her side. For some regiments, the call must go unanswered. They are mired in battle, half a galaxy away from the Cadian Gate, tangled in bureaucracy or burdened by duty. For others, the rallying cry is the spark that lights the fires of a new crusade. 1, then 2, then a dozen or more army groups muster to answer Lord Castellan Ursula Creed's summons. Transported by warships of the Navis Imperialis, supported by allied Imperial forces, they plunge into the warp. Their destination is the Cadian Gate. Their purpose is honor and vengeance.
And cue the Wyman, making me...
In a shadowed alcove, a servitor lolls, pale and drooling in its cradle of wires. A shudder runs through its grey flesh. Truncated fingers twitch as though hunting for cogitated keys to strike. The Revenant's eye lenses glow. Its head comes up and its jaws yawn in a scream that emerges as parchment unspooling from a hopper in the servitor's gullet. Servo stylus extended like spider legs from the roof of its mouth and begin a frantic Scrivener's dance. When the act of regurgitative communication is complete, the servitor slumps again. A bell set above its alcove tolls. A hulking figure comes in answer, moving through the tightly controlled bustle of the bridge of the battle station. Phalanx. They wear power armor emblazoned with the insignia of the Imperial Fist. The badges of rank convey extreme seniority. They tear off the spool of parchment and scan its message. It has been summarized from an encoded astropathic missive. It bears the personal seal and code identifiers of First Captain Lysander. Its content causes a muscle under the officer's eye to twitch, the slightest of tells yet, to any who knew him, a sign of rage boiling just beneath the surface. He turns to survey the bridge, the hundreds of Cersan adepts toiling to coordinate ongoing efforts against the swarms of Hive Fleet Leviathan. He nods once, sharp and decisive. Action is required. Oaths of loyalty must be called in. Successors must be contacted. Banners must be raised, and the loathsome Get of Perturabo halted in their advance across the Segmentum Obscurus. His armored fist clenches slowly about the parchment, crushing, crumpling. The Iron Warriors must be stopped, and the Sons of Dawn will be the ones to stop them. I have been Voldemort, your faithful servant. If you've enjoyed this video, then do like and subscribe. Also, consider throwing me a groat or two,
dude.
if I have indeed earned your bounty.
We gave him a like.
And most importantly, no matter what you do today, do try to make some time for fun.
That's right.
Toodaloo.
That's right. Oh yeah, you guys. Put on one more. Well, Francois, did you want to get that dark tided all tonight, or should we just rain check it so you can get your painting done? I can chill on painting a little bit more. I'm down. Cause yeah, I'm chilling. We'll throw on another story. Here on Blackheart and Friends. Just because it says and friends. Homie and pals. Did we lose audio? We lost audio. All right, hang on. I'll fix that right quick. Another Cronin the Cunning. All right, let me see.
Welcome, gentle listener.
Hold on. Let's try this one.
Between the time when chaos broke Cadia and the return of the sons of the Emperor, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Cronan, destined to bear the jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Story continued from Cronan the Cunning playlist. Cronan and the Magnificent Seven. And so it was that we returned to the exploits of our hero, Cronan, the Cunning One, Lord of all of Aquilonia, and Bane of the Buggins, Humies, Smeldar, and even Squits now. And what a time it was. Not a nice time, as one would usually say. As nice was the death of all mahogany, drying up any interested parties quicker than attempting to go Dutch or split the bill. Nor was it a good time, for good as a descriptor was nothing more than accepting one's position intended by the universe and knuckling under in an attempt to win least truculent turd in the toilet, according to the Orkies, of course. And alas, 'twas not a raucous or ribald moment either, for anyone attempting to crack jokes or japes in an effort to cheer the Cunning One presently elicited a legendary beating. No, for Cronan, 'twas the darkest night of the soul, for someone had robbed him of all joy, and caused no small embarrassment either. His favourite Orkie, Gitzkusha McMurder, was away on the first mission, and his next favourite, Daka von Smashhoven, had been unrighteously nabbed by that weasel, Red Orktober. Worse, Cronan was also bereft of his trusty pet, his beloved Tiddles. Snaffled by the same Git, this chaos-worshipping weirdo of an Orc traitor. Both had slipped into the other realm, the Burp, taken by this rapscallion. Of course, Cronan was shocked at first, but far too busy quelling the Walrus heresy. Now that had been put to bed, the entire scrap only claiming to pound Milton John, a Bub von Butch, and some odd tens of thousands of Orkies, he was preparing to right this cosmic crime, this universal wrong. His first order, before lifting off the Squit mining facility of Aguapondi, was, of course, the claiming of Henrietta, the now masterless moustache squig of Bob von Butch. He didn't do it himself, like. That would be a colossal waste of time. He had deputed a huge mob of grots to the task, one they had done efficiently, of course. Well, of course, referring to the utter carnage he promised to personally rain down on them, should they not complete this elementary task. It was not easy, for Henrietta was a truly terrified thing once it discerned that Bob von Butch had been slain. And, as noted, she was only the size of a moustache, somewhere out on a battlefield of many miles width and breadth. Sensing that their lord, the Cunning One, was pretty much looking for any excuse to go onto a semi-justified killing spree, the Grots worked with a kind of ardor and diligence
I'm not sure if we're
only
going
the
to be
threat of
playing any
painful
Dark
extermination
Tide
can
tonight,
provide.
but we're just kind of
Knowing Squiggs as they
our
did,
paint on
the
for
Grots
now.
began in the most obvious place she could hide.
But maybe in a
so
little
it
bit,
was
maybe a round
that
or
the
two.
Grots debagged the dead and checked the poo pouch of all and sundry. But this did not yield a positive find. So, the Grots then swiftly changed gear and checked faces. Indeed, Henrietta was under a pile of now pantsless dead orcs attached to the smallest upper lip she could find. There was great rejoicing from the Grots as they processed back to the Cunning One to present him their catch. Held up on a huge cushion for all to see, the rejoining ritual was cancelled by Cronan as he wanted to give Henrietta time to mourn. He would take the cushion and ship it back up to the battleship, the Mork Rampant, and daintily place Henrietta in his quarters. Because you can't rush or force a hair squig. He had to know that the squig accepted its new master. So, Cronan played for time until one night Henrietta did indeed attach to his upper lip, and both owner and moustache squig were transformed. The beefier form of Cronan infused Henrietta with new vigour and size, and when Cronan awoke and spotted himself in the mirror, he witnessed a regal vision. An orc of prodigious size, with a handlebar moustache bushier than a bear after being put through a hairdryer. He was dazzling. He could aura farm all day like this, which normally he would indeed have done. Alas, this was merely a moment of joy in that dark moment of the soul. He had to find and reclaim both Docker and Tiddles. So, being the cunning lad he was, Cronan set to his plan. It would be a quest, for he had had a mighty unawake cogitation, as he liked to call them. You know, a dream. Now, many might say, what? Since when has Cronan not acted immediately? What kept him on those days? And I shall tell thee. Now Cronan had indeed made separate attempts at finding Tiddles and Docker.
You guys?
The first attempt had been his order
I don't think this
for
guy's
the
primer.
Mork Rampant to go into the burp, which of course it did. Cronan then attempted to shout their names. When this did not prove fruitful, he went to the bridge and used external communications arrays to project his screams into the void. Fortuitously, this garnered quite a large chunk of demons, who attacked his ship forthwith. They really put in some effort, so it wasn't an entire miss. At least there was a good life-affirming scrap. Cronan's second attempt had been to gather more voices. He got all of the ships from the attack on Akopondi to do exactly the same thing. Yet, this confounded Cronan, for again, no Tiddles nor Docker von Smashhoven. Plenty more burp-spawned nasties across the whole fleet, but that again was just a bit of a lark. So, Cronan went to bed to rest, and considered pegging it back to the Orcs of Omen for a proper massed cogitation. But then, that was last night, and this was now. He knew what he had to do. Mork had shown him the way. Cronan stomped to the quarters of Madnut Krunkelstein, flanked by the Black Legion and Professor Y of the Mystery of Truth. But all was well. Madnut was back to his usual self, rather put out by being used as a flesh glove by the forces of the Dark Goddies, and truly looking downtrodden, as it was via a squig of all things, the thankfully late, but not lamented, Erebus. Yet he was not immediately up to providing answers. Long had he fought against this Red October, and Madnut had long been foxed, whatever that was, by the effects the traitor vermin commanded. Yet he was up for helping out in whatever way Cronan required. And so it was. that Cronan shared the contents of his dream to gain further clarity from the weird boy. Something they both agreed upon was that taking his entire ward into the burp would be folly. Fun, like really fun, but a bit of a mess up. Hence, Cronan plumped on his present idea, the one given unto him by his guard, Mork. Now, it was mentioned to Madnut that a truly loyal weird boy would be very helpful indeed after recent events. Cronan described the tale of how blessed Gazgul had been moved through time and space by his weird boy. Well, it seemed to behoove old Krunkelstein to work it out pretty sharpish, just like he had on their trip to Alinor. Because Cronan had a plan, but he did not want it to take months in its execution. Ducker and Tiddles were clearly being prevented from rejoining him. Hence, they must have been captured, held somewhere in the burp. Never once did it cross Cronan's mind that either or both were in fact dead. Such was his will. So, it was the only scenario that made sense. They were enslaved. Hence, Cronan outlined his plan to motivate old Madnut. The premise was a simple one, as all good Orky Orc plans should be. The red bus, Orc, Toba, had changed into a demon of the burp while on Orquilonia, had made those silly towers of skulls, had broken reality there before and gone off to the burp. Well, when Cronan had planted a chopper into his bonds anyways. Now Cronan was also aware that he had kicked 7 shades out of Bastor the Arseflame on the Orcs of Omen, sending it too screaming back into the burp. But Bastor was a wretched disciple of the Bookie Bird, not the same thing at all. Hence, it would be best to return to where they were absolutely certain Toba had been booted out of reality. Also, the Skull Towers, or Toba's camp, would lead directly into the realm of the Juice God, Corny, and that must be where Ducker and Tiddles had been taken by that foul, blasphemous coward Toba. Yet, to return to the home world would take months, and put the entire War onto the back foot, and Cronan knew that a bored War would tear itself apart quicker than a gaggle of schoolgirls when asked which one was prettiest, or if you asked a grump of gamers who had the best knowledge of tactics. In any case, the end result would be the destruction of the War by its own hand, not an option. Hence, the pressure was really on for Madnut Krunkelstein. Now, Krunkelstein spent a good few hours attempting what he had done with the trip to the original homeworld, Alinor, and that made him a bit less desperate and a lot more enthusiastic about the probability of pulling this off, which of course was correct. Divinely moved by the example of the Cunning One, his can-do attitude to most things, Madnut was assured that he could pull it off again. Now there was a little reticence to actually perform the deed, for Madnut had a strong suspicion what would later turn out to be very well founded, that Madnut's powers would probably be radically affected by leaving the normal world and venturing into the realm of the burp ruled by the skeleton head god. Yet the prospect of being used for Orkigami by Cronan, by the Cunning One, was not lost on Madnut. Hence, he complied. He informed the Cunning One that it could be done, which roughly equated to Krunkelstein tasting another day. But that was all backing research. First, before he left, Cronan would need to put certain things in place, and so it was that the Cunning One gathered his big bosses and declared that Hypocrates, the most prominent of the remaining more naval, the elite of Cronan's henchmen, would take command of the War and continue its onward smash as he performed his quest. To leave them rudderless would end in disaster. But he knew that Hypocrates was not nearly as loved as he, nor was he nearly as feared, not like McMurder, nor even Ducker von Smashhoven. So he was to be backed up by Professor Y, big boss of the Mystery of Truth, but also by Crumpelstiltchins and Edwin Scissorclaws of Cronan's personal bodyguard, his Black Legion. And that should shore things up quite nicely while he was away. There could be issues from some of the younger bosses, like the brash new biker big boss, Joey Dunplop, who was a known tearaway and scallywag, or the four hogsmen of the apocalypse, Cupid Stunt, Tucking Fwat, Potal Trick, and Faster Cluck. But Cronan decided to have a word with Higher Wafter, with them standing in attendance. Clearly he was threatening them quite roughly, but Wafter was utterly oblivious, for as we know, Wafter was barely sentient. But the Hogsman did indeed get the message not to mess about. Cronan knew that he needed stability in his absence, and that was now checked off. Now he needed a route into the burp, and, which was quite rare for an Orky to prepare for, a way back should he be successful. That last bit was pretty important, so Cronan praised Mork for mentioning this in his vision. For Mork did indeed love his Orkies, the Greenskins, and none more than his prophet, Cronan, the Cunning One. So it would have been a right wheeze to neglect this element, but the great god Mork didn't fancy leaving his lad in the clutches of the Juice God. Hence his mentioning this wee tidbit of advice. All in imagery, of course, but he mentioned it nonetheless. Hence the Cunning One was almost fully prepared. Almost. So off they went. Madnut brought out his bestest staff and danced around, jingling his jewellery and fetishes, and throat-singing in that deeply tedious way of his. Oh, Cronan was aware of this tosh, due to his previous scrying in the toenail of Mork, or was it Gork? But in any case, Cronan was prepared for the teeth-grindingly tedious charade the weird boy put on in front of his lesser, weird boys. Extracting power from them all, raising green energies from the Wa. Madnut finally made a huge sweeping action with his staff, as if bashing reality itself. And there before them a great wobbly green gash, tear in reality appeared. Behind Cronan were 50 grots in 2 columns, each overlaid with a cloak. Like a procession of holy penitents, they walked after Cronan, a good half of them carrying vid or picked capture devices. Now one might think that to go stamping into the land of Humi Wa would mean Cronan would want his biggest, shiniest mega armor. But this was not the case. For truly, Cronan only wore that get-up for his boys and bosses. They did fret so, well, sort of, but in a good Orky way of course, as we have discussed previously in the Chronicles. Well, also because, in the kind of rumbles he was now leading, there were indeed some very nasty pieces of enemy firepower roaming about the battlefield. Well, while at the head of a war, he was a target. But now, for this quest, speed and killiness were the priority. He would cast aside his Penelope of war. He would go au natural. Not to say that that would be in the buff, as he had done at the Battle of the Thinking Spot, but he would go in light-fitting armor. He was going as an emissary of Mork. He would be brutal, all right, but predominantly he would be cunning. So he took his power chopper, or axe, as some might call it, a handful of other knives, and quite a few small shooters, but nothing fancy. He was to be the Shadow of Death. He wore a large travelling cloak, as all his grots did. They were dressed for a sojourn. As they all entered the portal, Madnut had frowned slightly when one of the grots seemed quite gargantuan for their kind. One at the back of the line was slouched over, yet he wore the same cloak, so he must indeed have been a grot. So Madnut shrugged and moved behind him and followed Cronan into the wobbly green light. And out they stepped onto their home world, or Quilonia. It had been so many moons, perhaps even years, since they had set forth into the stairs on their war. It was strange and gratifying to be back. Cronan was home, and it was everything he remembered, but more. It was now an Orky paradise. They witnessed the stampedes of squigs that now roamed the plains like a herd of groks. So many now. But then, the Shumis had not been there to blow them to pieces, so it was no real surprise how they had multiplied. The air was filled with squighawks who soared and dived amidst the familiar dark grey clouds. Yet, even now, Cronan could not tarry, could not be tardy. On to the camp of Toba, on to his quest. The small entourage of Cronan wandered into the old camp of Red October, quickly finding the wrecked heap of skulls the wretch had formed in supplication to his dark goddy of chaos. Cronan ordered the Grots to put down their vid and picked capture devices, carefully like, then to reconstruct the edifice of evil. When done, which went surprisingly swiftly, don't you know, again, Mad Nut Krunkelstein stamped and swayed, belting out his throat singing, and calling upon the powers of Dawar and of Mork and Gork to guide him. And there, another wobbly tear appeared, but this time it was more like a moor, and it was red. Yes, thought Cronan, this was it. It was showtime. Hence did Cronan throw only a half-dozen grots in first, to check that they would not burst into flames or evaporate upon contact with the doorway. He was an orc, but he wasn't mental. One could not and should not put any trust into the workings of the burp, or warp, as the Humies called it. Then, thus reassured, the cunning one strode forward into the realm of Corny, the Juice God, the Humie god of battle. And what he saw was not utterly unfamiliar to him. Huge craggy mountains rising out of rolling dunes of sand. Above them, the red sun beat down on all, burning trees and other scrub that dared poke out of the oppressed soil. Yet, give or take a firestorm or two, it wasn't entirely different to the surface of Alinor, which was, if anything, rather confidence-building. Well, it was for the cunning one. The Grots seemed to quake and their knees knocked as they huddled together, all but one of them. A lone Grot, which was rather larger than the norm, just bounced from foot to foot to try to avoid being scalded by the heat of the sands. It was then that Cronan looked on, in actual shock. He knew that dance. He knew that body. He knew that that was no Grot. And finally, realization dawned on Cronan. He strode to the grot and unceremoniously dragged the flimsy cape off its shoulders. It was indeed, as Cronan had suspected, an orc, but not any greenskin was this. Before him, unmistakably, was the visage of Slackbutt McSloppy, the ancient runt-herd who had assisted Cronan in the Squig games. Well, that might not have been entirely optional, nor a choice of the older orc, but it was him, nonetheless. The same Slackbutt McSloppy who had been espied advising Happy Len and Tiddles during the Squig Wars that had preceded the full Walrus heresy on Aguapondi. But more than this. Light dawned on Cronan. How could he have not seen it before? He now remembered. It was the same orc who had once been the high priest or yeller of Cronan's tribe, the one who had been thrown from his legendary thinking spot all those years ago when Cronan was but a youth. McSloppy now beamed at Cronan and leant on a massive staff, not totally dissimilar to Madnut's, and he now regaled Cronan with his past, his backstory. How Sloppy had survived the fall, barely of course, then disguised himself as a runt-herd, and by cunning alone and a hacker had he survived. He spoke of how he had watched over the tribe, you know, from the safe distance of a pub. He was also rooting for the tribe, doing all he could by, getting ignominiously pissed every day for about 8 years. But it must have helped out amazingly, obviously. His drinking and buggering about made all the difference in the rise of Cronan. Of course it did. And now he was here at Cronan's hour of greatest need. Cronan looked at McSloppy like a gibbering madman trying to justify a decade of self-involved carousing, but considered this mentalist greenskin far too deranged to even brook this more realistic appraisal of reality. But perhaps the useless wretch could finally be of help today. To be fair, he did help out in the Squig Civil War. But who knew if this was actually cunning, or just loitering about, holding onto his staff while unbelievably hung over, nodding sagely every now and again, or sucking in air through his teeth when an absolutely obvious blunder was about to be perpetrated. You know, a giant merchant of abject bollocks. But who could tell? Certainly not Kronan. Well, not with the certainty he needed to insta-kill the suspected lying gobshite. In any case, Kronan now accepted that perhaps, just perhaps...
See, there used
But McSloppy was present of his own volition, hence he might just come in handy after all. And Slackbutt attempted to prove this immediately. He proclaimed that he too had been visited by Mork while a kip, and had received a vision of his own. Slackbutt then informed Kronan that this was indeed the realm of the blood god, no points thus far, but went on to say that he knew of a hermit, a kind of bitch or witch or something like that, who could guide them on their way to greatness, or more pointedly, in the general direction of where Tiddles and von Smashhoven might be found. Realizing that Kronan had absolutely no way to locate his lads, he agreed that this might be their only option. Yet he could not help but question what the old yeller-cum-runt herd held in the bag over its shoulder. Slackbutt put his finger to his nose and winked. Kronan sighed at the attempt at mystery, rolling his eyes most obviously. Sensing his leash might not be that long, for the cunning one did not seem as overjoyed to see him as Slackbutt had anticipated. The orc then pointed in a direction, presumably that of this bitch, and off they went.
Yeah, dude.
Kronan was, as one would expect, striding
doing all
purposely,
right.
his cloak fluttering dramatically in the wind. He stopped and posed often, for the benefit of the vid and picked grots, sometimes coughing slightly before an exceptionally good shot opportunity. Kronan was more than aware that his escapades with the kin, the smashing of the squits, had been a raucous good laugh. Yet, to many who were not present to indulge in the gratuitous violence, they might just note that the amount of stair-sheeps he took in was not matched by those that came out of it afterwards, nor that some of his big bosses, and many of the mobs, were no longer present. Hence it could look, to the undiscerning eye, mind you, that he had been spanked by the little grumpy bearded ball bashers. Nor was having your pet taken by any enemy a good look, if truth be told. And so it was. The Kronan made certain that there was more than enough Vidgrots to capture his quest in all its viewing glory. Being Kronan's glory, of course. He could edit out the entire backstory of Slackbutt McSloppy if he felt it dragged the pace of the viewing. Now, speaking of pacing. Sidebar. Concerning marching. Marching, trudging, wandering or meandering do tend to leave one plenty of time for the dreaded. At least in most. Strangely, while surrounded by orkies or other brethren, the mind could go utterly blank as well, lost in the moment, aware but shut off. Yet, for other races, species or individuals, this was often a time when the mind wandered. Alas, this was conflicted in Kronan. The blessing of Mork was a two-edged chopper. Well, most were, but the point stands, as Kronan was fondled and accosted by ideas. Hence Kronan was deciding whether his legion should be renamed due to the Apeldawn thing, his Black Legion versus Cronan's Black Legion. He did not want to give false account nor free advertising to this Apeldawn the Dispeller. Well, mused Cronan, perhaps he should update the name. If it was good enough for the Space Marines, why not his cunning mobs? Why not his loyal Orkies? There was indeed a shed-load of them, like lots, and they were exceptionally beefy amongst the mobs. Surely he could call his bodyguard the Prim Orcs. Then, of course,
buddy.
he
Thanks.
rolled it
Good
around
looking
on
out,
his
man.
tongue, and swiftly he decided it was the crappiest idea since Lord Keelang, the Honest, was caught by his spouse and asked the inevitable question while she tried on a new dress, or something like that. In his legendary way, Lord Keelang the Honest informed her that a stampede of groks would put less strain on the plaza, and that perhaps, just perhaps mind you, that when they had their next marital bed constructed due to insufficient capacity, they should provide for the tonnage of a warlord titan to be on the safe side. Needless to say, the response was not swift, yet was excruciatingly painful, when said lord awoke to being tied and rogered by a Catachan backdoor butcher beast. Strange to see one in the wild outside of Catachan, really, was one of the most pleasant last thoughts of Lord Keelang. Not that Cronan could truly encompass the depths of degeneracy that fable entailed, but he knew that calling his bodyguard Prim anything would likely get them all declared ponces or worse. Now that did raise a mild conundrum for a nanosecond. Cronan briefly salivated at the tidal wave of internal conflicts and attacks this would elicit. How fightiness across the board would skyrocket. Yet his elation was washed away by two things. One, he needed his mobs to be odd, but he needed them to exist. The loss in boys and muggins, though entertaining, could not possibly make up for the increase in size or skill amongst the survivors of the battles. And point two, being the element that rested most heavily in his mind, was, of course, his image. His chronicle. Thus, he ducked the derision gained by picking such a name, and appearing like a Smeldar wimp that would go down in infamy wherever his tale was told. He imagined the grots and snots interminably repeating the name at each other, while rolling around on the floor laughing until they shat out their lungs. So this calumny Cronan did definitely not need in his life, but most especially the glory of the tale of his life, his chronicle. And then came some of the usual side questions all Orkies would ask if mind blasted on intoxicants that prevented mental acuity. What did the sun taste like? Were feet really necessary? Where does poo come from? Who puts it there? Which deluded horror of a goddy would curse humies with handles? Just why? Speaking of which, how was the Emperor the goddy of mankind? Why didn't he live in the burb, like Gorkum Mork? Or was he hiding from Gorkum Mork by being in better space? The colour blue, what purpose did it truly serve? Why wouldn't Henrietta the moustache squig take us firmly to his upper lip and instead often migrate to form a unibrow affair? It was threatening to be certain, but not as instructed. What on Orquilonia was a duck? Could he counter the suffocatingly pungent pong of the Smeldar if he went to meetings with a bucket of shit? Would the two evils cancel each other out? Cronan shouldn't, but he missed Origrotmi. Rust. It tasted exactly like it looked it would. If wings were that good, everything would have them. Do you crap because you've eaten, or do you eat because you've crapped? Why can't you taste through your fingers? It would be easier. If you run backwards, do you get younger? Could a deaf mute still feel pain? How would you tell? Do mountains eat boulders? Why one exit for both poo and farts? You know, one could get confused, become too enthusiastic exhaling a squeaker, and end up pebble dashing your own britches. It was inconvenient. Did the Smeldar get made from smelly gaudy grass, flowers, or something like that? If so, why? If you sewed 100 buggins together, the carniflexers, would they starve or thrive? Did thoughts create smells? Did Cronan reek of ideas? Why was screaming so funny? Do squigoths dream of electric groks? They rarely lingered, so did farts go to the burp? Was that why the burp was so rubbish? Was the fat, dark goddy the culmination of all orc or human farts? Cronan felt exhausted by it all, but thankfully he was marching, which his body could do for absolutely ages. So he cleared his mind and looked around slowly and dramatically. End sidebar. Cronan now spotted the cave entrance that Slackbud had mentioned. The one that led to this bitch. Was it which? Cronan decided he did not care. Whatever it was would help him, or die. Really unpleasantly, actually. In any case, Cronan crept towards the cave entrance of this strange cornate mystic. Outside there were strange effigies stapled to logs, not sticks, just logs. Hundreds of tiny skulls, probably from small birds or mice and voles, and the like were festooned everywhere. They formed a sort of carpet of cadavers. Some still a bit sticky, not that this bothered Cronan, of course, nor the Vidgrots who he'd persuaded to sneak in before him to capture his stealthily dramatic entrance into the cave. In he padded, each silent footfall pronounced by the crack of a score of these tiny skulls. So stealthy or silent were very liberal descriptions of Cronan's efforts. It was more like standing next to a microwave or hob when cooking popcorn. You know, just at that exciting moment they all popped one after the other. Deeply stealthy, eh? Yet the bitch pretended she had not noticed. He could see her over the fire, its light bathing her as she capered and threw up hand gestures that were, pretty darn self-explanatory in any language or culture. To say that they were both deeply offensive and enthusiastically enacted would be an understatement. It was like if a vexed parent was forced to attend a PTA meeting after 10 months of not getting any, then smacking down a fat line of Colombian. She gurned, spat and gnashed her teeth like she downed about 20 power drinks. She bellowed, whined, moaned and swore so much that Cronan was almost thankful he'd encountered Big-Eared Penny to prepare him for the uninhibited foul mouth, gestures and overall display of preternatural rage. Finally, Cronan stopped gawking at her and put her foot down hard and breathed out in a deep, "Right, I'm here," kind of manner. The hag turned slower than a silent movie bad guy, then snapped the final degrees until she was facing the cunning one. She keened, let her head back and screamed at the ceiling. Usually it was to the heavens with this sort of thing, but the cave roof got in the way, sending the screech back at her, so she nearly lost her balance and immediately ceased the melodramatic histrionics. And Cronan waited. The witch thing then bogged at him for a full minute in silence. When it was obvious Cronan was getting bored, as flexes rippled down his neck muscles to his pecs and then down across his crossed arms, she then gasped and asked the cunning one who or what was his target, and what would be his payment for aid. Cronan chewed off every word as he informed the witch he would give her arm back, even sew it on if necessary. The witch's mouth opened to clearly rebuff his offer, as her arms were obviously both attached. Alas for the witch, Cronan made a slow, grasping action with one arm, then a flat hand push with the other hand, away from the one grasping. The witch looked at her arms and gulped. Cronan grinned. The witch smiled back weakly. She twisted and jumped and grabbed a large bowl, scooping up skulls from the ground. She brought it to Cronan. He knew what to do. He bit his lip so there was blood, and then he hocked a huge booger and spat into the bowl. The witch screamed and raised the bowl high, tossing the skulls in the huge loogie and spittle. Round the bonfire she went, then dashed the contents into the fire. It burst and spluttered, hot coals and skulls bouncing out of it, a huge puff of smoke billowing into the cave. Some went outside, of course, but not enough, both hacking under its dark pall. It took a minute before they could get their breaths, no matter how much they swiped at the air. Eventually, they could see each other again. The witch now told Kronan all he needed to know. The elder with him, the one that looked like a bearded testicle on a mound of skid marks, held the key to where. So, this was Slackbutt. But she may just have watched him arriving. Then she went on. 7 must go. The testicle, the questing knight, so Kronan, and the keymaster. Thought Kronan. This was possibly Madnut, but we'll get to him in a second. But more. 4 more. He would have to collect them all. The hill that hunts, the slither of swordsman, the eye of evil, and the tongue of iron. Then Kronan would meet a legend amongst the Red Sands, but also of his own people. An orc so potent, he was chosen by the dark guardian of chaos, Corny. Only with the 4 and 3 could he match this monster, and he would know the way when the sun rose for the 3rd time. But if he gained these warriors not, then his ball and flea would surely be dead to him. And lastly, she bellowed, "Beware the snails!" Kronan sighed, rolled his eyes, and grinned as he walked out, winking into the nearest Vidgrot lens with a charismatic roll of his bushy moustache squig. This would be easy. The Grots then charged in en masse and did what had to be done to the bitch. Well, it wasn't like he needed anyone to capture her and then torture her for the information and thus give away his plans. And Kronan strode to the yellow, now runt herd, and stood before him, arms crossed, foot tapping, eyes like thunder. Slackbutt McSloppy grinned wolfishly, then opened his sack. You know, his bag. Anyways, inside were ravenous small balls, squigs, but they were snuffler squigs. Small, but vested with a huge schnoz. Inside the snack were blankets from Tiddle's nest, and goggles from the head of the Winds of War, Ducker von Smashhoven. McSloppy upended the sack, and the snuffler squigs landed and bounced out onto their small, short legs and feet. They rose high and began to sniff and snuffle. Then off they went. Though they charged, they were so small that it was easy to follow them at a light jog for the Orkies. The 3 Orkies jogged after them and were drawn across the lip of a ravine. Beneath were phalanxes of warriors marching towards each other. Each column was made up of amazingly differing races, species, weapons, armor, an army made from every one and every place. The legions of Khorne were meeting in open battle. No invader was here, no great war had been heralded this day, hence they would battle against their own. Kronan was genuinely impressed. He could feel the war beneath him, almost smell it, taste it. He wanted to go down there and get stuck in. Then, at his side, came Slackbutt. He gave Kronan a knowing leer and nodded. His tongue wagging out of his mouth, he looked down at the ensuing battle, his eyes ablaze with it, as he then looked again to Kronan. They understood one another. McSloppy then showed that his previous calling as a spiritual leader of the Orkies still lived inside him. He spoke to Kronan of the pull of Corny, but also its weakness. Before Gorkum Mork, this was but a brawl. Was his own war not more multitudinous? Were their battles not even more fun? This was merely the lure of novelty. To fight that which has never been fought before. But this was the burp. It was a fleeting dream. In no time at all, Kronan would fight and beat each being he saw below. He would then meet them time and time again, ever recurring, locked in constant battle, without meaning. No booty, no gloating, no forward motion, no change, no conquest, no Orkidom. He would be betraying his god, Mork, or Gork, both or either. Kronan had a fixed grin on as he nodded back at McSloppy, but he continued. And so he resisted the lure of fighting, and continued on his way. Long they marched, but luckily there is no need to go into another stream of consciousness littered with bollocks. Just assume more of the same. And so it was that Kronan met the first of the four. Marching through the sands, Kronan noticed a glint from a rock face in the distance. It was a tiny reflection that had disappeared as swiftly as it twinkled. Aha! Mused the cunning one. Shiny bits did not hide themselves easily. So clearly something or someone had shown itself, but had the professionalism to hide it immediately. Now Kronan was deciding what exactly that might be, but decided to do a forward roll at just the right moment, just in case like. Mork was with him this day. And a Vidgrot that had a fixation with Kronan's hams, his mighty buttocks, was marching behind a cunning one and caught the stray attack. Alas, no expression of art is without its cost, and the wee blighter gave off a tiny squeal, then fell backwards. Kronan saw the poor grot laying on the ground. He had a head, shoulders, arms, and feet. The rest was gone. Smoke rose from the body as it fizzed around the edges. A powerful Hume lasgun-type weapon had burned this poor grot before he had even hit the ground. So, the enemy was some form of handle flicker, a sniper. When Kronan stood and declared himself, by stretching out his arms and bellowing, the adversary did the honourable thing and stood for a moment to indicate that it was on. There was some upsides to being in the realm of Hume Wa, after all. This Burke had given away his position to show his honour. Honour. A weird concept that Kronan had read of, but didn't really see the utility of whatsoever. Honour, rules of engagement, non-combatants. The humans were so odd. Yet, this worked to his advantage. Now Kronan had always had sharp eyes, probably from being on his thinking spot and looking down so very often. He had the visual acuity of a squighawk, and he saw his adversary clear. Not perfect-like, but it was an awfully long way away. But he got the outline and gist, colours and heraldry, far better than most would have. Not that he would put it that way, but the statement stands. It was, unsurprisingly, Hume-shaped, yet tall and shiny, covered in warplate of the arse-starters. It was coloured in grey, with a black and yellow B-type business on shoulder and knee pads. It wielded no huge chopper nor bolter ducker. It had a very long rifle thing. Yes, this was a las cannon. The warrior went back into a crouch and placed his head next to the gun. It could only see out of one eye, like the commandos or handle flickers. Hence, this must be one of the four, the Eye of Evil. Kronan now took off at a dash, both McSloppy and Madnut Krunkelstein diving for cover the instant the first grot had vaporized, and they hunkered down. Good. At least Kronan did not have to worry about them. He had a long way to go and a short time to get there. He was eastward bound, and by Mork did he run. Yet not in straight lines. Kronan ducked and rolled, zigged and zagged. On 2 separate occasions he hefted a large rock out of the sands and used it as a shield for a shot. But one blast was enough to turn any of his rock shields into molten slag that he quickly dumped off. Now the sniper was not to know that he had indeed tagged Kronan once right in the centre. Yet the cunning one was no fool. He wore light armour, indeed, but he was not without his trusty force field generator, concealed in the usual place. We all know where. And this had the effect of perplexing and vexing the sniper in equal measure. Sensing something was amiss, said sniper now rained down less accurate but far more prolific shots from his las cannon. Long they duelled, the sniper repositioning quickly, getting a bead on Kronan when he ducked under cover or rolled into a ravine to come out closer than ever. Sometimes Kronan might find a large rock, not a boulder, or a particularly enthusiastic and nippy Vidgrot that had managed to keep up with him and lobbed it at the Spaced Marine. Thanks to the holy rite of bogey flicking, Kronan was damn accurate himself. Hence, the Marine had to duck or evade quite often. Yet, even when in range, Kronan would not fire a proper shooter at it. He needed this one, Alice. What?
Yeah,
Bloody
buddy.
autocorrect.
Yeah,
Kronan
dude.
needed this one
So I got as
alive.
much as that
That's better.
Agrax
And the
Earthshade
duel
on
came to its
everything I
conclusion.
could before
The Space
I
Marine
threw away
elite,
the paper
the
towel.
Iron Havoc, was no idiot either.
My
He
whole
bound
collection.
across rock
I was able
edges to
Agrax
reposition
my
and
whole
extend the
collection.
distance, but Kronan
All my
waited until
Space
he
Marines,
turned to
all my
sliding off again,
Terminators, all
when
my
he bowed
Terma-
up and tore after the
Tyranids,
Marine. Being
Termagants.
cunning, the Marine skidded to a halt, and as the dust fell,
the goblins,
he was
or
kneeling
orcs,
with
sorry,
las cannon
not
aimed
goblins,
for the
orcs.
kill. Yet, his target was not there.
Oh, and the
Internet usually
inquisitorial
takes a few days.
agents.
So I hired a new employee to help us get emails out.
So everything's Agrax Earth shaded, and I think we're pretty much good right here. We'll listen to the rest of the story, wrap it up, hang out a little bit longer. But as for painting for me, I think that's a wrap. But we did good. Look at this. Look at them. They all look a little more lively. Look lively now. Look lively.
His mighty leap and came down on the Marine from the sun. He landed on the Marine and engulfed him in a huge hug, pinning both of the Marine's arms to his torso. They rolled off an edge and fell to the ground below. Both a bit bashed up by the fall, but neither had relented. Not yet. And Kronan still had the Marine in said hug. Kronan reached up with his other arm and carefully popped off the helmet of the Marine. He then giggled as he performed boop noises as he touched the Marine's eyes with two huge fingers, only brushing them, not pulling them out. After a half dozen of these boops, the Marine was asked by the cunning one if he was indeed bested, to which the poor sod had little alternative. A strange statement from a greenskin, but what wasn't odd around these parts? Thus, manhandled like a rag doll and dominated, the Marine capitulated out of what seemed sheer annoyance at such a demeaning assault. Kronan let go of the flailing Marine, and he stood above him. The Iron Warrior simply looked up at Kronan, shrugged, then got up himself, brushed himself down a little, and picked up his las cannon. He hefted it onto his shoulder and stood stock still. This was a realm of unrelenting, unremitting bloodshed, but also of rules. This honor thingy. And here, to be bested was no shame. It was to be added to the forces of a greater warrior. If this had been real space, and the Marine had been alive, then he would have toasted Kronan, defeat or not. But here, in the realm of Corny, he was now a foot soldier and a thrall of a better warrior. And so, the Space Marine Iron Warrior Iron Havoc, crumbs, they had a lot of names, awaited directives from his new squad commander, his new boss. The Evil Eye was now Kronan's to command. One down, 3 to go.
Patch notes in the stream.
Marching behind
I don't care
Kronan
about
and
patch
gaining
notes.
plenty of side-eye from both of the Orkies, not to mention
Are they really
the
that
wide
worth it?
berth
Is it
given
that
to
good?
the armoured Humi by the Grot. Madnut took Kronan aside for a wee chat. But Kronan
What
did
are we
not
looking
like
at
to be
here? New
questioned
levels?
or knew this.
kind of
And he
stuff?
had to show legendary restraint, not to instantly headbutt or uppercut Krunkelstein and give him a good shoeing on the ground. Yet he was a lord of Orkies, a big boss. Thus did Kronan listen for a while, to allay the trepidations of his head weird boy an obvious get-out-of-the-burp card. For only Madnut could construct a tear in reality back into better space. Madnut explained that he had so little juice left to him, being separated from both the War energies and from Mork and Gork, as he was in the realm of the Juice God. He would not be able to lash out with mighty feet of Gork, not perform any mindy-windy stuff.
Are the patch notes
He had to
on
retain
Steam?
all of his remaining energies for the
Like, if I
escape
go on
plan.
Steam to the
Yet,
like the
he was rather
homepage
put
of
out
the-
that Humies were being recruited for this particular shindig.
to the game.
Kronan
Because I know there's always like a
He then
patch
turned
thing,
his
but
back on
is
the
it-
green skin
is it
and continued
is it
to
what you
trudge
mean
on.
by the patch notes?
He
Is
had
it
to listen
expand on
occasionally,
everything
but
that
he
they
did
or
not
is it
need
just
to
like
respond
a
nor
quick little
retort.
thing?
And Madnut was just about
Do I have to
sane
go to
enough
their
to
website,
know
or can
that
I
he
do it
was
on
walking
Steam
on
kind of thing?
very thin ice. despite being in a scorching barren desert under the vicious red sun. And thus he held his tongue. Following the snuffler squigs, Cronan did hear a very welcome clangor from over yonder ridge. So, trusting to Providence or the good graces of Mork, he wandered in that direction. And Cronan could get behind the glorious rampage he was witnessing. He crested a small hill and looked down upon a healthier fray. A gaggle of small humies was circling a tall and built one. This pink-skinned humie in the middle was a monster for one of their runty ilk. Near a third taller, wider, and surlier than any humie Cronan had ever seen before. And he knew what it was.
Dude, alright,
So,
I guess.
this was a
I'm gonna turn on the
bogrin.
other computer, hold on.
From the perspective of a humie,
Yeah, turn on
it
the other
must indeed
computer.
seemed like a moving hill. A hill that hunted.
Turn on a whole
He had
nother
found
system
number
over
2,
here.
though it did not seem like it was hunting at the moment. When at rest, this bogrin's crossed eyes were wide and vacant, like the stare of a decapitated grot head stuck on a stake. Some
there's
of the
still 40
humies
minutes in
around
the
it
story left.
used barbed whips to lash at it. This thing did not flinch as chunks of flesh and blood were torn from its hide, but they were never as large or damaging as they might be for a runtier humie. But when one of the assailants got confident and ducked in too close, the hill that hunts moved like lightning, lurching forwards with his huge maul and sending them flying back with imploded rib cages or heads. He got 2 this way, before his hand darted out and grabbed one of the barbed whips as it came in. The whip sliced through his fingers, but stopped amidst his dense flesh, as his hill wrapped the whip around his arm again and
Now you're
again,
getting me
dragging
a
in the
little
smaller
interested.
humie, then clobbering the owner into 2 of his
For the
eyes.
Arbites?
The monstrous
Is my-
bogrin then turned and
my-
gave a
is my
bellow that
dog
seemed
more
to shake the very
badass?
ground. As he charged at the momentarily shocked other half of the circle,
Alright, well,
the bogrin reached them too
I started
easily
the other
and bowled over
computer.
2,
I
then
guess
flayed
we'll
out
just
with his
finish
maul,
this story
killing
up,
3 more in short order,
and then,
turning
I'll
and finishing
check
the
out
2
patch
previously
notes,
knocked off their feet.
and then we'll call it a night.
Their heads exploded under
Maybe
his
we'll see.
strikes from above. The remaining warriors then turned and fled, screaming about Mongo the Menacing, which Cronan took to be the name of this hill who hunts. Nice one, thought Cronan. He realized he had never asked the name of the Eye of Evil, but decided he didn't really care, as long as it did its job. The craven scum that fled knew there would be other lickings, other pickings out there in the sands of Corny's realm, so did not look back to see Cronan walk down the incline towards the now stationary and visibly drooling Mongo. Cronan approached the bogrin, but didn't come too close. He was always up for a scrap, of course he was, but this Mongo the Menacing looked right tasty. He would have to use all his cunning to bring it onto his side. Well, that is what he mused while sauntering forward. When Cronan stopped and looked the bogrin eye to eye, for he was in fact that large these days, the thing stopped staring at its own nose, which was both comedic and off-putting, Cronan had to admit, and it focused on the cunning one. Cronan gestured for this being to follow him, to which it spat on the ground. The bogrin dropped its maul and took 1 step forward, raised its
Thanks,
arm so that
Jamie.
its hand was hovering in the air near
Yeah,
its head,
dude.
and the length of its arm
Were you
was
here
at 90
when I
degrees from its
spilled my
torso.
paint? My little
Cronan
shader
already felt
paint?
kinship with
That's
this mountain
alright.
of muscle.
It
He knew
happens
what he had to
to
do.
a lot of people, and
And
it
so it
finally
was
happened to me.
that Cronan also dropped his
This-
mighty
this is
chopper
how we learn.
and approached
It'll
this
never
Mongo.
happen again.
The 2 of them
But yeah, we
then lashed
spilled
out
it
quickly and clasped
all over a
hands.
paper towel.
Then the
so
battle
I threw away
truly
the
began.
paper towel and
The pecs,
Francois
biceps,
was
triceps,
no,
and
don't.
all the seps
Use
of
what's
both
on the paper
combatants
towel and
flexed
use as
and
much
popped
as
out
you
like the
can.
ears of penny.
I pulled out the
Ladders
whole
of veins
collection,
and the muscle strained
every
as both
single
Herculean
mini I
warriors
have, and
tested
I,
their strength.
Yeah, dude.
At first, the
We got some
bogrin
Earth sheet
leered
on
at
there,
the cunning
so
one,
they're all
his
looking a
few
little bit
remaining
better.
teeth forming a tableau like a devastated city skyline inside his maw. The thing chortled as he put in more effort,
Focus.
expecting the orc
Yeah.
before him to fold like a cheap deck
They're all
chair.
looking a little bit
But
better.
this was not the case.
A little more
For
lively.
Cronan now flexed his muscles and poured in true gusto. Sweat now appeared on the brow of both combatants
Yeah,
as their necks
thanks,
bulged
appreciate
and both
you.
their legs shuddered under the strain. And the bogrin let out a mighty anal exhale that seemed to go on forever. It was akin to the sound of 1,000 speed freaks revving their engines. Nor was it pleasant, as both Henrietta and Cronan's eye squigs retreated from its burning odour. The bogrin chortled at this reaction, seeing the greenskin's face change so comedically. Red-eyed from the burning pong, Cronan looked deep at the ogrin, and then invoked the name of Gork and Mork, and put in every ounce of remaining welly he could muster. And it was enough. The arms clanked together. Cronan slowly brought the arm of the bogrin down, and was about to hear the satisfying sound of its cracking, when Mongo's eyes widened. He looked to Cronan, and nodded in appreciation, and let the power out of his arm. The battle was ended as the Bogren chose to remain intact and thundered to the ground at Cronan's feet instead of remaining standing and losing his favourite limb. They hailed at Hunts and gave out a truly joyous Orky guffaw, and Cronan could not help but emulate it. Cronan offered the Bogren his hand and was pleasantly surprised when it was clasped. Cronan tugged and the being was back on his feet. It slapped Cronan on the shoulder and pointed to itself and simply said, "Mongo." Cronan returned the favour and gave his own name. There would be no difficulties with Mongo the Menacing. As Cronan went to march away, it just wandered after him alongside the Eye of Evil. And now they were 5. Only 2 more to go. More marching after the Snuffler Squigs. Yet to go into the minds of Cronan, the Iron Warrior, and Mongo would elongate this tale to tedium, so on they went in silence. About the only useful observation of relevance was that Cronan had noted exactly how much wandering about the place they had done, and yet the red sun was still directly over them. Odd in the extreme. No dawn, as that, even Cronan knew, would require a dusk and a night time. The words of the bitch were correct so far, so why this oddity? How could he know anything on the 3rd dawn, when none had come at all? Yet, thankfully, it was just about that point that Cronan came to another event. Before him was a nasty-looking set of rocks, with particularly vicious crenellations and defences carved into it. But what struck Cronan as oddest was that it reminded him of the recent battle against the Kin. He could not quite put his finger on why, but it may have been the rotund, diminutive figure standing on its highest walls and screaming down at him and his entourage. The thing had a mad, long black beard, but it was also twisty and shiny-looking, like it had been oiled and rolled into tight tubes, or something like that. And the hat it had on its sponge was utterly ridiculous. But as we all know, Cronan had a certain proclivity for hats. The cunning one looked up at the weird squat-type warrior, which he knew was thus due to the heavy mace it gesticulated with. Now it did not speak Gothic, high or low, for Cronan could not understand a blithering word it was saying. Yet the wee bugger yapped on and on. It never stopped to even take a breath. Yes, thought Cronan, this being had an unfeasible endurance for dishing out invective. A tongue of iron, one might say. Cronan let it continue for a bit more, then had had enough. Cronan did not like the look of the defences, for with a hat like that, there was no telling what cunning traps were placed before and behind the walls this dwarf thing inhabited. And so, Cronan would have to get the wretch to come out. Now it had to be noted that the Eye of Evil did indeed signal Cronan, indicating his las cannon and the shouting moron. Yet Cronan gave the universal sign for him to stand down by wafting his hand in a shooing action. Both Mongo and the Iron Warrior took a few paces back to give their lord more space. And then it began. Cronan placed his feet wide apart, drew in a gargantuan breath of air, and retorted to the dwarf in kind. He gesticulated rudely, with all the force, nay, even more, than that of the tongue of iron. The wee git was momentarily speechless, for somehow he knew gobbledygook all too well, and thus it shifted to that language as well. Now this sailed clear over the heads of both Mongo and the Marine, but within mere minutes of escalation, both Madnut Krunkelstein and Slackbutt McSloppy were chortling, then bawling, then weeping with tears of mirth, as Cronan unleashed his insults. The grots were soon covering their ears, for fear of the tirade of torrid insults being exchanged by these titans of invective. And on this went for what seemed like hours. Yet, over the time, the wee dwarf thing became even more irate and started to stutter, its rage inhibiting its own cunning. It was being overwhelmed, not only by the power of Cronan's shouts, but also his raw ingenuity, luridness, and comedic accuracy in his derision of the dwarf. The thing got so angry, it took off its hat and jumped up and down on it, all the while attempting to match the cursing of the strange-hued orc before him. Still the red sun beat down on the both of them. Yet, without his hat to protect him, with such long and luscious locks and beard, the dwarf was now lilting under the scorching rays of the sun. His rants became shorter, his ire less fiery, his invective now reduced to schoolyard slurs and mimicry. Finally, as Cronan was truly only getting started, marching about the place and screaming up his insults, gaining impotence and specificity with each sally, the dwarf went silent. Panting, it fell from the walls in exhaustion. Cronan watched him fall with satisfaction, until he twigged that the fool might well squish it on impact, and Cronan hurdled a few barbed wire and spiked pits and skidded to where the dwarf would land. Cronan had to fight the urge to let it splatter, as that would have been a legendary end to this duel. Yet he needed this tongue of iron. Thus, he leapt up and scooped the wretch out of the skies, and landed far more carefully. The dwarf was alive. When it woke, Cronan was the first thing it saw. Never before had he witnessed such oratory. Never before had he been bested in invective. This dwarf then knelt before the obvious winner. Like the Bogrin, it pointed to himself and explained his name in gobbledygook. Yet Cronan could not pronounce such a clearly Khazad moniker. So, we shall know this being as dwarf from here on in. Only one to go. Which was convenient, as behind them there appeared to be someone following along. When Cronan had looked back across their trail so far, he noticed a single line beside their footprints. This trail was unbroken and definitely not of normal method of preambulation. Cronan had the group wander towards another outcropping of rocks then. As soon as they had all gotten round the outcrop, he bade them all to hide. Off the marine, Bogrin, dwarf, and 2 Orkies scampered to get out of the sight of anyone coming round the edge of the stone. Alone, Cronan stood in the open, but this would be very close to where their stalker would turn around the outcrop. Nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. And he was not incorrect, nor disappointed. Only a few scant minutes passed before they witnessed their tracker in all his glory. It had the bottom of a snake and the top half of a humy, but with 4 arms and a weird snake-like head. Now one in the know could be forgiven for thinking that this might be a lair. Alas, they had been all promised unto she who thrusts. No, this was in fact a slith, a monster of war usually found in the employ of an archod of the depraved city of Kumarag. But the jig was most definitely up, as out burst the other members of the magnificent gang. The slith did not draw any of its many weapons. Its eyes darted from face to face. Its gaze then fell on Cronan. It slithered forward, carefully and slowly drawing a curved scimitar blade, and shifted the weight of the weapon so that it was placed in its open palms. It was quite obviously offering its blade unto Cronan. The cunning one knew that this must be the last of their prophesied party, Slither the swordsman. Cronan nobly took the blade and then returned it to the being before him. In the realm of Corny, into Burp, power attracted power. And so it was that the Magnificent Seven were now complete. Now all they had to do was to follow the Snuffler Squigs to where Daka von Smashoven and Tiddles, Avatar of Teeth, were being held. And so it was that the Magnificent Seven strode along the pathway of heroism and war. Long they followed the rampaging Snuffler Squigs, who seemed to get more excited as they got closer to their target. Few thought this was possible, as the wee wretches had acted like Labradors who had been asked 1,000 times who the good boy might be, but still had not had it confirmed. Yet, in their knowledge that it was indeed them, their anticipation of the result was roughly equivalent to giving a berserker all his stims for a campaign in the one hit. Yet, they got worse. Their whining and clawing at the ground became frantic under any delay or hold-up, as every one of the Magnificent Seven had thought it might be a good idea to have a quick nibble and crap before the impending affray. This did cause some issues of annoyance. Yet, it was not long after the collective repast and movement that they stumbled into what was most definitely the outskirts of their target region. For here they all witnessed the changing graffiti. For most outcroppings, hillocks, towers, or mountains have been simply and clearly daubed in blood, and it was most definitely in variations of types of Gothic. Yet now, the graffiti was predominantly in gobbledygook. Still daubed in blood, of course, yet far more pleasing to the eye of Cronan. I mean, some of the effigies were very eye-catching, lots of assails and scale that few could believe if they had not seen it themselves. The immortality of the warriors here that Slackbutt had mentioned before, did it lead to such excessive acts? Was it a measure of passion and dominance, or actually an admittance of boredom? In any case, the Seven strode on. They climbed another rather steep edge upwards after the tenacious Snuffler Squigs, yet their eyes all reflected the lights below when they finally all crested the edge. Fires, hundreds of them. It was a glorious sight, for around each fire, Orkies danced and jumped and fought and drank and laughed. It was a glorious collection of greenskins. Okay, they were a deeper green from the constant exposure to the burning red sun, but it was definitely a tan, not a sign of outright weirdness. On each bonfire were humies and other sentients, warriors all, one could imagine. It was clear. This day the Orkies had been victorious. A column of warriors, or more to put it, the bodies and blood of them could be seen at the centre of the revelries. An ambush had gone down a treat. There was a thin line of Orky dead around the edges of what seemed like a long trench, like a football field, but daubed in blood, then strewn with limbs and heads across it as a decoration. The slaughter had obviously been great.
Get fast, powerful allergy relief.
As the Magnificent Seven looked down, they saw the main boss strutting around the place from fire to fire. really pressing the flesh. He was obviously a pro. He even cut a knob's head off, much to the amusement of all present around that fire. Yet, this was not the main draw for Cronan's eye, because, following around after this huge Orky, were the two beings he had quested to find, Daka von Smashhoven and Tiddles. But something was deeply amiss. Both just stood there, like a copy of Mongo. They drooled and barely acted, and both had strange attachments on the temples of their heads, some form of snails, green and ghastly, pus rolling down the sides of their faces. It was terrible. Yet, when this boss had clicked his fingers, they both went into a violent mega rage and did a hyper massacre on anyone the boss indicated. Even Cronan leaned back a second at its effect, the speed of the change in them. The others of the Magnificent Seven all ducked, held hands over their eyes, or visibly looked like they would chunder at the lurid horror performed. And these were warriors of Corny, the Juice God. I mean, this shit was extreme. Yet, another click, and they went back to drooling, swaying, eyes blank. Of course, Cronan was livid. He dived up and charged down the side of the valley, dagger blazing, chopper drawn. He was going mental. And after him, down came the hill that hunts. Mongo struck the first Orky line like a cannonball, bowling over 4 and then rampaging over them with swift downward strikes to slay any before him or beneath him. Las cannon shots darted into the orcs, one after another being turned into a pincushion. Yet the lines were as wide as a plate and burned straight through them. The flesh around that struck burst into flame and the blood boiled. And so they were exterminated by the Eye of Evil. Slither was right behind Cronan, as was McSloppy with his staff. They kept any off his rear and punished the surprised Orkies with rage and skill. Slither sliced through them with his 4 scimitars. No armor was proof from them, no flesh survived their touch, for these were husk blades. One touch removed the liquid from an enemy, and they turned to dust. And Cronan was rather glad that he hadn't required to fight this slithery chap after all. He could win, of course, but he'd have to be damned careful. And the dwarf bashed anything he got to with his huge hammer. Yet he was a bit far back due to his legs being so little. Madnut was trying to keep up, but not contributing a great deal, if truth be told. The 7, well, most of them, moved through the orcs like a whirlwind of death. Even the Eye of Evil was forced to run down to keep up and not get flanked, for the Orky camp had burst into peals of joy and turned on their new enemy. A shout of fresh meat went firing out from one camp to the next, and they charged down. After so many battles amidst the sands, a fresh enemy was a fine treat indeed. Rare, to be savoured, not to be missed. Cronan and the 7 hacked and hewed their way to a natural gap, the original Sorter Trench, and they all stopped. Most of their eyes widened, a few jaws dropped entirely, as they witnessed what the enemies of the Orkies had seen from time immemorial. The onward rush of thousands of Orkies. The Green Tide. The 7 stood together in a line and unloaded every last bit of ducker they could muster. Slither whipped out 4 splinter pistols and unloaded. The Eye of Evil shot las cannon, and then also bolt pistol as they came in. Cronan emptied shooter after shooter into the tide. Slackbutt got out a piece of leather and made a sling, sending out deadly stones that went through faces like they were made of jelly. The Vidgrots themselves pegged it to a safer distance, if such existed. Madnut let loose with as much juice as he dared, drawing a tiny bit from the oncoming greenskins. But he was far from his usual form, and the Magnificent 7 slew scores of Orkies as they charged. Even more were slaughtered as they hit. Cronan was an orc possessed. Well, not literally, but he went at it like a madman. Alas, the sheer weight of Orkies overwhelmed the tongue of iron. Then Sloppy fell with a chopper through his gob. The Eye was beheaded by a particularly large Orky. Slither did great until he was killed by a mob of burner boys. They basted him with about 100 metric gallons of promethium. The smell was terrible, like burning pats from a grox herd fed exclusively on skunks, or something like that. Mongo was eventually brought down by grots of all things. Some sliced his tendons and he fell, and then cut inside his armor and took him to pieces, one sliver at a time. Cronan fought alone. Yet, after he had crushed, bashed, smashed, sliced, stabbed, and slaughtered through 5 scores of Orkies, if it was a 1, even he was bested. Just getting into his stride, he was attacked from behind. The novelty of a new target was too much of a temptation for all of the Orkies. He was thrown over as they tore him to pieces in their excitement. To be honest, the Orkies were a bit sad that they hadn't waited and fought him one after another, yet it was done. So they wandered back to their fires and continued their adulation at a good day of killing. Long pause for effect. Oh, that's an editing note. Ah, for fuck's sake. Cronan felt the deep, unsettling thrusting of something into his face, then all over his head, like little feet and something else was poking into him. He was about to move when a finger lifted his eyelid and another finger poked him in the eye. Bloody angry, Kronan rolled and grabbed his eyelid to protect it. A bundle of squigs fell off his face as he did this. The Snuffler squigs now all rubbed against his legs, waiting to be chased to their target. It was one of those bastards that had poked him, but he was not sure which, and it had woke him up pretty sharpish, so was it wrong to do? Kronan looked about him with his good eye, and there he witnessed two things. The first was the dawning of a large red sun. The second was the bodies around him. The Magnificent Seven all slowly awoke and got to their feet, or whatever they had. Now it was actually only Kronan and Madnut who were even mildly surprised at becoming not dead. Notice I didn't say undead, but not dead. Let's keep that clear. And so it was that Kronan was told that each day they died, they would simply awake again at the dawn. Okay, so this did initially feel like it could be fun. Not that any orc feared death, so they didn't think about it much, but to be in the midst of the deepest scraps and come out no matter what? Imagine the truly ridiculous special moves and signature attacks one could forge over time. Appealing. But in truth, was it not a bit weird? In short, it sort of took the fun out of it too. To know that no matter how often you crumped someone, they would never stay crumped. But, as I was saying, the rest of the seven were all too familiar with the mechanics of this realm. They had not joined Kronan unto death. They joined him permanently. The seven now followed the squigs again, as Kronan mused to himself. No. It wasn't total cobblers this time. He needed a plan. These mobs of Tusker were reassuringly odd, and he was proud of them. But he did not know much about their lord, their war boss, this Tusker. Why were they here? Did they worship the Juice God? In any case, he would have to get to the center of the entire war just to strike at Tusker and free Ducker and Tiddles. How had the enemy boss controlled them, made them into morons, and how to deal with the huge mob of orcs this Tusker had gathered? Now, to say that day 2 went any better was optimistic in the extreme. Okay, Kronan had learned more, like the wonderful tidbit to burn and eat the squigs first, for in day 2 the Magnificent Seven had again gained the high ground when the wretched squigs had given them away. Now this time the mobs of Tusker had been more restrained, yet no less excited nor tenacious. They knew that the Snuffler squigs heralded the arrival of the new fresh meat, and went at them just as fast as before. The Magnificent Seven were again torn to pieces. The second dawn Kronan woke under, he was still optimistic. As they slaughtered the Snufflers and ate early, they went to try to hit the mobs while they were engaging other Khornate columns. Though they all woke somewhere different every dawn, it was not difficult to locate nor track the orc mobs. This time, it was so close. The battle between the Khornates and the Orkies was brutal, as the Orkies charged at a phalanx of bearded Humies with shields and axes and mammoths. Huge things they were, as large as a Squiggoth, and the Magnificent Seven tried again. They carved into the side of the mobs the Eye of Evil, bringing down some mammoths to add to the confusion. They tuned and smashed all the way towards Tusker. Kronan leapt onto the back of the mammoth that Tusker was now riding after he had dispatched the existing crew. Kronan bounded toward him and slapped a particularly nice shooter out of his hand. They tussled. Tusker fell back, but before Kronan could strike with his chopper, Tusker had raised an identical shooter and blown Kronan's head off. And Kronan woke to new red dawn, the third dawn. And now he knew what to do, just as that witch had stated he would. All this time he had acted as a warrior. Of course he did. Was he not the prophet of Mork, the most orky of all orcs? Well, sans Gaskell, of course. Aye, that he was. Yet he had acted by instinct. He had been brutal, but he had not been cunning. Now Kronan bounced to his feet. He would be unto Mork. He would lead this, his Magnificent Seven, unto victory. But he had to dictate the terms of combat. Thus did the day progress. And the seven he ordered to split into groups. Slither and the Hill that hunts in one group, the Eye of Evil and the Tongue of Iron in another. These two mini-mobs were to attract the attention of columns. The more the merrier. Slither and Mungo were to strike at columns and get them to follow. The Eye of Evil would shoot out leaders and front rankers or banner bearers. Then the Iron Tongue would taunt them until they followed as well. Slack Bottomed Sloppy was to go to the camp of Tusker and yell out the challenge of Kronan. And this would certainly lead Tusker and his Orkies out onto the field of combat. And so it was that Kronan went to and took the Tower of the Terror Lord, the highest peak and tallest tower outside of the city of Brass itself, the home of the dark goddy Corny. But this Herculean feat we shall tell another day. Thus Kronan waited, stood atop the tower looking down on the sand-strewn plains. He saw the two other groups arrive. the mighty doors opening a crack for the returning members of the Magnificent Seven. And up they came. Beneath them 5 columns appeared, 1 green, 4 red, and the battle of the 5+ armies began. Marauding cavalry from each army kicked up the dust and sand, tearing towards each other, their heavy footmen centres marching on the tower. And Kronan directed the Eye of Evil to cut out the leadership of the Tusker mobs, not to touch the big boss or his 2 attendants, but kill the rest. And soon it was being done. With pinpoint accuracy, their knobs were taken, one by one. Las cannons were right tasty, conceded Kronan. Madnut was told to stay at the top, and the same with Slackbutt. And the columns came on, none willing to relinquish their right of vengeance upon the Magnificent Seven, and thus they ploughed into each other. Kronan took Mongo, Slither, and the dwarf down to the main entrance. This was his plan. He would wait for Tusker to come to him. The furore outside was intense, deafening even inside the tower, yet it was a foregone conclusion. The other 4 Hume columns were here to fight, not to accept a challenge. Thus, it was orcs that were so motivated to break down the doors and get inside the tower to face Kronan, just as planned. A Squiggoth came rampaging through the doors, smashing them off their hinges. Slither the swordsman coiled and sprung onto it, digging in his husk blades, and patches of the great beast desiccated. This sent down the Squiggoth. It floundered, then fell dead. Orkies piled through the doors, but with such a tight frame, the firepower of the 7 really did the job. It didn't hurt that inside the tower, Kronan had found a huge drum-barreled machine ducker cannon, which he made Mongo hold, and the hill sprayed and prayed, dicing scores of orkies as they came. Alas, a shock jump dragster appeared and ploughed into Mongo. Both Kar and Bogrin struck the wall and splattered. It was a funny death, at least. But in poured the mobs. Slither and the Tongue took the flanks, Kronan the centre. They butchered boys as they came in, and Kronan threw a crack grenade at an approaching birder mob, and a chain reaction took the entire squad and pelted into the rear units still ablaze. Yet Tusker came. With his own elite mega knobs, the boss arrived. Using his nice shooters, he peppered towards Kronan, but missed. Then managed to pivot and fill the dwarf with holes. The Iron Tongue fell back smoking. He was dead. But this gave time for Slither and Kronan to fall back into the tower. The Meganobs followed, but were punished mightily, as Slither's husk blade slew many, the Cunning One even more. And they all fought up the inner stairs. So many were bowled back and over by Kronan, carrying other orkies to their deaths. So there was nothing left for it. Tusker advanced, his 2 pets behind him. Ducker von Smashoven and Tiddles were on leashes, those strange snails on their heads, the ones that made them into rabid butchers. Slither shot down at those following Tusker, making them fall back, so none supported the big boss. But in he came, marching up the stairs. Kronan and Slither then ran all the way to the top of the tower. Outside, the din of battle was reaching a crescendo, and Madnut and Slackbutt were hidden, as agreed. Kronan stood in the middle of the opening, posing hard in front of the Vidgrots. And so, Tusker stepped into the area, flanked by Tiddles and von Smashoven. Kronan nodded to Tusker, then motioned to both Tiddles and Ducker von Smashoven, and then back to himself, in an unmistakably universal sign of, those 2 belong to me. He then raised his chopper. Tusker leered. He could fight this new upstart. He could. But why not do the most amusing thing? After all, he could fight him another dawn. At that, Tusker clicked once and pointed at Kronan. Both Ducker and Tiddles opened their eyes wide as the snails on their temples flashed, and both snarled at Kronan. Like lightning and thunder they came on. Tiddles teleported next to Kronan and bit at his head. Kronan rolled forward under the attack, leaping, then pushed himself forward at its end, avoiding the downward strike of Ducker and his club. Kronan burst upwards and stood before Ducker, planting a solid punch onto his nose, sending him sprawling. Tiddles rushed at Kronan, who leapt over the squig like he was playing leapfrog. Out from the shadows crept Madnut Krunkelstein. He threw up his hands, and green energy struck Ducker and von Smashoven. These energies coursed across their bodies. The green snot-like energy then enclosed over the snails and crushed them. As this went on, Slackbutt McSloppy, the runt herd, stepped in front of the giant squig and calmly rapped it on the hooter. The squig, Tiddles, avatar of teeth though he might have been, was still a squig, and the herder, Slackbutt, knew how they ticked. While confused at this nose boop, McSloppy struck the snails with 2 powerful blows, shattering them and squishing them all over Tiddles. And they were dead. Both Tiddles and Ducker slumped down in exhaustion. They fell into a deep and perfectly orky sleep. And thus, Kronan looked back at Tusker. Tusker grinned. He would get to fight this upstart after all. But Cronan now looked over the orc's shoulder and nodded. You see, Mork had reminded Cronan not only what to do, but why he was here. He was not here to fight. He was questing for the return of his property, his boys. If he slew Tusker, if he could, then he would enter the cycle as a new biggest boss in this realm. Even now, Cronan had no true idea if he could even defeat this orc, this Tusker. But he did not even need to try. Thus, in all the frantic action, Slither the swordsman had, well, slithered behind Tusker. Now the orc warboss's eyes widened as 4 scimitar blades slammed out of the front of his armor, and Tusker's body desiccated and blew away in the wind. Madnut drew in any excess power of the Wa here from so many orkies. Corny could not absorb it all. He jumped and sang and paced and tore open a wobbly door into better space, the real one. Yet this doorway was a wobbly but good green, and showed its other side to be on the decks of the Orcs of Omen. Cronan took one more look down from the tower. The red sun, the sand, the endless battle. Gleeful, but empty. He nodded to Slither the swordsman, and the Slith bowed back to him. Slackbutt McSloppy and Madnut Krunkelstein grabbed both of the legs of von Smashoven and dragged him through the portal, and Cronan hefted his pet, Tiddles, onto his shoulder, and also walked through. The Morknificent Seven would go down in legend amongst the burp, but never would they return or reform. For Cronan had reclaimed Tiddles and Ducker von Smashoven, and was back on the Orcs of Omen. Now, he could get back on with the Wa. Now, it was time to get on to the Mega Rumble. From Voldemort, Mrs. B, and Lightbringer, Merry Christmas. The Tales of Cronan will return in 2026 for its final episodes. And please all remember, Cronan the Cunning is brought to you by the incredible generosity and support of the ever-patient and amazing patrons of the channel, and of course, the one-off support thanks that make these tales possible. My eternal gratitude for all of your support in these self-made pieces, which never do particularly well on YouTube. And may you all have an amazing holiday, and a happy, healthy, and lucky 2026. Toodaloo.
There it was, you guys. There it was. All right, you guys. Here in a minute, we'll go check out those patch notes for Darktide, and then we're gonna call it a night. Oh yeah? Alright. I'm down. Turn off the camera. And stay hydrated, you guys. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Switch on over to the other computer. Oh, whoops. Whoops, I'm stuck. I'm frozen. I'm never coming back. Okay. We good? We good? Yes. Oh, what happened? Yeah. Oh, this game. Ah. All right, here we are. 1.11.6 patch notes. All right. Do you guys want me to turn off the music while I read the patch notes, or do you guys care? Do you care? All right, this patch can... Let me close my windows so I'm not too loud. I should probably just pause the music, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, for sure. Let me just fix myself real quick. Give me a quick second. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Patch 1.11.6 patch notes. The patch contains extensive balance changes focused on carapace armored enemies, particularly Ogryn Crushers. Bastard Ogryn Crushers. All right. Let's see. Warband. Patch is now being rolled out on all platforms, and while you wait for it to download, you can read the notes below. The patch contains extensive balance changes focused on carapace armored enemies, particularly Ogryn Crushers. These enemies and the tools used to counter them have become a central part of the current meta. As we lower how frequently these threats appear, we're also adjusting the most dominant anti-carapace options. Yo, so they're lowering how frequently these threats appear? Bro, all right, well, that's already a win. That's a win in my book. Crushers, dude. Always sneaking up on you, and especially when there's like 6 or 7 of them and they're all right there in the room hanging out. They don't even come out of the room. They wait for you to come in there, and then you walk in and you're like, whoa, and you back up and they're just like, whoosh. Yeah, no. Annoying, bro. Hell yeah. Good looking out, dude. Yeah. When you're like, oh, you should read the patch notes, I was all, man, I don't want to read no patch notes. But when you're like, oh, there might be something in there you like, I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's already great. In case you missed it, check out last week's dev blog. You can find it just before this post in our Steam announcement section, where we go into more detail on the reasoning behind these changes. Let me turn this off real quick and glare on my TV. Beyond that, we also have a bunch of bug and crash fixes and a few minor tweaks. Balance changes, enemy balance changes, reduced Ogryn Crusher spawn amount. Hell yeah. Minus 35%. Is that... Wow. So a little over a third. We're gonna see them less than a third of what we usually do. Due to how spawning works, this number isn't exact and is more of an average result over the course of a mission. This affects ambient spawns, horde spawns, and event spawns. Hell yeah, dude. W's, bro. Yeah, dude, 35%, bro. Like a third of them gone. Woo! Hell yeah. W's all around. This affects ambient spawn. Oh, yeah. Havoc changes. An additional 15% reduction in ogre and crushers, bulwarks, and reapers. Damn. Well, wait. Which ones do we play mostly? Is Havoc the ones that we don't play because those are kind of hard for me? Or is Havoc the ones that we usually play? No, Auric is what we don't play, right? Rotten armor. What's rotten armor? Armor override has been changed from carapace to infested. Wait, what? Armor override has been changed from carapace to infested. This allows for a greater diversity of weapons to be brought to a rotten armor mission. Rotten armor mission. I don't know what that is. Lower the amount of rotten enemies spawn. Wait, are those the green guys that can't be staggered? Not too sure. Class balance changes. Ogrin. Increase the height at which the Ogrin is able to vault over obstacles. Nice, dude. This puts him at a similar level as the human classes and will hopefully smooth out how you traverse obstacles while playing as our favorite Biggin. We don't play Havoc. We usually play on Heresy or Damnation. Wait, Havoc's less than those, right? Oh wait, does Havoc? I don't know, dude. I just follow along. All right, veteran, split talent, demolition, stockpile into different replenish timers for each blitz. What? Split talent, demolition, stockpile into different replenish timers for each blitz. Crack grenades from 60 seconds to 90 seconds. Frag and smoke grenades unchanged at 60 seconds. Oh, so they made this. They just made it longer for the crack grenades to for replenish. That sucks. That sucks for the veteran. Havoc is the highest difficulty. Oh, okay, all right. That's yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't touch those. I don't touch those ones. Hive scum. All right. Boombringer. Max charges from 3 to 2 with extra pouches from 4 to 3. Dude, so they're just, they're kind of taking stuff away. That sucks. Sucks for the Hive scum. I'm glad for if they're going to be taking a third of crushers away, I guess it's all right that they take some away, but come on, dude. I want to be a badass and give me 5 instead of 4 and give me 4 instead of 3. You know what I mean? Anyways, Chem Toxin Dot. Damage per tick while at max stacks changed from 440 to 350. Damn, that sucks. Well, so everybody got a little bit of a debuff. Everything got a little bit of a debuff. Your classes got a little bit of a debuff. And best of all, the Ogrin Crusher spawns got a little debuff. What's it called? There's buffs, and then there's what? What's the other word? Not debuffs, but the ones that, buffs and sorry. Anyways, weapons and blessings balance changes. Uncanny strike from rending to brittleness. Wait, from rending to brittleness. Blaze Force sword, combat blade, dueling sword, and sapper shovel. Sapper shovel? Nerf. Thank you. Yeah. So they pretty much nerfed all around. The crushers got nerfed. Everybody got nerfed. Woo, finish crafting the base and have almost everything base coated on this Wraith Knight. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats, bro. Good stuff. Yeah, so Blaze Force sword, combat blade, dueling sword, and sapper shovel from what? From 12, 16, 20, 24%. Oh, okay. So for Blaze Force Sword from 12%, Combat Blade 16%, Dueling Sword 20%, and Sapper Shovel 24%. Rending per weakest hit. Max is at... Oh, wait, what? So it went from 12... It went from 1260 to 2... Wait, hold on. From percent rending per weak spot hit to stacks of 2.5% brittleness per weak spot hit. Okay. So instead of rending, oh, that's why it said from rending to brittleness. Need to read them separately. Yeah. Yeah, so it went from a minimum of 12 per weak spot hit to 60 to 2 stacks of 2.25 brittleness per weak spot hit to 5% per weak spot hit. Max of 40. So keep that in mind. Max of 40. All right, right on. And then shivs from any of these percents rending weak spot hit to the max was from these. So this is what it used to be. And now this is the new multiplier to brittleness. All right. Melee rending blessings. From rending to melee rending. Opportunist and bladed momentum. I don't know what that means. From rending to melee rending. I don't even know what rending is. Sapper Shovel. Damage profiles against first target of the attack. Against first target of the attack. Okay. Heavy Relentless. ADM. What's ADM? Area damage multiplier? Versus Carapace Armored from 0.4 to 0.5. Wait. Heavy Relentless. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we're getting buffs now, at least. I don't know if that stands for area damage multiplier. If it does, then that's good. If it's for something else, then I'm not too sure. So yeah, so heavy relentless, flak armored maniac, unyielding. From 0.75 to 0.8, only 0.05 increase. That's cool, I guess. Heavy relentless damage from what? Is that a comma? Damn, dude. Okay, so from 110,000 to 125,000. Plus 25. Attack damage multiplier. What did I say? Area damage multiplier. All right, yeah. That sounds more in line to what it should be. All right, attack damage multiplier. Okay, yeah, so that's cool. So we got some buffs for that. That's fine. I'm down. Buffs here. Heavy special sticky second damage instance. Attack damage multiplier versus Carapace Armored from 5 to 6. So everything is getting buffs on the Sapper Shovel. Sapper Shovel's going to be doing a lot better. Wasn't it already good before? Oh, heavy strike down impact from 15 to 12. Is that supposed to be a comma? Because it says 15, but over here it says 12, 20. So is it like to 12 or 20? Or is it supposed to be 12.20? Light Vanguard attack damage multiplier versus Carapace Armored from 0 to 0.02. Wait, what? Light Vanguard. So now the Light Vanguard does damage to it from that it didn't before to Carapace Armored? Yeah, for the Sapper Shovel. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. So for Flak, for Maniac and Yielding, Carapace. I see. It is supposed to be a dot 12.20. Yeah. That figured. That's not supposed to be a comma. Like are these not supposed to be commas either? They can't be points. You can't have 100. Well, I mean you could, but I don't think they would do that. Yeah, those are probably thousands. But these, I don't know about these. All right, light Vanguard, damage, light relentless, damage, buff. And this is all for the sapper shovel. So the sapper shovel is going to be doing a lot better now. So keep that in mind. Blaze Force Sword. Light also got buffs. Heavy Vanguard from 0 to 1. Obscurus MK2 Blaze Force Sword. Wait, what? Slightly delayed the active window for the light 2 uppercut attack to make it easier to hit weak spots. Cool. Nice, dude. So that's cool. They made all the weapons a little bit better. So they nerfed a little bit of your supers and your specials with the grenades and stuff, but they gave you some better buffs on weapons and gear, not gear, but stuff. Weapons. Dueling Sword, Inferno Force Staff, direct hit, attack damage multiplier versus Carapace Armored from 25 to 35. Yeah, everything's getting a buff on your like weapons and stuff. So that's all W's right there. Features and tweaks. Added automatic file integrity checks to the launcher after crashes caused by corrupted game files. If corruption is detected, the launcher will prompt Steam file verification to repair the game install. Reduce the time of expedition capture zone objectives. Made the scavenged contrail MKZH helmets equipable for both a veteran and zealot. Fixes. Fixed a crash that could occur when having the inventory open while transitioning into a mission loading screen. Fixed an issue where voice chat information would show with the team panel HUD visible when in a mission. Fixed a veteran survivalist aura not going into cooldown when other players kill an enemy. Added a HUD icon to desperation. Wait, what? Added a HUD icon to desperation to more clearly show its effect. What's desperation? I'm sure. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Fixed an issue where objects would end up slightly below the ground in the expedition extraction. Fixed an issue with themes not being applied correctly in expedition game mode. Fixed an issue that caused players to die when joining while the team was at the exit of the sanctuary. Items sold in the expedition sanctuary can now be marked pinged by players. Fixed issues that caused zero progression to not display properly after hot joining. There are still other issues that cause this that we are investigating. No worries. Known issues. Oh, fixed. Players can use some of the new grenades while inside a sanctuary. Please be nice to the locals, bro. Some textures can bug out when playing on attack mode. AMD GPUs. Okay, AMD. Xbox only. Some level and enemy textures can take a while to load, leaving a low quality texture visible until it finishes loading. That's all for today. We'll see you on the Morning Star, the Dark Tide team. Hell yeah, you guys. Nice, dude. Yeah. Less of these guys. Less of these guys. Look at that. 35%, bro. Like, really? I'm so stoked. Hell yeah. That's a W. That's a W, you guys. Well, we did it. We checked it out. Not that one. We made it happen. Not that one either. Yeah, we'll do that one. Overall, it's a pretty good patch. Yeah, dude. It is. I dig it. That sounded like a good patch to me. No complaints from me. I don't like to see nerfs, but if they're gonna like make it up in a different way, that's fine too. You know, don't just nerf my stuff and keep everybody the same difficulty and not, you know, give me a second. You know what I mean? Sounds like Buddy is ready for ARC missions now. Yeah, I'm about ready to shelf this game is what I'm ready for. Yeah, no, we can try an ARC mission some one of these days. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. I want more updates, like levels updates. Expansions or something. I don't know. I just feel like I've seen everything. I've gotten lost plenty. I don't want to get lost anymore. Damn, you guys. Well, we're coming up on 6 hours of streaming. It's been a long one, but it was a good one. We got our painting in. Yeah, we got our painting in. We put all our guys away finally. You know, we had them all over the place and hanging out, and you never know what they're up to at night. You go to bed and they're still out, coming to life like small soldiers or ending in the cupboard. Chucky. Start doing things you don't want them to do. Anyways, good stuff. They're changing the game so it becomes more accessible for everybody. That's down. That's fine. That's down. You know, people that aren't that good like me can do a little bit better and feel a little bit more of a badass when I can get through the level without dying so many times. Hell yeah. Tomorrow, you guys will be back. We got the Stargate watch party. We're on Stargate Universe. So if anybody wants to come by for the watch party, we are on, I'm not too sure what episode. It's like maybe 15, 16, and 17 or something, somewhere around there. We're almost done with season 1. We got special features too that I'll let you see in here. Thursday we'll play more games. Not too sure. Well, we'll try to get more games in tomorrow also, but Thursday we'll definitely get some games going. Either some Minecraft or some Pokemon Fire Red that I've been slacking on. I want to get some Crimson Desert, but the PlayStation controller still, the stick drift is just so bad, dude. It's like unplayable. Whoops. It's unplayable right now. But yeah, we're probably gonna get another controller here soon, but at least we still have the Switch that we can play on. We got the computer that we can play on too, so it's not like we don't have nothing to play on. We got too much to play, but you know how it goes. Once you're not able to play one thing that you have, it's like, damn, dude, now that I can't play it, I want to play it. But you know, that's a different story. Friday, we got the watch party, you guys. Something on Amazon Prime or Netflix. You know, I'll get the timer up there and sync up with me. You'll be able to see a little bit of it so you can sync up as best you can. Meet me at 5 seconds. We'll count to 3 and we'll catch whatever we catch. Not too sure exactly what, but you'll see.
You'll see.
Yeah, dude. Dang, dude. 3 more minutes. Hell yeah. I got 3 minutes to 2:20 over here. I think we can, yeah. Get a little crumb to celebrate with you with. Yeah, dude. So we'll be doing Watch Party Friday. Saturday we'll probably get some games in also. Or maybe another watch party. I'm not too sure. That's usually up in the air for whatever I'm feeling. Well, every day's up in the air for whatever I'm feeling. I reserve the right to veto anything that's going on up in here. But I do have, like, you know, you guys know somewhat of the schedule. The Cartoon Mondays, Warhammer Tuesdays, Stargate Wednesdays, whatever the hell I want Thursdays, and then Movie Fridays. And then Saturdays, I guess, is whatever the hell I want also. Cat hair, bro? Just like a single cat hair floating around? How? Sorry. Yeah, dude. You guys, You guys got anything going on for the week? Francois, I know you got your buddy that you're hanging out with. Finished your painting so you can get your game, your tabletop going. Damn. Yeah, tomorrow. It'll be a project for tomorrow. Zonex, what do you got going on for the day, dude? Just chilling it, relaxing. Gonna do any streaming later? Yeah, Smokey the Bear. Nice, cool. Oh yeah. Well, if I see you on, I'll try to roll by. Yeah. It's 420 somewhere, always. Hell yeah, dude. Get some Z's in. Get caught back up. Back to normal. Alright, you guys. Yeah, dude, I think that's a wrap for me. But I do appreciate everybody that was here, that hung out, that chilled it with us. Oh, hold on. Let's see, who do we have? Who did we have today? Francois, Zonex, Bellas, Jamie, thank you guys for being here, hanging out. Vietnamese style, thanks for showing through. 51, thank you for being here. Bella Truth, thank you for chilling. To the 3 or 4 new followers / subscribers we got over on the other places, Twitch, and yeah. Thank you guys, appreciate it. And while other watchers, viewers, bots, and tricksters, if anybody else wants to hit that like and subscribe button, you're more than welcome to. And I appreciate it. Alright, you guys. So we'll be back. We'll be back and we'll be doing it tomorrow. Not too sure exactly what time, but I'll be here. Thank you guys for hanging, for chilling. Life's a vapor. Life's too short. Enjoy. Have a good time. And we'll catch you here soon and on the next one. 30 minutes for a DT stream? Damn. Alright, well, you get it, dude. If I'm, I'll probably still be up. I'll roll through and I'll hit that thumbs up. But yeah, dude, I'll catch you guys here soon and on the next one. Peace.